probably got is a martial arts group has just signed up for regular use. So with the hall itself, we have 10 groups of mainly men come in for active sessions, and there's about 50 people a year work our way through our workshop groups. Those groups are usually oversubscribed. We've got a waiting list, so there's a lot of work goes on in the hall. Often both groups are going at the same time. There's a workshop out the back with lathes and bandsaws going, and there's rock and rollers making big noise in the hall. So we think that we provide our service for the community. We'd love to keep going. We'd love the community, the council, to extend our lease. We'd be very pleased if you did. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time. Councillor Pascoe.
Just a very quick question, Walter. Are you happy with the lease terms that have been discussed between you and management that are coming through for our recommendation today?
Yes, I was going to be facetious and say we'd like it to be doubled, but
like the term to be doubled, or the annual fee to be doubled?
pass.
Sorry, you'd like the term to be doubled.
I realise I was being a bit facetious. We're happy with the term.
But overall, you're happy with...
Very happy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor.
Hi, Mark.
Do these other groups that pay you rent?
Yes, and we're actually quite pleased. They pay a minimal rent. The preschool education group meets 3 mornings a week for $5 a session.
Oh, nice.
And other groups be there 2 hours and we charge $15. So it's fairly cheap rental.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So there is a flow.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Walter. Who's responsible for the fire safety and things like that in the building, Walter?
Just the committee in general, yes.
Okay, so you've got fire, smoke alarms and things like that in there?
Yeah.
Okay, because you own the building, don't you?
We own the building.
Yeah, and it's just a land lease.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Does it get inspected and things like that?
Inspected for compliance with building standards?
And fire safety and things like that. I just know when I had the gym, every year we were getting all our fire alarms to get checked and egresses.
And we have the electrical equipment inspected yearly, basic things, yeah.
Okay,
we can direct that question to staff afterwards as well, just to sign off. Thank you very much again for coming, taking your time.
Thank you.
Your item's a little bit down the agenda, but you're welcome, of course, to stay and listen to all the debate. I hope you will, if you have the time. Thank you. Next speaker is Elaine Lucas, and Elaine is here to talk about the BMX Club, which are the other group that are looking at an extension in their lease today. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning all. I'm Elaine Lucas. I've been involved with the Hamilton BMX Club. This is my 36th year. I'm now on 2nd generation. My grandchildren have just started riding, so I thought I was going to get out a bit, but looks like I'm here to make sure this lease goes through. But like Walter, 15 years I probably won't be here to see that it's administered, but Hamilton BMX Club is available. Our track is a public park in the middle of Minogue Park. It is used by so many children, families. We've become a great picnic area. It's our use of the track, and that has double-fold since the council put the park in next door to us, and it is up to Hamilton BMX Club to maintain the track and the surroundings. We have to fund ourselves to make sure that the track is in good shape. We've had a major planting around. There seems to be a lot of brides now come and have all your wedding photos and that taken in the vicinity. So I would really like the council to go forthwith with our lease, please.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bunting.
I was just wondering, thank you for your submission. The track's obviously, it's up to national standard, etc.
Yes, it is.
What does it take to build a whole new track?
Well, if we had about 2.3 million, we would be able to build a new one.
It would take that much?
Yeah, well, you'd have to get the land and that. Yeah, it's like Te Muru's BMX Club have got a new track. All of that is, other than volunteers, is funding. 90% of it is from the Gaming Machine Trust, which if it wasn't for those, all of our BMX clubs in the Waikato would be out the back door.
Right. But is there a certain specification you have to reach for some sort of certification?
You've got to have a track that's suitable for all ages.
Right.
Now,
Okay.
these are new, like they came out as balance bikes,
Yep.
striders. In the States, they now have the strider competition. There were 720. That's like 3 and under on these striders. That's improving and increasing greatly here.
And do you ever have events when netball's on?
Yes, we do.
I'm thinking about parking, basically.
Yeah, but we are, we don't, we've only clashed about once because we do see if what they're having then, like their netball.
Yeah, Thursday and Saturday, aren't they? Mostly.
No, netball is nearly every night of the week, Mark.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a real busy time for them too. So, I mean, when they have netball on, they don't have enough parking.
Oh, yeah. No.
And,
So how does it go with your kids getting bikes out of cars and
we,
going around the car park?
we've actually worked very well together with the netball over the years. We do get in touch with them if we've got a big event, and we find out when if they've got major event, and then if necessary we do go to our governing body and ask for ours to be shifted on the calendar.
Right.
See if we can shift with another club somewhere else in New Zealand.
Yeah. There's no other BMX tracks in Hamilton, is that right?
There's none, no. No, we're the only ones.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. I've got Councillor Pascoe, and then we'll move on because there is an item later and you'll be able to pick up any unanswered questions then.
Thanks, Ian. And thanks for your presentation. Thanks for your enduring interest in
Thanks,
BMX.
Rob.
You've actually been happy to apply for a shorter term lease this time. You had a 20-year lease, gone to 15.
That's the maximum that you're allowed to apply for now, I've been
Yes,
advised.
That's right. So are you, and this is the same question I asked Walter, are you generally happy with the terms and conditions for going forward? The term and the annual lease payment? And any other terms and conditions that might be different than last time, or might have
The
become...
only difference is the term, which has gone from 20 years to 15, but as that's the maximum, there's no way. Karen has sat with me and we have gone through all the details as to whether we can have it extended further, but if we could, it'd be lovely.
Yep.
But
So ideally you would have liked a 20-year lease?
Yes, we would have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors, and thank you again, Elaine and Walter, for coming in and talking to us about the good work that you do in those community groups. Feel free to stay around and
Thank you
listen to the
very
rest of the
much.
conversation. I'm uncertain if there's anybody else who wanted to speak from the public gallery today. I haven't got any names registered, so no.
Right.
Thank you. Well, we will now
You can all
then...
come and have a ride. We do have bikes suitable.
We are going to have a ride on the Tiawa cycle. Oh, I know. I was going to say, I thought I might just start there and build up to a bump or two. All right, thank you very much. Now we're moving on to... do we have to move that they be received? No. No. Moving on to the first item, which is the Moving Waikato 2025. And Matthew, you're going to speak to Matthew and Michelle, right? Come on up. Now, Council, just before we start this, it doesn't have a recommendation as such from the staff at the moment. But I guess what this is about is framing up some feedback. It does to receive, no action. Pardon? It's feedback, that's where I'm going, thank you. So what I'm saying is there are no, apart from to receive, this is about feedback. And so I want the guest speakers to say their bit, and then I will limit the questions to 40 minutes. So just please be fair and reasonable to all councillors to have some questions. Okay? Because we've got a number of items in the one next to discuss. Thanks, councillors.
Right.
So, thank you. Welcome, Matthew.
Thank you,
Michelle.
Chair Paula, Your Worship, the Mayor, Andrew, councillors and staff. Thanks very much for the opportunity. Just on behalf of Michelle Hollins, to my right, the General Manager for Regional Leadership at Sport Waikato, and also behind Sarah Dunning from Sport New Zealand is here, as she's the Regional Partnership Manager. And Sarah will also be part of this this presentation this morning. Again, congratulations to the council. This is from Sport Waikato, a little bit belated, but just to acknowledge this new council. We are going around all our councils. We're off to Otrahonga later to do a similar presentation, just to introduce ourselves, tell them briefly a little bit about us, and then talk a bit about moving Waikato 2025, this 10-year unified regional strategy for sport, recreation and physical activity. Just real quickly, Elaine and Walter, they are part of 76,000 volunteers in the Waikato region, and that was quite neat to listen to them. Without them, sport, recreation wouldn't happen, so lovely to hear that those public presentations as well. Just really briefly around history, Sport Waikato started in 1986. It started because of Mike Moore, the Labour Minister for Sport back in '85, who realised there and then that there was a need for a movement, need for sport, recreation, physical activity on our landscape. He foresaw there were going to be issues. That vision has come to reality in terms of activity levels, sedentary time, obesity, a lot of things that are happening now in society because of modern technology. It's evident in the Waikato. We are the third lowest in terms of participation rates in New Zealand, behind Northland and Gisborne, Taurawhiti, in terms of participation rates. The organisation was set up by three people. They were set up by John Parker, Brian Perry and Paul Fear back in '86, and we were fortunate enough to start its business based on seed funding from Perry's, from Gallagher's and from Postbank. I think it was Postbank or the Post Office Savings Bank back then to begin its life. The Moving Waikato 2025 is a new 10-year strategy, and it was born about our organisation respecting the past but making sure we were relevant for the future. And it's all about targeting to grow participation, being its deliberate focus. The Moving Waikato is really a focus that the world has changed more in the last 10 years than it did in the previous 100. So things are really shifting quickly. And I suppose in your worlds as councillors, that's even probably going to change even more in the next couple of years or 2 or 3 years. It's pretty dynamic what's happening at the moment. It is a 10-year unified strategy. This is not a Sport Waikato plan. So that's really important to know, that this is not a Sport Waikato plan. It's a unified plan where inclusive of the following sectors: local government, health, education, sport and recreation, the Waikato group of philanthropic funders. We've consulted with over 250 people throughout 2016. A lot of those people were consulted on the Hamilton Active Strategy back in 2012. It has 3 elements that underpin it. The vision is around a healthy, vibrant, physically active and successful sporting region. We are picking up on the importance of high-performance sport in the Waikato region. It's focused on those areas there of being dynamic, vibrant and energised. It's about unified leadership, and it's about partnerships. Partnerships is one component, and around how we can go forward as a region, as a city, in terms of community sport provision. The challenge, I think, for you is that I could imagine you'll get there's lots on your mind about what could be done, whether it could be a pool, whether it could be a turf, whether it could be an indoor court, whether it could be maybe a theatre. there's lots, I think, as you as councillors have to make some hard calls. Partnerships is one thing. The challenge, I think, for you going forward over the next 3 years will be rates, or the importance of looking at rates, also another factor about how we might be able to get across the line with some prioritisation around what's needed to lure people here, but also to look after our community going forward. So that is a challenge, I know that is paramount. Slide 3, please, Michelle. So just in terms of the data, so we've got a bit of data now in terms of what's happened now. 430,000 live in the Waikato region, 70% of them are going to live in Hamilton or the surrounding towns around Hamilton, Cambridge and Te Awamutu. And insights in terms of the amount of participation rates, 54% of Waikato adults met the physical activity guidelines. That's 30 minutes a day, 5 times a week of moderate activity. It's not doing a half marathon, or it's about moderate activity, 30 minutes a day. 54% in 2007, it's now 46% of Waikato adults meeting those guidelines. Our kids are active, but they're not active enough. Just for mostly not too relevant here in urban Hamilton, but our farmers now, 65% of them are unfit. So that's a really interesting stat now in terms of the rural Waikato. Informal sport is becoming a big challenge for the likes of Elaine. Informal sport now, people wanting to participate and do their own thing at their own time, is another big challenge. And what's the provision for people to play in those areas as well? I think what I'll do now is we've got 3 quick strategic priorities, and I'm going to get Michelle just to take you through those.
If I can get the slides to work. So what we're going to do is talk to you about the type of work we are doing in partnership with others across the region, and the opportunities that we have to partner with yourselves and other organisations to really bring Moving Waikato to life. Our first strategic priority is around our people, so getting more people more active, children and adults. There's five priority populations that fall into this, and these are phased over the next 10 years in terms of how we will target them. These 5 priority populations are the ones that we deemed, if we're going to turn our participation trends back from 46% back to the 54, which is our target over the next 10 years. These are the ones that we believe will bring the most return for us. So the first one that we've looked at there is our women and girls, and we know that our women and girls participate less than their male counterparts. What we're looking to do in this space is to bring a campaign and initiative to life in partnership with the likes of local authorities, schools, education and the health sector to normalise physical activity. So away from the Les Mills images, away from some of the competitive messages that we send in schools, to make it an inclusive opportunity for girls to participate. So we tell the story about a young girl called Charlotte, who's 10 years old. She is in the 12% of our region who are obese and overweight. In the schooling system, she can participate in maths in the classroom, and she gets herself in a group that is fit for her needs and fit for her capability, and so she can excel and achieve. And yet in the sport and recreation setting, what we do with Charlotte is we put her out in the school cross country. It's a 2-kilometre run, but by the end of the run she's 10 minutes behind everybody else, and by the time Charlotte's 15, 16, she's learnt that physical activity is probably not the thing that she wants to do. So for us, it's not just Charlotte, it's about the older girls as well, but making physical activity more accessible and more inclusive. So working with our partners to change that message and change what we see and what we believe is right. The second piece that we'll do over the short term is the young people. We have initiatives with Under 5 Energise in partnership with the Ministry of Health and our Energise programs. Those programs are in preschools and primary schools, and they work actively to encourage the educators in those settings to promote physical activity and also healthy nutrition. So that's the work we do in that space. We still see a drop-off for youth in physical activity. So it's about exploring with our secondary schools and our partners such as Sport New Zealand to look at how we can match the opportunities for our youth, not just for the competitive, not just for sport, but in terms of some of the new and crazy dangerous ways that they're actually wanting to be physically active. So the things like parkour and the things like skateboarding and the things, futsal, some of the things that we haven't seen before that are evolving, that we need to work with our partners to change the way that we deliver to that group. The other three pieces of the priority populations, the Māori strategy is looking at, the evidence shows us that for Māori, participation is all about connecting with your whānau and your own people. So it's continuing to work with our 5 iwi across the region and our partners in that space to actually reduce some of the fragmented approach to it and deliver in a cohesive way. In the rural setting, like Matthew said, it's really about looking at connecting the rural population to activity. The isolation of farming, I think, is one of the things we've found is actually causing some of that inactivity. The automation of farming, no longer are farmers actually having to tramp their way across their farms. They're sending up their drone, they're riding their four-wheel motorbikes. They're just not as active as they once were, so it's working in that space. And then in the aged population, it's really uncovering, Sport New Zealand's done some great work at looking at what our over 65s are doing, and it is a challenge for us. They are a large percentage of our 54 to 46% change, and so we need to actually change our thinking and make sure that physical activity is there for life. So those are the later pieces of what we'll do in this space. Our second priority is really no surprise. It's about building the system that delivers across our sector. So continuing to work with our local sports organisations to build the capability to continue to deliver. Like I said before, working with our education sector to ensure that the focus is still on physical literacy, not just on qualifications and meeting standards in numeracy and literacy and changing the delivery in there. It's about exploring the opportunities we have for recreation and physical activity. So for us, while our name is Sport Waikato, we are not just sport, we're about physical activity and everything that goes with that. And then the last one is about building the capability of our sector. So we have, like Matthew said, 76,000 volunteers, $500,000 worth of volunteer hours that are delivered into the economy and sport. So about sustaining that. The volunteer workforce is ageing. There's a less motivated group for volunteering, and it really underpins the way that our sporting sector works. So the final piece of our strategy, if I can.
Do you want me to
It's a
go?
good gadget, eh?
It'll work out.
Is around building regional leadership. There we go. The first one is actually the first piece of work we did was called Moving Waikato 2020 Insights, and it was a really good look at what is happening in our sector in our region. So what we've done from there is we are committing to building insights that will inform and help to inform your decision making. So over the next year, we've invested in uncovering what does Hamilton City's physical activity look like. So we should get a really good look early next year of what is actually the least active, most active populations in Hamilton City, and a comparison of that against other districts in our region and then nationally. So we're actively doing that. And the places, spaces and facilities, obviously we've been partnering across the local authorities with the regional facilities plan. Some of the pieces that are actively underway this year include a development of a discussion document around cross-boundary funding. So that's drafted and sitting with some of the local authorities now for further discussion. We have a regional aquatics plan underway, which is to look at the ageing aquatics asset base that we have across the region, largely aquatics facilities built in the 60s and 70s, nothing that you're not familiar with in Hamilton City, but with the view to looking at what is the appropriate mix for the future. It's not always a 50-metre indoor pool or a 25-metre indoor pool. Times have changed. The recreational aquatic space is important, so we're trying to get a look at what that could look like. Again, in partnership in this space is a look at a hockey facilities plan to help with the view on Inniscommon or what's the mix there. And then in partnership with your team here, also looking at the green space So that's some of the pieces that are in there. The planning for urban growth is really a recognition from us that the Waikato district, Hamilton City and Waipa especially, are experiencing good growth, and it's really about looking at how in partnership we can make sure we have the right mix of recreation and sporting spaces. I know in the Waikato district, for example, Pokeno is growing exceptionally fast, and they don't necessarily have the right mix of fields there. They've been gifted, I guess, a piece of land that won't be suitable for fields, sports fields, but it will make a great recreational space. So what's the balance of that versus other opportunities that are around? The regional strategies is the work in partnership different organisations are doing across the region, including the cycleways. And the final one that's there is looking at the successful sporting region. We have 50% of New Zealand's high-performance athletes in this region. Majority are in Waipa. And what does that mean? How do we connect those individuals to build the talent in our region? How do we look at whether that's enough? Could we bring more sporting organisations to our region? And how do we attract high-performance events to our region as well?
So what that's done, Council, is that's Sport Waikato subsequently over the last 6 months has restructured its organisation based on this new strategy to make sure that we're focused in that capability area. So it's probably more around lifting the capability rather than, and more about development rather than delivery is been the focus. So it's really around getting subject matter sort of experts to, and lifting the, I suppose, the level of capability and staff to focus on the strategy. Now, Chair, Paula, would you prefer the Sport New Zealand presentation to flow on now and then questions, or would you like some questions now based on that?
Oh, look, no, I think we'll have some questions here first, and
Thank
then
you. Good as gold.
yeah, I think we'll do that because we've already got a list here, so people are keen to speak. So first up is Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. Didn't know. Yeah. Thanks, Matthew. Yeah, I probably would have liked some of my comments will relate to Sports New Zealand's presentation, what I've seen in them as well about community sport. Early on in your presentation, you touched on casual sport. I don't know whether that's what you call them, but you sort of pay for play type of things. But in my sport, I do a lot of organising as a volunteer of social sport competition. You know, 10 or 12 of them a year, and we started our first one last night with about 500 people. But it's really hard to get recognition and support for work in that area. You can get them if you're running competitive teams, club teams and recognised competitions, or even in school competitions, but to run your local social league, or in our sport, or netball, or touch, or something like that, it's very hard to get recognition. I wonder if you comment of that recognition in terms of resource, or even being counted. We're not, those 500 people, for instance, aren't counted in our national return. We say how many people are playing our sport in the Waikato.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and that's also, and that's relevant too in terms of New Zealand secondary school surveys at the moment. They only are structured organised sport. And Mari Gordon said to me the other day, Matthew, she said, we're looking at one of the lowest sports in terms of participation in sport, but we're a very active school. She has a big emphasis of taking her girls, her young ladies around the river, around the lake in the morning at 7 a.m. She's taking them herself, the principal of Hamilton Girls. So you're right, there is that whole data thing that can actually help promote and sell the story that your sport, and I know your sport is my daughter plays your sport, and it's a sport on the rise. And I mean, ultimately, we just want informal sport is huge and it's growing, and we need to make sure that we're helping drive that capability to improve that. What you're saying is, Matthew, it seems to be going under the radar. So I don't know if you've got anything to add.
I mean, the aim of the Active New Zealand survey, and certainly our ambition in upsizing the data set, so it's census driven, and it is to collect what people are doing in terms of participation, not just membership, because the membership is coming via the national sports organisation, so that's your gap you're talking about. Yeah. So hopefully we'll see, it should tell us what people are doing, if it's volleyball, and where they're doing, if it's just beach volleyball or casually, or if it's in a recreation centre or whatever it is. So we should get a better picture with that.
When's that going to start coming through?
So that's collected over the next year. It's collected continuously, and we won't finish. We've started with the calendar year, so we won't finish till December next year, or this year, and then we'll be collating it all early next year.
The other question I had related to Charlotte, we've got a hell of a lot of Charlottes playing volleyball at a young age and through early part of school especially, and they gradually drift off like other sports and later in school. 70% girls, and even though it's a sport originally invented for men, but what we are finding is that in the social sport at adult age, the men are coming back to play because it's not that structured, and they can dip in and then drop out and things like that. And we're seeing that starting with some senior high school kids that rather play in a social team than an organised competitive team. And I don't know whether that's something that's been sort of noticed elsewhere around the place, that the boys, maybe they've got more choice, but they're much harder to get organised into any competitive sport.
I think the trends we're seeing are towards playing sport with their friends as opposed to going to sport to make friends, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So definitely that social connection and going along with others is what and that's the message in the girls campaign, is really about bringing your friends along to have a go, and the social short engagement that you're talking about is the fit in there.
We have a bit of a challenge too, Councillor, on particularly at secondary school level, of the level of intensity and wish to be a very good sporting school. This is across New Zealand.
Buying teams. Sort of thing.
Whatever. But I think the challenge is that there, for example, Hillcrest High School, 1,800 students. There'll be a few that are keen on sport. There'll be quite a lot keen on sport. But what we've got to try and do is influence the school at the highest level to say, make sure there are other options for their young students to participate, which might not be around trying to strive to make the Waikato rep team, your volleyball team.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mallett.
Thank you. Thank you. Is that Will? Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Look, one area that it struck me that you've overlooked, other than in a somewhat disparaging way, is the private sector. Now, the private sector has every incentive in the world to make this thing work, because to them it's success, it's profit. And I just, obviously I've got a background in that field, but the numbers of people who go to a whole plethora of what we used to call gyms now is just expanded hugely, and that's all done without any, and don't take this the wrong way, that's all done without any help from you, any guidance from you. That's people out there trying to put bread on the, food on the table by running a business that attracts the public. And, you're getting people from all streams of life, all sporting abilities, all levels of fitness going into those places for all sorts of reasons. Vanity, want to get fit for footy, want to lose some weight, health reasons. My doctor said I'm going to die if I don't lose some weight.
Get to the question, Gary?
Well, listen, Paula, listen. Why you've completely missed that sector out? Well, that's what it struck me. And I would suggest, without knowing the numbers, but I know there are thousands of people go to Les Mills and gyms around every day, and this is you don't seem to, because there's a huge magnet there that'll do a lot of the work for you. If your goal is to get people exercising and healthier, go to the guys who can make a buck out of it, and there's a huge incentive for them to make it work as well. Yeah, just Michelle, before you, I mean, Gary, a lot of people still can't afford to go to a gym. Yeah, there's a valid reason there. There is a lot. There's a lot of kids there that can't even play sport on Saturday. They haven't got any money. So it is around still developing capability, developing the coaches, developing the administration, the support. That's still important. That's vitally important. That is our role. I suppose. But you're ignoring my question. My question is how are you going to involve that sector? Okay, there's a whole. Okay, so there's people who can't afford a gym membership, right? Yeah. I don't know. The doctors, you can subsidise those. I don't know. I'm not suggesting that, but I'm saying there is a whole sector there you're completely ignoring. And there's an awful lot of people who make a big effort to get that. So there's an awful lot of people who make an effort, make a sacrifice and buy a gym membership rather than something else. So.
So it's not actually ignored. Just didn't probably speak to it very well, but the recreation and physical activity platform in here and the building quality experiences. So the role we see ourselves doing is connecting individuals to opportunities that fit for them and actually building the connectivity of that system to enable people to A, find opportunities and B, have a quality experience while they're there. So that's in that recreation and physical activity. That's private providers, it's your boot camps, it's working with DOC to ensure that the
Yeah, it's
haka
martial
matas remain
arts, it's dance studios, it's all a
Yeah.
whole bunch of stuff which you
So that's that
forget
one.
about. Well, it seems like me you've forgotten. Maybe I haven't.
Yeah.
I think, I think Michelle's right
It's
though,
not
Gary.
forgotten, I just didn't talk to
yeah,
it very well.
we didn't elaborate
Yeah.
it properly on that,
Yeah.
in that
Okay.
particular focus
Yeah.
area.
Okay, thank you. We've got Councillor Henry.
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation. I've got a couple of things. One of the questions is, because we're just talking about that, you want to get people into sports, but how about, we're already working as a city on getting better cycleways, but if you get really, really good cycleways for adults to get into town and for children to get into school, I mean, that's classified as exercise, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Is that part of it?
That's it, absolutely. And I was with Mayor King the other day on Sunday when we were promoting the new cycleway coming in from the west, and so there are, absolutely that's options. Yeah. But so too is Councillor Henry. The importance we know that if we can get people playing on a Saturday morning, on a Friday afternoon or a Thursday afternoon or whenever it is now, in that organised sport's still very important for Hamiltonians.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Plus the fact that what you're doing is great. I mean, I'm a user of the access ways that actually you can actually use a bike and you can actually beat the cars coming into town. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you. The other thing is, I talked about that when you did that presentation last year for the new councillors, and I really talked about it, but I thought I'd just enlighten some of these males here in the room as well about dead women. Yes, we would love to do some
excuse
sport.
me,
Yeah,
Councillor
there
Henry,
would be a question.
There's a question without a lot of discussion at the front. That would be
Okay.
really good. Thank you.
Cool. Okay. How am I going to do that? Okay. Well, how are you going to... Great. Well, I'll put into a question.
Thank you.
Women are busy today. They have a job. They have got children. They have to... Their food, all this other stuff. Looking after their husbands is another one. Very important one. And how are you going to get them some time to actually do the sport? I mean, I found it while I had children, young children, and all the other things happening, even putting time into organized sport. How are you going to get around that women can still be sport involved in sport, but also doing the other things well as well.
So the research tells us for women that the best thing you can do is take activity to where they already are. And the example we've got in our research is around a lady called Julie who sits beside the pool and watches her kids swim 3 times a week and sits and plays on her phone and does literally nothing while she's sitting there, and balances that with going to works her thumbs. So it's about engaging in places where women are, so whether that's at their kids' sport or... So what we'll do is try and encourage providers of sport and recreation to be in those places and offer opportunities to participate there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just one more quick question. With the Charlotte example, look... 80% is food and 20% is exercise. So how much do you put into the nutrition side? Is that something that you're big on, or it's just a side
Yeah, I mean,
thing?
in terms of education, a focus on strategic alignment. Michelle said the importance of actually really drumming in the importance of physical literacy in the school, alongside maths and English. One thing with Energise, covering 250 primary schools, supported by the DHB, is a real strong focus on nutrition. So nutrition and physical activity in the younger generation is actually really important that they get that message, and so does mum and dad at home.
So you think the DHB has got the right thing on nutrition?
Absolutely.
Oh, I would love to see that.
Absolutely.
Can you forward that to me somehow?
The project unit, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for that. Next speaker is questioner is Councillor Casson.
Thank you, Michelle and Matthew. Look, my question is more around the being a rugby supporter myself around rugby, and I was quite interested to hear about the farmers turning into heifers and everything. They're not doing the sport like they used to. But look, have you got any ideas on how to improve the engagement of the rural sector in sport and also the junior rugby? And the reason I ask that is we have a huge junior rugby participation in Hamilton, in the Waikato, but we lose a lot of those kids when they get to high school because there's only certain teams they can play for and they can't go play for clubs. And with the farmers, most of our rugby teams were made up of farmers in the past. Like my home union of Wanganui, Meads Cup champions twice in a row. They've got, like most of their teams are rural. The teams that are doing well are their rural teams. Namatapuri, Borders, Uruku, Taipi Pirates, Martin and Ratana. They've got a huge participation with their farmers and everything. We're on the other side of that. We've got more participation in the city, but nothing in the outskirts. Is there have you got any ideas of how to engage those farmers more in the sporting sector, and also how to keep our junior rugby players involved as well, because we're losing a lot of them?
Yeah, I mean, the one about the farmers was interesting because we were involved working with Fit for Farming, which was an initiative out of Ngatea where they created this awareness, and that was around cycling. And that was around cycling, getting farmers on the bike. And they did this initiative down the length of the country around the awareness of because it was actually motivated by depression and some of the real issues going on in the farming sector, and that was really an amazing thing there. In terms of the clubs, you mentioned a lot of clubs, and I know this is not relevant to urban Hamilton, but I think sometimes, councillor, there's too many clubs in a lot of these places as well. I mentioned the other day in Te Araha, I said, maybe one day Waihao and Te Araha College Old Boys should combine, and all of a sudden the room just got really quite fierce. And it got fierce because of parochialism and historic about you would never ever match a Waihao. Now I came from Hawke's Bay, as Mark knows, and I played for Napier Marist, and across the other side of McLean Park was Napier Old Boys, and they, one was the Holy Rollers, and the other ones were almost the Atheists, and now they're called Napier Old Boys Marist on a different ground, one club room, and they're absolutely operating brilliantly as a sports club, and they're looking ahead, they're looking to tomorrow, not so much about yesterday, and I think sometimes that could help. The other part is that you're right, when we go to secondary school, we actually remove ourselves from playing for the likes of Napier Marist or Hamilton Old Boys. We play for our school. And again, we are working with the Principals Association. We're meeting with a group next week alongside Waikato Rugby to try and say, we've got to sort this out. There are so many different competitions going on at the moment in secondary school sport, whether it be rugby, whether it be cricket. You've got one school playing over here, you've got another one playing another division down the Central North Island. So there needs a bit of work around that whole sport and secondary schools at the moment. So.
Yeah, and the elite sportsmen like the presidents' teams. I still play rugby myself with the presidents, and I get sick and tired playing against the old boys and Marist and people. There's only 7 teams left. I know which ends.
You got to let it go, councillor.
Thank you. Next question is Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your presentation. A couple of questions. What's your primary role in achieving this strategy?
Our role, as we see it, is to lead and enable the region to become involved and find their place in delivery. So we've done the research, I guess, to identify what the priorities are, and we'll lead the organisations to work together to implement from here.
So you'll work with us for us to achieve what we need to achieve under this plan, which is really probably mainly spaces, places and facilities, isn't it? I mean, it's hard stuff on the ground that council can deliver: green spaces, courts, all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Okay, so that's answered the second question. So how will you monitor what we're doing to see if we're achieving the goals under your plan?
So in there is a scorecard where we've put in the high-level measures. The ultimate measure is returning back to the 54% of our adult population active, and we're yet to define how active our children are. But that's it, having a region that's physically healthy and active. And the other pieces are the enablers to that. So in terms of Hamilton City Council, we'd need to work through, there's obviously some projects in the regional facilities plan, and then it is looking at the baseline information for Hamilton City and saying how can we work together to make change in this city.
Okay. You've talked a bit about high performance, which is great, but in my view that's limited to affordability. I'm interested in the area of informal sport, and I think we need to do a lot better in that area. As you know, Hamilton's a very youthful population, and one of our highest, if I can remember rightly, our highest population lives in the Grandview, Norton, Crawshaw area, and that also happens to be a high deprivation area in the city. And also the highest participation, according to the census, was, I have to provide some context around the question, and other elected members have done that, was the highest participation for them in the high debt area, in that area, young population, was informal. So I'm thinking, okay, so is that an income? Is that facilities? There's a lot of barriers there. So how will this strategy help those young people living in a high debt area?
So again, it's trying to connect the individuals to the activities that meet their needs or offer them opportunities. So we'll need to work with partners out there in schools. There are organisations out there who support funding for those who are living in deprivation conditions. So it's really about us making sure that there is a balanced mix of affordable opportunities and that they can connect with those, as well as the competitive sport options. So
Michelle, are you saying that there are organisations that can help fund children in high debt areas getting into some kind of activity, and whether that's programs or buying equipment or stuff like that?
Yes.
And there's enough of those?
There's probably not enough of them.
There's probably not enough of them.
There will never be enough.
Yeah.
But there are some, yes. There's one called Waterboy. I don't know if you've heard of Waterboy.
Social enterprise organisation who's working with corporates to provide income to support those deprived, councillor.
So that's certainly something then, if those organisations are working with those children and young people, that they would have numbers and they would have some, trends of, each year it's increasing, so you would know those figures of participation and... Yeah,
and it's about us working with those organisations to give volume to the ability to participate.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, that's useful information. Next, Councillor Bunting.
Thanks, Chair Paula. I just wanted to focus back on the bringing sport to where the people are, and particularly that example of Julie by the pool with her phone, etc. I'm getting more and more questions about fitness parks. And I'm not talking about a lift-up bar here and there. I'm talking about the ones like in San Francisco and Melbourne and the likes, where people like the people Gary was talking about, who purchase private exercise, if you like, can move out to boot camps because, and there is a question coming, but you go around past the lake and you see them on boot camps out there in the goose dung, doing their thing. We were busy ticking them off for getting on Memorial Park, and etc. Have you done a lot of research into the effectiveness of those and what it would cost people to get those going, and do they work?
We don't know the answer actually to this one, if I'm honest, Mark. It came up in one of our other council meetings, and maybe Sarah might know a bit of the answer as well. But certainly there's one of those fitness areas in Cambridge. Beside the lake there. For us, we'll be interested to see if we can get some information that says, I don't know how many people are familiar with theirs. It's just set up in a circle at the top of the road by the tennis courts there, so traffic does pass it. If that model's more engaging than one where the equipment is spread out over a loop or a couple of Ks, be very interested to understand. We don't know the answer either yet.
I guess the feedback I'm getting is that people would like them near playgrounds, for example, so they're watching their kids, they can be working out, and it's a big playground.
Yeah, and then the question is, do they want people watching them exercise beside a playground? So that's what we need to find out.
Good question.
It's interesting, those two, what's happening now, and I went and had a look at the new centre, that community indoor centre out at Rotorua High School that council have contributed significantly. And I couldn't believe the amount of bikes at that school, and why is that? Well, the actual network to get there is safe. We've got I can see Mr. Perry behind me and Miss Palmer as well, in terms of the opportunities through Te Awa and those and the steps just over at Ngārawa here, which is again a sort of that's a phenomenon as well. So, do you need to have the do you need to have the gym equipment? You know, I don't know. I don't know, councillor.
I'm just wondering if it would be attractive to, and this is my last question, to the likes of your Les Mills and your fitness places to be co-sponsoring, and is it an opportunity for council, Sport Waikato and the corporates to partner up and get some pretty cool facilities out there? I wonder.
Yeah, good thought.
Yeah,
Okay, we need to move along a little. We've got a couple more questions. I've got a couple of short ones at the end too, but the next speaker is Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. Can we just go back, perhaps just focus back your relationship with population health at the DHB? I know Councillor McPherson's interested in this question, and also the issue of schools. And I want to just relate back to the combination of, promoting exercise at, primary school and nutrition.
Yes.
And it seems to me where we've had stories where we have a variety of quality of school canteens in terms of the food that's served in schools, fundraisers. So perhaps the question is, can you perhaps just describe your relationship with schools and perhaps population health around the combination, if you like, with things like Project Energise, with good nutrition, promoting good nutrition in schools and good basic, exercise?
Absolutely. Councillor, the Energise program has been funded by the DHB for the last 11 years or 12 years now. And that is a role where we've got 255 primary and intermediate schools throughout the Waikato region. And that program is very focused on delivering resources, development of training for teachers, to deliver physical activity inside the classroom, both at the physical literacy level, and also to provide information and resources for mum and dad back at home. It's around physical activity, it's around nutrition. It has been proven, it's got baseline research done out of AUT in Auckland that sort of suggests that it is working.
How dependent are you on the school principal? Because it seems to me there's an issue of leadership, right?
Yep.
And with respect, some canteens, I think there's a degree of mediocrity.
Yeah.
My hair might stand on end in terms of the kind of quality of food that's served in some of the canteens.
Yeah.
We've had the whole thing of, pies and all this nonsense versus, healthy options. And I know there's a bit of a balance. How important, what work are you doing with school principals to try and get that stuff up? Because it seems to me that the detail gets right down to the schools themselves.
Not with the energisers. The energisers are actually influencing at primary school level. Intermediate's a little bit more challenging, that environment, but the primary school situation, we've got very good relationships with school principals, and you are seeing now a real shift in what's inside the canteens. And particularly quite a big removal from fizzy drinks now seem to be a declining sort of feature in canteens.
And do you, in that area, and obviously I know the DHB has its role, but you guys presumably do play quite a degree of...
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Go.
Thank you. Councillor Turman.
Yeah, thanks, Becky. In your presentation, you mentioned the 65 plus by 2038 are going to be 635,000. Most people, of course, say retire, buy the motorhome, hang a couple of bikes on the back, which look pretty good, but I don't know how much they use the bike. The green prescription, which health are promoting, what is the uptake on that?
So we do 9,000 green prescriptions a year?
6,500 scripts per year is what we're targeted by the Ministry of Health.
Okay.
And they aim for those who don't meet the physical activity guidelines or at risk of coronary heart disease or diabetes. They're aimed at getting those people active. So we link it's our active and well team who deliver green prescription for us. We link them to the opportunities we have across the rest of our organisation.
And is it working, do you think?
Is it working in terms of getting more people active?
Yeah.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good question. Just ask very quick one, because a lot has already been said. In terms of the regional sports facilities and the cross, you knew I was going to ask this, right? Because of my interest in regional funding, so and its connection to regional funding. So you said that there was work being done on it. Am I to assume that's going to be reported to the mayoral forum or worked through the mayoral forum?
So our regional facilities plan had one of the top 4 priorities was the development of cross-boundary funding.
Yeah.
So we've taken a lead on drafting a discussion document, and have probably taken the view that it's about as far as we can lead it. And so it's now sitting with some of the CEs to take towards the mayoral forum. So
so we could expect it to, for Mayor Andrew to have a look at it at the mayoral forum, and then for it to flow down to councils for wider discussion about their part to play on that.
Yeah, it's very much a discussion document at this stage, so,
All right.
yeah.
And timing?
Depends on the CEs that have got it at the moment, I guess is the answer. Lance has got a copy at the moment.
I'll
yeah.
direct my question to
we
staff after.
distributed it early last week or late last week, I think it was. So,
And
early stages.
Yeah, it's a very important stage actually. 'Cause,
Yeah.
you know, all of this needs money, right?
If you want the background, what we've done is we've looked at an example of one that works with Nelson Tasman, and then we've taken it amongst the managers of the local authorities group that we have, and had a debate over the format of it in there. And that pretty much highlighted what a difficult conversation it's going to be, because it is a really tough document for everybody to actually sit and agree on how it could work. It has some examples in there around how capital funding could be based on location of the facility versus users of the facility and the catchment that they exist in. So, it'll be an interesting debate, I think, is the answer.
Okay, thank you. And since my other question was related to facilities for older persons, we do get people asking us for like safe parks where older people with sight impairment or using a frame or whatever mobility tool they have to get round, and they don't feel that. Have you done much work on that?
So as part of our restructure to align ourselves with the strategy, we now have an inclusion advisor in our team. Okay. So their role will be specifically to look at giving guidance in that space. So
Brilliant.
Just getting started, yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you everyone for your questions. The recommendation can't go on the board. But actually, nothing can apart from the... So we can vote on it. It's on your papers on page 6. Yeah. We're going into feed... Yeah, we are... Do you want it now? So I was just going to ask, because we've got a bit of time and we've got some related topics, it's to receive the report and provide feedback. There's a number of ways to do it. We can hold feedback back till the sports-related items are all over and pull some feedback, but we can also do it offline because there's no urgency at this time. It's a matter of getting that right and getting that feedback. So it's in your hands, councillors, whether it's beneficial for you to hear each other's feedback, in which case I recommend we hear the next one and get the feedback in the same time.
Could I make a suggestion? I was intending bringing this to a councillor update session, I think we have a monthly or 6 weekly. And the other thing, I think the important question to ask ourselves has been alluded to in the discussion today and the questioning is, what is our role in delivering this strategy? And I think that's a key thing for council to actually discuss as we go into the long-term plan formulation process. So I think this is very timely. So I'd suggest if councillors have feedback, they could pass that through to me, so email that to me, or you can come and talk to me, mate, and then we can collate that. And then when we come to that councillor update, then we can, I can feed that back in a summarised form, and then we can have that discussion around what is our role. And I think Councillor O'Leary alluded to one of the priorities, but there might be a couple of others around planning for urban growth and those sorts of things. What's our role? I think we probably need to give Sport Waikato some clarity on what we will be involved in and what we won't be. And I think that's really important when we prioritise, especially going into budgeting.
I think that's a wise way forward, because I suspect this topic and the ones coming after are of such interest to council that a really good debate where we can be free and frank and put all of our ideas on the table will be needed, and we won't have the time to do that all today. So with your leave, that's how we'll operate. We'll do the recommendation now. We'll hear the other topics. We can have an online catch-up if we need at the end of the meeting, but we take it to one of those alternate council meetings where we have a full look at it. Does everybody feel comfortable with that? Yep. Okay, that's how it goes. So in that case, the recommendation is receive the report and feedback will be given to Sport Waikato on the strategy, and that will be done through that next step as we've described. Is that fine with everyone? Somebody prepared to move, please. Councillor Bunting, Councillor Henry, all in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. Did you get that? Yep. Opposed? No? I didn't. Okay, carried. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So now we will move on, and I'll get Lance to introduce the next speaker, and we'll move on to that, and we'll possibly take a very short break after that for comfort.
Thanks, Councillor Paula. I just wanted to quickly introduce Sarah Dunning, who's our next presenter for item 6. Sarah's relationships manager with Sport New Zealand. She's had a, would it be long association, Sarah, with Sport Waikato and with Hamilton City Council and other councillors in the Waikato. She has been the person who was assigned as the Sport NZ relationship manager, and I think in her presentation she'll probably allude to some changes that are afoot within Sport NZ around that. We've worked closely with Sarah on the Active Hamilton the Active Hamilton strategy with Sport Waikato and Sport NZ. So Sarah has a good knowledge of the issues and opportunities that we've been working through over the past 4 or 5 years. So Sarah, I'll hand over to you. You're going to present on the community sports strategy, which was worked through and approved by Sport NZ. Well, you'll tell us when, I'm sure. I can't remember. Thanks.
Sure.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I thought it was a really good idea to put the national context around the work that Sport Waikato were doing, because some of what you're hearing from them has been led by us and our investment and where we're putting it into the Waikato region. But also, I'd like to acknowledge all the work that investment that you make as a council, because actually the council's by far the biggest investor in the sport and recreation sector. So we couldn't have a sport and recreation, the success that we do without council playing its part. So I'm just going to, Lance has asked me to give you a little bit of an update on, oh, that didn't work. Where do I put, is it not on? Thank you. On our strategy, 2015 to 2020, so a 5-year strategy to get us pointing in the right direction. I think it'll probably be extended well beyond that. It's going to take a while. Also, a bit about our investment into Sport Waikato and regional sports trusts in this new strategy, and some structural change that's going to impact on you. So, first of all, the part of it, our business is divided into 2 streams. The community sports side, which is what we're going to be talking about with this strategy, and high performance. So I'm not going to be talking about the high performance side, but there's really 2 streams to our business. This is about the community sports strategy, and most of what we invest in Sport Waikato is all about community sport. So through participation in sport, we want to enrich New Zealanders' lives, and we want to inspire New Zealanders. Actually, we think that it's much more than, in our previous strategy, we were much more about sport for sport's sake. And this new strategy is recognising that sport has a very important part to play in the community, in the economic development of the community, in many, many aspects of what you cover. And that's, for that reason, you invest yourselves in the public good that sport and recreation brings, and you can measure that in numerous ways. So it's about sport being a valuable part of the community and doing its bit to foster community. And in this strategy, 15 to 20, we've taken a much broader view of what we think community sport is, mainly because that's what people are telling us by their very participation, that they're not just interested in organised sport before, as we heard with the volleyball example. People are playing their sport and getting their sport in a time that suits them, because they're busy people in many, many different ways than they used to, than when we grew up. So, and you'll see that you're involved in many of these things. So when we're talking about community sport for the first time, we're talking about play. So we're working quite close with your play people here, and Hamilton City Council is one of the leading councils that we're looking to around the work that you're doing in the play space. We're talking about active and outdoor recreation, which is how New Zealanders are increasingly getting their physical activity. Sport is still important, because that is the core of what it very often means to be a Kiwi. And it certainly is what feeds through to us getting the medals on the world stage, which is important in some respects, and for those people who take that path. Talent development is an important part of getting there. So outside of that, the things that are not in the community sport strategy are passive recreation, where it's maybe bridge or knitting, and at the other end, the high performance strategy, which has got their own work. So it's more inclusive and a bit of a broader look, and that's really led by what people are doing. Oh, if I just go back. So, actually, New Zealand, if we compare ourselves to the rest of the world, we're still doing very well in terms of participation. However, if we look forward, and that's what you do when you look for a strategy, you say, okay, what's coming our way? What do we need to be aware of? There's a whole lot of things that are going to make keeping our people active very challenging. So the obesity is, as we've already talked about, so it is a dichotomy in New Zealand that we are one of the most obese nations, and yet we're one of the most active. So how do we make any sense of that? And it's not a good future to look forward to. Increasingly, technology it takes people, means people are less active. It could be an opportunity if we think about it a little bit more. So technology is a challenge. The increasing diversity of New Zealand with all the immigration coming into New Zealand, with people who don't have the same kind of history that we do, don't share our love necessarily of sport and recreation. Probably why they come here, but very often they don't know how to get into it. There's barriers for them. And then there's urbanisation, and that's impacting on you and all the growth that's happening in Hamilton, and how do you provide for new facilities and under a limited budget, and how do we keep people active in urban areas is becoming challenging. So unless we do something about it and do something differently, we're going to end up on the same kind of a slide, as you can see, you can't see, but you might be able to on your papers. Sport Scotland, Wales, help me out. Many of the other countries that we would compare ourselves to are all on a slide, and it's proving to be extremely costly to try and get it back. Mm-hmm. So while we're still not slipping too far, we want to do something about it before we get on the slippery slope. And if we look forward, it is going to be a challenge, because the parts of the population currently that our research is telling us are the least active also happen to be the parts of the population that are growing rapidly. So the next slide gives you the numbers. So there is a challenge, and without some interventions and some serious targeting, then we're going to be, then it may not be just an ordinary slide down the hill. We'll be on a steep curve down. Be catching up with those others. So our new strategy is very targeted, and we haven't done that in the past. We've been quite even-handed in the past. But the new strategy is really looking at where are the barriers for people who are missing out. And the strategy is influencing our investment and where we're putting our investment and what we're doing and what we're asking the likes of Sport Waikato to do. So we're asking, our focus areas are young people. If we don't give young people a very good start in life, where they're not going to suddenly turn into active adults. So we want them to have really good experiences as young people, and really love and have a lot of different experiences, so that no matter what they do in their adult, they can turn their hands. And for me, I played hockey as a young person, and now 2 knee joint replacements, I can still play golf because I feel that I can take up another sport. So, we want people to be able to be active for life no matter what. Maybe there is life after rugby. Maybe that'd be something you could do. So young people, but particularly our research is telling us that the ones who are really missing out and who are not getting the same experiences are young girls. So we're asking people to focus on young girls in particular, and young people in lower socioeconomic urban areas is where we've got really lower areas of participation, and obviously you're noticing that in Hamilton as well. So low participation communities, low socioeconomic, Asian, Pacifica, all those stats are much poorer than the rest of New Zealand. And of course we want to compete, we want to keep on working and continuing and supporting our competitive sport system, but it's not all about competitive sport. The last strategy was pretty much all about that last green box, competitive sport. Now we're saying, actually, we want some targeting on top of that, please. Yeah. Okay. So you may not realise how lucky you are here, but Sport Waikato is one of the best regional sports trusts in the country in our view. And particularly this work that they're leading around the regional strategy and the regional sports facilities strategy is leading work that the other RSTs all around the rest of the country are looking to Waikato and saying, we want one of those too. There's just not enough money to go around without us working regionally and thinking about what the priorities are. And if we can think about the priorities, then we can start to really make a difference. Instead of having a whole scattergun approach and a Me Too approach and everybody having their swimming pools or not. And just we just don't have enough money for everybody to have one of everything in New Zealand. So we're talking about a system working, we're talking about system-led. Is kind of new language for the sports sector. But we want the Waikato region to work as a system much better than it has in the past, and every other region in New Zealand. This is just by way of example. So starting with the sector using insights a whole lot better, and you would have seen through the strategy that Sport Waikato put in front of you that they've used a lot of data, and they're going to be gathering a lot more data and be better informed. The sector has not been particularly well informed with real data in the past. They've done it by gut feel or what it was like in my day. And so we're trying to be driven by the data and what it's telling us and what we should be doing, but also getting more information back from participants about what they want and what their experiences are, so that we can keep up to date and we can see if that was working or not working and what we need to change along the way. So we're trying to get the sector better at using data. Facilities is highly important. If there aren't facilities, very often we know there isn't an activity there. So facilities and getting the right facilities in the right place at the right and right sized, so scoped at the right level, not over scoped, not under, is very important, and we're doing a whole lot of guidance and work around some of that and working with your people on that. Coaching is still very important, a critical influencer for young people. And not working in isolation. So I think the regional strategy, you're to be congratulated for the regional strategy and having one of those in your region, working with the other councils and trying to get that happening, working with other sectors like health, like education. We haven't been good at that in the past ourselves, and sometimes the regions have been ahead of that, but we're finally getting an MOU with the Ministry of Education, and because obviously schools are very critical providers of sport and education. So getting the system to work better at our level, national level, as well as at regional level, and joined up and aligned and making the money go as far as we can. It's really important. So in terms of our investment in the Waikato, of a budget of 42 million that we put into community sport, over 2.2 million comes to the Waikato region, not all to Sport Waikato. Some of that is the Rural Travel Fund will go to some of the rural councils. Huranga Potama goes to some iwi organisations. Kiwi Sport goes through Sport Waikato, but out into the sports sector here. They effectively distribute that money. And so for Sport Waikato, this only makes up part of their funding. Very good they are at attracting other funding, and one of the best in the country at attracting other funding. So you to be congratulated there too, and how that works in this region. Finally, I think is some changes that we've done recently, just towards the end of last year, to better line up our people to the strategy. So we've combined our research, insights and evaluation people into one team. Before they were split over a number of teams, but Insights is a new area for Sport New Zealand. It's come in and we're combining research and insights and trying to make more of the data ourselves so that we can help the regions. Coaching and talent we put together, and they're all based around that competitive sport pathway and making that a seamless part. And we've got a new partnerships team, and that's probably what you're most interested in. So we've got national partnership managers, so people working with national sports organisations like Rowing New Zealand, or the New Zealand Recreation Association, and then 4 regional partnership managers, which is a new role, new roles. So you will have a regional partnership manager for this region. We're just recruiting for that one now. There is another one. So Regional Partnership Manager Northern, we're calling it, who will look after our investment into Sport Waikato, amongst others, who will be working more closely with your council, probably based in the region, may well be based in Hamilton, be more closely working alongside of you and Sport Waikato and helping to join up and make the system work where we can help. Representing High Performance Sport New Zealand on occasions when that can help. But also taking information from you back into Sport New Zealand so we are better informed ourselves about what's happening out in the regions. And being the go-to person, so you'll have someone much more close on the ground than me being based in Auckland for you. Thank you. Have you got any questions?
Thank you very much. I'm sure we do. I do just have a small one myself. Just that chart with the population changing and an increase in Māori, Pacifica and Asian in particular. So what does that mean for the types of sports? Philip and I constantly attend functions where dance and other active martial arts and other cultural expressions, which are a form of movement, are happening. Also, I am aware that different cultures have different preferred sports. I've been out to the Sikh temple where they play a different kind of rugby, forgotten what it's called, apologies, but different sport out there. They have their pitch out there behind the temple. So those kinds of things, new sports, futsal, lacrosse, all of those things.
So some of the investment that we've done in 10 national sports organisations, we've chosen ones where the research tells us there's lots of interest and they want to grow, particularly for those targeted populations. So, for example, I can't remember all 10 off the top of my head, but Waka Ama's one. We've invested more in Waka Ama to help them really expand and grow for Māori. Rugby league for Pacifica. Badminton for Asian people. So we've had some research where people have told us what they want to do more of, and we've chosen 10 of those where we've increased their investment or targeted investment for growing their sports in relation to that population, in response to population change, but also into young girls. Yeah. So netball, for example, is doing pieces of work around particularly young girls.
Okay, thank you. Because I just suspect that, like you say, the face of the types of sports that we're going to have to provide for will change.
That's right.
Having said that, you would be aware of something like the Waikato Games, the Tony Waikato. My goodness, you've never seen so many people in one place playing sport over a day than at that event. So do we work closely with those kinds of...
we have got an investment pot called Harangapotama. So invest through iwi. We're just developing a Māori strategy to take a look at whether how that's working and can we be doing that better. So there is a part where we're consulting with Māori about how we can best do that investment.
Brilliant, thank you. That's me. Councillor Gallagher.
Just in your implications, the comparison with the United Kingdom, can you what exactly does that mean again, that graph?
Well, all of the national agencies do try, in one way or another, to try and count participation through national surveys rather than necessarily, just capturing membership. So we've in the past we've had the young people survey and the Active New Zealand survey. Active New Zealand being adults, put them together and we get a measure of participation. So all of those countries do the same, and we're just comparing our stats with their stats, essentially.
So how do you, help me, because you take recreation where people self-organise, and in the UK, as you know, huge bike, bird watching, walking, rambling, you name it, they do it. So, there's a whole lot of where people self-organise, they're not necessarily part of a club, they might be part of a group as against, you know what I mean, the organised
Yes, I do.
How do
that's why we do a survey, goes door to door, randomly selected. That's those measures, as opposed to counting the membership numbers. That's not what that number is about.
Right.
This is the national survey through randomly.
That's actually that's some form of participation, even if it's self-generated versus a club.
That's
stuff.
right.
The second question I've got, and I'm interested in your with regard to ethnic, the different ethnic groups, and I note particularly young women and some really concerning, work you're doing, and compliment you on that. With different cultural groups, I've noticed, and this is very anecdotal, I go around the lake regularly, and I notice particularly with Pacifica communities, other Asian from Asia, where, the picnics, but out of picnics there's also a lot of informal sports and that kind of thing. Do you measure that kind of...
Well, that would be picked up in this national survey.
Yeah.
But I think that also gives us a clue as to what to do for the solutions.
Right. Yeah. No.
And if we go into, because some of the research we've done around Pacific people, it's got to be about family.
Yep.
And so the mums will do it if there's something for the kids to do, and if it's got a cultural thing. This is what we're finding from some of our research. So some of our sport may have to be provided in a different kind of way to reach those people than we have done in the past.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Sarah, for the presentation. You mentioned that there's $42 million available to Sport New Zealand, and we get about $2 million of that in this region here. Does the $42 million include capital, funding for capital facilities around the country?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
So the only investment we make in facilities is through high performance, with high performance arm, and for high performance training facilities, essentially.
Okay.
So we've contributed to the velodrome, for example.
Right.
And we've contributed to the rowing centre there. But facilities goes beyond our limited little budget. That 42 million does include our own staff.
Yes.
What we give to national sports organisations, what we give to regional, what we give to recreation people. It has to go quite a long way.
Does central government have another pot for that sort of spend?
Some through Lottery Grants Board.
Okay.
Or and major facilities fund that was stopped last year, actually.
Okay. So would our regional sports strategy that you referred to, and some of us are aware of that, would that help us in terms of drawing funds, help us, that is, the region, through perhaps Sport Waikato or Sport New Zealand, would that help us get a foot in the pot, so to speak, to get some of that capital funding for the development of facilities in the region?
If they're community facilities, it's probably going to not get funding from the our high performance pot. It would certainly help you with the Lottery Grants Board, and it will certainly help you with any funders if there's a regional strategy. Okay. So funders really want to see people working together and prioritising. So it will stand you in good stead in being at the top of the queue, because you're saying we're all agreeing this is our number one thing, and we're all working towards this and going to make this happen. Great.
And I guess from our point of view, and I think the other councils in the area, it's about getting the investment right and avoiding the duplication of facilities. Absolutely. I'm pleased that Michelle's here, because the next question she might be able to answer, or might be able to help you answer, and that is, at the end of this year we're moving into our long-term plan discussions, as indeed are the other councils, and I'm just wondering where that regional strategy is in terms of where it might help us get priorities around our spending for our next long-term plan, to ensure that we do follow the regional strategy, and that we get the best bang for our bucks, I suppose, in terms of delivering what our community wants at the best possible, with the best possible value in mind of ratepayers' money.
Yeah, so there was 9 priority projects in that regional facilities plan. Originally, well, there was 11, but there's a couple of them kind of duplicated themselves. 4 of them were specifically Hamilton City. So you had the 2 indoor court facilities, you had aquatics facilities for Rototuna in the northeast. Then you had more fields for green space, either upgrade to the existing grass or artificial. And then the other one was looking at a hockey facility. That was the other one that was in there. So we'll actively work with Lance and his team to give some guidance around those. I think the real challenge is that they're all priority projects, and how do you get them across the line? the conversations we've been having really are around trying to find partners like we did with Rototuna to make them more affordable, and then and potentially, like Matthew mentioned earlier, around targeting some rates if there's no other way to try and bring those through. But yeah, it is a challenge, and we'll work with Lance and his team to try and give some order to those for the LTP.
Is there interest with our regional partners, with our other regional councils to come on board? You know, I'm thinking here of Rototuna, which almost sits on the border with another, with the local government.
Almost sits on the border.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, you face the right direction and you're absolutely facing the border. Yeah, I mean, the Waikato district agreed in principle that there was, you know, some view to the
some
potential
synergies of them being
they know
involved.
they're on the border. The challenge is there's no framework, which was what Mayor Southgate was talking about, Paula was talking about before, sorry, my mistake. She's sitting in the chair seat, sorry. But yeah, 6 votes, thanks Dave. That's the challenge, is how do we bring that to life, and I think that's going to be a good challenge over the next year.
And one last question, because I know that there are other questions, and that's the emerging sports. You know, you mentioned the priorities around, you know, quite a number of traditional sports, but we've got skateboarding and so forth, which is an Olympic sport in 2020 and so forth. And so we've probably got skateboarding and other sports that are starting to emerge as being having significant community, or having more significant community interest, as well as interest on a national and international level.
Yeah, and I mean, the facilities plan didn't cover every single type of facility. It largely looked at green space, aquatics, and you know, bricks and mortar, I guess, in terms of your indoor courts. So some of those recreational spaces, which are really important to our youth, aren't in there. And we're obviously working with Karen and the team around the skate park and looking at that. So it is going to be a challenge to say what's the best order. I'm not sure we don't have an answer to that just yet, but it is definitely something that needs to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henry.
Great, thank you so much. That was great. Just a couple of questions. With the young girls, reading the young girls, I mean, you just talked about netball. I always, if I hear women, it's netball. Have you done, well, sorry, but sort of in general.
That was only an example. There are a number of investments we're doing for young girls, not
but
just netball.
I just wondered, has there been any research done into what girls actually like doing?
Yes, we've got young people survey, asking them what they're doing, asking them what they'd like to do more of. We've got that broken down for the Waikato region, so it's on our website.
Okay, cool, awesome.
That's guided our investments.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, cool. And the other thing is, have you noticed a difference in girls participating more in sport if they're in a girls-only school than in a co-ed school? Is there a difference, or is it all the same?
I don't know. I'm sure there is research on that part, and in actual fact, we would be able to get that out of the information we get from secondary schools. But I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Okay, because that will be really, really interesting.
Yeah, it would be interesting.
Because when you're a teen, you know, we're females, we can talk. When you're a teenager, you feel, as a girl, a lot more shy around guys, you know, with sports, because they're always better than the girls are.
And some schools, co-ed schools, have experimented with girls-only PE classes too. So there's different ways of solving that.
That would be really interesting to know that difference. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Councillor Pascoe touched on this point before, the resourcing of new sports, and you mentioned some as well, Michelle, futsal and climbing up cliffs and things, I suppose, and that sort of stuff. It's always seemed to me when I see the lists of Sport New Zealand funding and high, whatchamacallit, Sport New Zealand, whatever that other part is called, high performance, that the funding goes pretty much predominantly, overwhelmingly, to existing major sports, traditional major sports mostly. The skateboarding, we've got 3 years to get our skateboarders ready for the Olympics, but they probably haven't got a national organisation, so they don't get any funding. I don't know, but I certainly see that the sporting organisations that are most voluntary have the least resource. It's probably because they can put up the least, not the best case, I don't know, but they don't get funding commensurate with what I see the activity in the community.
So we fund over 80 different sports, and we've chosen 10 of them, volleyball being one of them. I should have mentioned that way earlier. That got funding specifically to help them grow. So that wasn't based on size, that was based on what people, the changing trends.
Is that to grow, sorry to interrupt, Sarah, but is that to grow their national organisation or to grow their delivery of activities?
Well, they had to put a case to us about how they would do that.
Yeah, I'm meaning for all sports, not just for ours.
Well, all of the sports had to put their cases to us. They had to make, it was a competitive process where they put a case to us. But some of them we separated out and said, hold on, that these ones, they might not be on size, but they're the ones people want to do more of if they could get some more resource to help them. Yeah. So that was the 10.
So use that survey to sort of guide that.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Skateboard New Zealand, I understand there is an organisation, and they are talking with High Performance Sport New Zealand. I know that. I don't think they've had funding yet, but they're certainly on the radar.
Dave, one thing locally, I don't know if you're familiar with the Sports Force brand that Sport Waikato has traditionally had. That program inside our organisation is funded by Trust Waikato. We will cease the Sports Force brand at the end of March. It was us delivering in partnership with 14 local regional sports organisations. We're going to take it out of the market with a view to grow the number of sports that we partner with, to build the capability of those sports to deliver. So we'll actively seek to at least get to 20 sports over the next year. So come away from just 14 and grow that model. So some of those sports you're talking about will become part of that bigger group. Yeah.
Thanks.
And futsal, sorry if I can just finish, futsal comes under the umbrella of New Zealand Football, and some of our funding is going to support that and growing that.
Right.
Thank you. Councillor Mallett.
Thank you. How do you deal with the change or the evolution in sport? Because as you know, there are sports now that are going to the Olympics that no one even heard of years ago. And I remember through the 80s, everyone went mad on squash, and we all built squash club courts, and now they're all, and bowling clubs at the moment. I mean, wouldn't it be easy if we just stuck with rugby and cricket?
Racing,
no?
rugby.
I am rugby, sorry. Yeah, racing, rugby and cricket. No,
we don't answer
jest.
That, do we?
But how can you build flexibility into, a business is flexible to the extent that if that product is being sold, that's the product you stock. How do we change the ship's direction halfway through when suddenly we realise that skateboarding's not cool anymore, jumping off buildings is cool? Or whatever happens to be cool.
Yes. So I think the strategy was, Sport New Zealand lead agency, national agency, is trying to use the research to say how's it trending. Certainly some sports in this last round have got decreased funding, and some have got increased funding, so we are changing that. They don't like it, but we are shifting in response to...
What drives that? Is it participation or is it achievement at the high end, or is it a bit of both?
As I said at the beginning, there's two sides to our business. There's two completely different funding strategies. So Rowing New Zealand, for example, has very small level of participation and hardly gets any community sport funding from us, has very high achievement in the high performance space and gets lots of money over there. Golf, on the other hand, has a huge level of participation, both club and casual, way more casual than but we count all of that participation, and no high performance funding.
So you say, interesting you say about the rowing, because there's an awful lot of, I would have thought that was, but is that funded by the schools and donations and fundraising at that level? Is that where
it's just
the rowing
that's where it's big, is in the schools, and it ends there. There is no very small club adult participation. It's very specific to secondary schools and hardly anything in primary schools. So it might seem big when they've just had the Māori Cup, but actually that's the extent of it.
And when there's a rowing shed just below your house, it's every morning.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. That was a good raft of questions, and thank you for coming and sharing that report with us. We are going to take just a 10-minute comfort stop so that everybody can have a little stretch, and we'll start again at 25 past. Oh, wait, councillors, my fault. We haven't moved the recommendation. Move that it be received for information. Thank you, Councillor Young. Second, Councillor Henry. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. We will make a start and move on to our next item, which is the Hamilton Skate Park. H-Town are going to present to us. We have Diana and Karen. Diana and Karen, I think. Yes? And Renee? Welcome, everyone.
So thank you. Yeah, I'm Renee Smith, Team Leader Planning and Assets from the Parks and Open Spaces Unit. And with me is Karen Kwok, who is our Community Occupancy Advisor, and Diana Ruru, who is the Project Manager of the H-Town Skate Project. H-Town Skate Project's a community group advocating for a new and better youth skate facilities in Hamilton. And sorry, I'm puffing from just running over there. So this morning we're just going to show a short video that H-Town developed in November last year, which introduces who they are and what they're all about. Following this, Diana's just going to give a bit of an update on what H-Town have been doing since the video and what they are after in Hamilton. And then Karen will give an overview of the details of the report. Following that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Hey guys,
Ooh, that's not good technology, is it?
Is it from a USB? Yeah, the screen's down too for other things.
Oh dear.
hey guys, I'm Diana. Welcome to my home, which we've made the H.
So, are we going to be able to get it any better than that, or?
Yeah, so we've got it on a USB, and I think if we play it directly off the
It'll work better. Okay, thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Diana. Welcome to my home, which we've made the H-Town Skate Project headquarters. I'm just going to show you a little bit about what I'm doing, what we've done so far, what we're about, and hopefully give you an idea of where we're going.
Rock on. Rock on. Hey yo, let's begin with the...
So, who are H-Town Skate Project? We're a collective of people coming together to bring things to Hamilton City. We are of all ages, of all races, all walks of life, and we just want to bring a fresh new perspective to the city of the future, which is Hamilton. Why do we exist? We firstly want to bring a new skate plaza to Hamilton City, preferably new, but we're looking at options of refurbishment and all that sort of thing. So how we got to that place is we had a brainstorm one night. We've been whinging for years, and one day I just went along to the council with friend Ushin, and we spoke with the Parks and Reserves team. They sent a follow-up email, and from there we organised a committee meet. So at that first committee meet, we brought about 50 people along to Zeal, and we brainstormed ideas. We thought of park locations, park designs, fundraising, events, all of that. So that's brought us to where we are now, and we've got a Facebook page, a developing website, we've got a committee, we're starting to delegate roles, and we're starting to reach out to the communities.
Morning. So we're here today at the Northern Community Centre, presenting to the H-Town Youth Connects group and just telling them a little bit about our H-Town Skate project that we've got going on.
But I'll admit it's cause I tried to. Hi, boo. This here's a rap song written for a baby, a beautiful and intelligent lady, the one for which I'm crazy.
What up? Just a big shout out to Stupidity Collective and the H-Town Skate Project. Big ups to what you're doing.
Yo, peace, what up, H-Town Skate Project. Yo, mad love coming to you from Brother Harms here.
Check guys, Nobody here from the Hamilton YMCA Freeze Up Project. Hey, just a big shout out to H-Town Skate Project. If you haven't seen them, check them out on Facebook.
I'm Neil, I'm based here at the Western Community Centre. We've got a skate park right next to us and we know the importance of skate parks and we're fully supportive of H-Town Skate Project. We're right behind you guys, 150%.
So we're just down at Pit Lane, opposite Waikato Stadium, measuring up the space for the potential park we are fundraising for to put here. There's so many people that want this, and we can make it happen. If there's no funding at the council, then we can reach out to lotteries, we can reach out to funding, we can go to grants, and these are the things we're thinking about now. Fundraising, what events do we have coming up? How can we get involved in the community? How can we be seen? We're looking at skate school, we're looking at an event in November this year, we're looking at setting up a skate village at Mystery Creek next year at an Autofest event. So we've got a lot going on, we've got a team developing, we have a committee meet every month and we just want to bring something new to the city. Push that on, there we go. Thank you. Good morning everyone and thanks for having me here today. Thank you to Karen and the wonderful team at the Parks and the Open Spaces group for getting us here and helping us do all of our research. We've got here 2 years in the making, so it's wonderful to be here. I'll just give you a little bit of background as to how we came about to add to the video. So our first meet was at Zeal. We had about 60 people turn up. I gave them huge A3 pieces of paper and broke them into groups, and we came back with ideas on events, developments, new ideas and opportunities. Our presence in the community is growing in terms of partnerships, events and skate community following. We work very closely with community organisations around town, the Western Community Centre, Te Ahurea Rangatahi, Drop Deep, who are a skateboarding organisation, as well as Skateboarding New Zealand. There is a national body just forming now. There's a few others in there too, Zeal, Creative Waikato, Hamilton City Libraries, Hamilton Family and Children's Trust. We've run over 20 skate competitions in the last year and a half. We started a summer series, which was a 3-event series where the winner took away a grand prize at the end. We've done treats in the park with Western Community Centre, Waikato Autofest out at Mystery Creek, Children's Day, which we did last year and we're doing again next month, which is right across the road down in Worley Place. Where am I up to? We have around 30 competitors at each event and between 50 to 100 spectators minimum. Some of the bigger events we've had thousands of people go through. Treats in the Park last year we had an estimated 4,000 crowds, so some awesome turnouts at some of these events. We're also working with Sport Waikato to bring back the schools skateboarding championships and also discussing setting up skateboarding schools in schools. We are working on the Waikato show also at Claudelands this year, so a 3-day skate event. We communicate with our followers through our website, htownsskateproject.com, our Facebook page, Instagram and Twitter, with over 2,000 followers on our social media. The majority of our followers are skateboarders aged between 30 and 30 years, with 68% being male and 32% being female. And late last year, we ran an online survey from 100 responses, we found that 81% think we should invest in a new park. So, I'll just note that the central city was the most preferred option for a new skate park also. Just a couple of things as well. Probably the main reason why we got together, from the workshops we have run, we know our skate community think Hamilton is behind other cities in New Zealand for number of parks and quality of parks. So that's probably the biggest point. We would like to see a bigger park, somewhere central, and community consultation when it comes to the design. Just a couple of notes on funding. Recently, we worked with the Parks and Open Spaces team to apply for the Momentum Waikato Vital Signs funding. We were not shortlisted, but will continue to pursue funding throughout this year. We've also recently released an H-Town Skate Project board that I forgot to bring with me. It was designed by a third-year WinTech student, and all proceeds will be reinvested back into our cause, just getting exposure for the skate park and for the kids in town. Our H-Town Skate Project wants to challenge the public's perception of skate parks and their users. We want to create safe, creative, inspiring spaces and events for youth to bring life back to Hamilton City. Our aim is to build a regional, national competition level facility and to provide leadership in activating this space. Council as asset owner would ensure the long-term sustainability. To us, it's not just about a skate space, it's about activating a youth space to create a community by bringing people and organisations together, encouraging connections and creating inspiration. Thank you. I'll pass you on to Karen.
So, as you can see, they're a fantastic community organisation and they do great work at no cost to the community. They're all volunteer run and they're doing a fantastic job getting skate out into the community, running competitions, and now hopefully into schools. So we're really supportive of the work that they have been doing. So since H-Town approached Parks and Open Spaces, we've been working in partnership with them around skate in Hamilton. Hamilton has 3 dedicated local level street style skate parks at Melville, Fairfield and Elliott Park, Norton. They're dated and in need of renewal and upgrade. The skate parks were built between 1980 and 2005, and apart from Melville having an upgrade in 2002, there's currently no budget to maintain, renew or upgrade these assets. In line with Hamilton's Open Spaces Implementation Plan 2016, we're currently working on developing an internal skate spaces plan to provide direction on the provision and integration of skate spaces in Hamilton. The draft plan is due to be finalised by June 2017 and it'll be used to inform the activity management plan and funding proposals to the 2017-18 annual plan and our 10-year plan. So to date, development of the plan has involved, we've done audits of the city's existing skate parks by a professional skate park designer and builder. We've done some research and benchmarking across New Zealand, community consultation and preliminary investigations into a potential site for a new city skate space. So park staff, we regularly receive feedback from the skate community, and most of that feedback is that they're unhappy with the quality, the design and the number of skate spaces in Hamilton. So from the benchmarking that we've done across New Zealand, it shows that Hamilton's being left behind other cities in New Zealand, with many high quality skate parks being constructed around New Zealand. Today's skate parks are designed very differently to 10, 20 years ago, generally with greater open flow, visual appeal and improved integration into the landscaping of a park. We've provided some examples in attachment 2 to show you some recent modern skate park designs. You'll see they look quite different from the old sort of concrete monsters they used to produce 10, 20 years ago. So we've done some initial consultation. We did a skate survey last December in conjunction with H-Town that attracted 727 responses. We had a really high respondent rate, which we believe shows the high interest from the community in skate. 65% of the respondents surveyed were either unsatisfied or very unsatisfied with Hamilton skate parks. Some other key feedback we got from the survey was that Hamilton skate parks are outdated and behind other cities in New Zealand. There was often references to other skate parks across New Zealand that have been successful. Preferred locations for a new skate space came across as the Central City and Northeast Hamilton or Rotorua were the two sort of preferred locations. Skate spaces that cater for a range of ages and abilities, safe skate spaces, and there's a lack of things for youth to do in Hamilton. In addition to the survey, we also held a stakeholder workshop, which was co-hosted in December by park staff, H-Town and Skateboarding New Zealand. So Skateboarding New Zealand have only recently formed around May last year. So key community sport organisations and a group of local skaters met to workshop a vision and a concept to inform a concept design for a new skate space in the Central City. The reason the workshop focused on a new skate space for the Central City was to inform a response to the Council resolution resulting from the 30th of August 2016 Strategy and Policy Committee meeting. For staff to report to the Annual Plan 2017-18 budget meeting on the skate park proposal at Hinimoa Park, Mill Street, including cost estimates and funding options for Council to consider. Since this committee meeting, initial investigations into Hinimoa former pit lane has identified other alternative Central City sites that warrant further investigation. Staff will present a funding proposal to the 2017-18 Annual Plan for planning and design of a new Central City skate space and renewal of existing skate parks. We'll also present to the 10-year plan for construction of a new Central City skate space and renewal and upgrade of our existing skate parks. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Yes, we do have some questions. Well done on all that information. Councillor McPherson, you're first.
Oh, thanks. I think this report was really good, and especially looking at the comparative figures with the other cities, is missing a little bit of history, apart from saying when they were built. Are you aware that the last two that were built, which was Fairfield, I believe, and Western Community, one next to Western Community Centre, were built as a result of really heavy consultation with local young people and with professional skateboard designers. And in fact, the Western one was after consultation with the people that built the Whakatane one, which was deemed to be state of the art at the time. So my question arising out of that is, if we build one now as what is currently best practice, in 15 years' time, are we going to be told it's outdated and everyone wants something different? Because once you build things in concrete, unless they're earthquake prone, they're going to last for a while. Yeah. So, how do you future-proof stuff? I mean, Fairfield was what people wanted.
Yep. So the concrete surfaces, they obviously can last a long time in terms of their lifespan. However, the change of use and the way that skate parks are used and the types of users is changing, and therefore the design of, like say, the design of the skate parks is changing. And although we don't have a crystal ball into what those changes might be in the future, we know that there's a movement towards more open flow style skate parks, and also scooter use is on the rise. Mainly junior, under 15 boys that scooter, and the way that they are designed these days, some of the elements that you put into those parts potentially can be moved or recreated or renewed in future.
Or used as part of a greater design or something like that.
Yeah.
So there must be skate parks elsewhere, and maybe not in New Zealand, that have incorporated the old-fashioned skate bowls into something new. Because, maybe, if you're saying Fairfield and Melville especially are outdated because they are skate bowls. We used to call them that, actually. Then how can you refresh them? We renew and refurbish all sorts of buildings, like this building we're in right now. Do we refurbish those assets? I'm maybe asking Lance, what's the upgrade plan for those buildings?
Yes, that's what we're highlighting, is that these assets are in need of renewal and upgrade, and that they haven't been renewed. So, you know, typically we renew our assets in line with their useful lives, and playgrounds is a good example, I guess. So we renew them, you know, every, say, 15 or 10 to 15
but
years.
Skate bowls aren't on that list, are they, at the moment?
So, yeah, no, so the fund, in the past we've put renewals forward for funding, but funding has been constrained, and those have been sort of not priorities, so they've dropped off the list. So the feedback from the skate community just about the bowls, and Diana may want to elaborate on this, is that bowls are actually still
highly valued.
Yeah, highly valued. So
the skate community doesn't want to touch the bowls. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good to hear. So the other thing that's missing from here, I want to ask you about, is the original skate facility plan that the council had from about year 2000. There's no reference to it that I could see in here. I might have missed it because I didn't read every single word, but it had where indicatively 5 suburban skate parks should be, including the North East, and the other one was in Hamilton East, which was the next to be the next cab off the rank. I'm a bit concerned that hasn't been looked at and why it was stopped. I mean, we stopped a lot of forward thinking a few years ago, and I'm glad we're getting back onto it. But you know, it seems to be that we've got, when you'd be putting a third skate park, you're suggesting on the western side of the city, and there's only the one at Fairfield on the east, which is a long way.
I think your questions go to maintenance and renewal and the...
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about placement.
Yeah, versus the placement of new parks. I'm finished, but I was just going to say that the General Manager's been waiting to answer your question, so I think he might be able to put a bit of perspective. And let's not forget, this does come through the LTP, so those are really good discussions that you've raised, Dave.
Well, hang on a second. What I'm concerned about is that staff are telling us in this report, they've just told us, that they're going to come with a design for a central city skate park, and I think we must have more skate parks, but I don't want them to go off and do that work unless there's been a discussion about whether we think that's where the best place is.
Can I just clarify that the proposal that will come forward to the annual plan is to seek funding to undertake that consultation and design? So what we're progressing with at the moment is the development of a skate space plan, which is looking at reviewing our existing facilities, their condition, and where we might, you know, provision in the future.
So you were jumping the gun, you were 2 offsiders there when they said it was going to be in the central city, both of them.
So the Central City Transformation Plan and Council's Frankton Neighbourhood Plan identify a new Central City skate pace on the green frame. So that is partly what has informed that resolution of last year's Strategy and Policy Committee for staff to investigate a central city space, and the feedback from the skate community is overwhelmingly for a central city
Well, I want to get on to that feedback because, as you said, it's years 13 to 30, I think you said, Diana. When I look at skateboards around the place, I see kids much younger than that, often brought along by their parents, also skating there, but much harder for them to give feedback. It would seem to me that something in their suburb or locality could be an advantage as opposed to having to be driven halfway across the city. But they're not part of your consultation. I'm not suggesting you're wrong. I want to find out, test from you, whether you've really looked at the original skate plan and the reasons for that.
Can Lance address some of those issues, please?
I think Councillor McPherson bring up good points, and I think what Renee was saying was that yes, there's a proposal for something in the central city, but is also looking geographically about where you locate things, and we've done that for other sporting facilities, whether it's outdoor, indoor, court, or whatever. and also for our libraries, when we've been talking about our library strategic plan, and there's a further discussion around, you know, the facilities side of libraries that this council needs to have over the next couple of years. So I think it's a good point, Councillor McPherson. I'd actually encourage Renee and the team to actually pick that up, and if it wasn't, you know, a high priority on what they were going to do, then make it a priority, because I think it's a good discussion. I think what might fall out of that is a whole bunch of things, but one of them might be where is the opportunity as well, and where are the potential partnerships that Sarah and Matthew and Michelle talked about this morning, because sometimes the opportunity might be elsewhere to our thinking, and it might be a low-hanging fruit that, you know, can be knocked off quite easily. So I think it's a good point, and I'm sure that Renee and the team were going to pick up on that. Notwithstanding the fact that we have got a couple of strategic documents that talk about, you know, a particular facility in a particular location.
Yeah, we do, but they don't exclude other locations. They just say, do they not, when you're transforming the central city, having a skate park would be a good thing to do there. But they don't, that doesn't mean to say it's not good to have one in Rotatuna, for instance.
Yeah, and I think what you're saying is we need to refresh and review the work that was done previously around geographic location and need, and versus what's in a particular plan about a particular area. And I don't disagree with that. I think it's a good approach.
And if we're having a skateboard or skate facility strategy, that we should look at, not just have that right from the start, focusing in on one site.
Yeah, and I think that's what Renee was saying in a roundabout way. I just don't think she articulated it as clearly as she could have. So I think...
That's his words, not mine.
I appreciate you bringing that up. No, I think it's a really good point, and I think, you know, when you look at the criteria for facilities, and, you know, we've got some hard prioritisation to do, never mind between sports and facilities, but within an area, you know, we might only have funding for one skate park, potentially, some seed funding and then some partnership funding. So I think you're right. Well, where is the need, work that out, and then decide what is the priority and weigh up all those factors that I talked about.
Yeah,
Thanks.
sorry I didn't make that clear, but that is what the skate plan is doing.
Yeah, and that comes before, will inform us before the LTP, so we've got plenty of time to get across that stuff. Just mindful of the time, and we've got other guests here too, I'm going to allow another 30 minutes only of questions, and so if you're just mindful of that, because we've got a good list in front of us if people would like to speak, and Councillor Taylor, you're the next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My question's just about the demand for it. I mean, do you have figures about existing usage of the other facilities, and how do you measure how many people are actually using it, and if there is actually a demand for this? I see you've got a survey, but how do we actually know that there's enough people who want to use it?
So we know from the Active New Zealand survey that was done, the Young People's Survey, it was done in 2011, the research from that survey shows that skateboarding is in the top 20 sports activities participated in for 5 to 18-year-old boys in New Zealand, and 23% of Waikato's 11 to 18-year-olds skateboard regularly, and it's ranked 19th in the activities that young boys would really like to do more of. So that's 2011 data. As Sport Waikato mentioned, there will be new data being gathered this year. So in terms of, we did ask in the survey about the use of our skate parks, and so from the 727 respondents, it showed that there was sort of regular, consistent use across all three of our parks, although anecdotally, and Dinah can probably talk to this more, but we believe Norton's probably the most popular park. So we haven't yet gathered stats on the current use of our parks, but we will be doing that as part of the skate services plan, so we can understand. I mean, we sort of know by going out and looking at the parks and seeing who's there, so we have an idea anecdotally, but we will still need to collect that data as part of the research and benchmarking that we do for the skate spaces plan.
Right. So staff don't have an actual kind of opinion on how well used they are at the moment, the facilities?
I would just from being to the skate parks and visually surveying it anecdotally. Every time I've gone past, there's always kids on it. Skate parks, and the older ones that have been designed, typically you can only have a certain number on it at one time, and especially with the flow lines and how they were designed. So the new ones, you can actually generally get a greater capacity of use at the same time. But I go past the Melville skate park often, and I always see 10 to 15 kids there, mainly BMX and scooter riders, for example. Diana could probably tell you what the makeup skateboarders are more popular at the Norton skate park.
I suppose the events are the only way that I could gauge serious numbers and give real facts and figures. So I've got a spreadsheet of all the events we've done, how many we're competing in on average. To start with, we were clicking through how many people were spectating our events, so we've got some exact figures, but I'm keeping track, but there isn't, it's hard to gauge an exact number of traffic going through a skate park every day. Sure. I can compare it to other cities when I visit and sort of get an idea of how popular it is, but yeah.
Thanks for that. Second question for Lance. Is it correct we don't have a skate park in the 10-year plan? We don't have provision for that in the 10-year plan at the moment? And if that's the case, why isn't it there? Was there a need? Was there a feeling that it wasn't needed, or what?
The answer is no, we don't. And basically, it was prioritisation in a tight budget situation, and we've had sort of above the line, a term above the line, below the line, even though councils have seen the below the line. And those are the hard decisions we've had to make about what's actually in our capital program and what's not. And I think the previous discussions highlighted, and council made a decision last year around indoor recreation, and we've made some pretty hard decisions around indoor rec and aquatics over the years, where what all our research is showing us now, and has shown for some time, that we haven't probably invested as much as we could have in those areas against demand and community expectations. So it's been around prioritisation essentially. It's not that we didn't want that in in what's above the line in the funded projects, but obviously that's had to be weighed up against a whole bunch of other priorities for council.
So thank you. So where does it sit at present? Is there anyone after 10 years? Is there any skate park sort of programmed in anywhere? Because like Councillor McPherson, I remember the previous plan that there was for skate parks, and it seemed to be much more a neighbourhood type thing. It was as a reporter, I remember that, rather than a councillor. But and I just sort of wondered where that's gone. And so, is there anything programmed in at all, like past 10 years sort of thing, or not?
Past the 10 years in the 30-year infrastructure plan, as far as I'm aware, no.
So we've
and I think that's why we need to refresh the strategy.
So it needs to be done, I see.
And then we need to weigh that up against indoor recreation needs, aquatic needs, sports fields, biking paths, etc., etc.
So in the plans, there's no provision anywhere for a Rototuna one at the moment, or a Hamilton East one. That's just sort of
No, and that's something that if councillors are happy, then we will bring that forward in the long-term plan discussion. I'm getting attacked by a fly here.
Saw that. Thanks, Lance.
Yeah, so that's the importance of having this conversation ahead of the long-term plan, so we can start to adjust priorities if needs be. Next, Councillor Henry.
Thank you. Look, thank you so much for the presentation. I loved the video, awesome. That just opened up my eyes to skateboarding. My kids weren't into it, but they played it on Xbox or something. Look, you answered one of my questions that it's a growing trend. Is that right? Not just here, but
Absolutely.
all over? Yeah? Cool. Now, the other thing is, now this is a little bit away from the skate park, but it also goes with that, is do people use their skateboards as a mode of transport to get to the skate park? And do we need to be mindful of when we make bike lanes and all that kind of stuff, that there will be also skaters there too? Because in Europe I saw them everywhere, and that was just normal, that they know how to get around. I'm happy for a skate park that they learn how well, that they're really good on the skate board so that they can get around me when I get slower. So, you know, is that something that you're thinking as well in the future, or promoting that, you know?
To be active and use skateboarding. Traditionally, and years ago, people would skate to the skate park. Now, kids generally get dropped off. But if the cycleways were open, I've had discussions with kids that live around them. They thought, why not put a box in there or a jump in there? If you'd encourage them to use the cycleways, then they absolutely would.
Oh, cool. Good idea.
Yeah.
Councillor Leary.
Madam Chair, a question just for the GM to start. On the 8th of February, we accepted a report on an update on strategies in skate park, as Renee has pointed out, is in the Frankton Plan and the CCTP. And we accepted that report that said that this would be discussed or up for consideration at the long-term plan. So why and what part of this is to be considered at the annual plan?
The design part, but if councillors, when you come to look at the budget, if you see this goes to the long-term plan, obviously that's another several months delay. Essentially, it was around in two bits: do the strategy, the review of the strategy, and that sort of thing, and then actually bring back the capital costs in the long-term plan. If councillors want to discuss the whole thing in the long-term plan, then that will defer the discussion for a few months more.
So I just, look, I'm concerned that we're not getting consistency of the decisions that we're making. Madam Chair, I do have a motion to put forward to test with elected members when you're ready. And I completely agree with Dave, with Councillor McPherson and Taylor on possibly the lack of information. Just another perhaps question to the CE. On page 10, you've indicated under point 31 that possible other sites being considered are the Ferrybank Municipal Pool site and the existing Founders Theatre. So I note with the Founders Theatre, Council hasn't revisited that yet because we've got a resolution saying that we're waiting for Momentum to come back to us and report. And the Ferrybank in the Ferrybank Master Plan, the municipal pool site is earmarked for a playground, and that's a council decision. So how can it be considered in this report for a skate park?
I think it would be an opportunity to look at that play space, and whether it's a playground, or you could actually incorporate something like this as well. So, and that conversation can happen when we bring back the river plan and the Ferrybank discussion about where we go from here. So I think it's about keeping we're suggesting that we keep an open mind around that. If you, Ashurst Park, if you look at the playground we've put in there, we've got a scooter track around the outside. So I'm trying to just look at how we actually have a wider view to the type of play that happens in that area. So obviously we haven't done a design for the municipal pool site or anything like that, but there will be an opportunity to potentially look at that through that process.
I hear what you're saying, but we're also hearing from H-Town that it's possibly, while we want to look at neighbourhood skate bowls or whatever they're called as well, that their wish list is the super duper one, and there's certainly no room to incorporate that in a site at Ferrybank that's actually earmarked for something in the river plan. But however, my motion will cover that off.
I
agree with me?
Agree with your point.
Thank you.
As terms of hierarchies of plans, we've actually got a plan for the River Plan Ferrybank Master Plan, which actually drives down to a level of granularity in terms of expectations for that site. So that sort of sets the scene. If there's any other decision by this council where they want to put things anywhere in the city, that's the decision of this council, and they can make that at a particular point in time. But for the time being, we would only work within the confines of what's previously been signed off by this council.
Good. So a question for Diana. You're talking about in the CCTP and the Frankton Plan, and in those working groups, we talked about the Mill Street car park, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
It's not a car park, but it is a car park.
concrete
opposite
block.
the stadium.
Yeah.
It's probably been because it's a big concrete space, and cars were going past, so you got the active surveillance, and it would look, active and whatever else. You haven't actually specifically said that that's your location. You're talking about a city location. Where is your preferred spot?
That from the community feedback I've been given, Pit Lane, the big concrete block, that was in the video, that's our preferred location.
Yeah. Okay, and why would that be?
Well, for starters, you save a ton of money laying the concrete down.
Yeah.
It's already suitable to put a skate park straight on top of.
Yeah.
And exactly the central location, the free security, I suppose, of all the traffic going past constantly, and just the accessibility for the kids. It's nice and central.
Yeah. Okay. So you said you had applied to Momentum for funding and were turned down. Did they give you any feedback on that?
Yes.
Can you share that with me?
The
with
large
us?
part of it is that it should be a council-funded project that I should be partnering with.
Okay.
Probably the council.
Okay. And so have you any funds then?
None whatsoever. I've been doing volunteer work for 2 years now.
Yeah, I know what that's like. And you've done an amazing job from an idea.
Thank you.
You've done events and all sorts, so I absolutely commend you for that. I think it was Councillor McPherson who raised around the smaller children using skate bowls and stuff like that. And you see little wee tots on cute little scooters. In your experience, do those, I don't know what age, whether they would be 7 and under or what?
Yeah, toddlers.
Would a big flash whiz bang skate park include those little kids as well?
Yeah, absolutely. When I first started writing the proposals for these things, I described it as an urban shared zone. So it's not predominantly a skate park. It's for the scooter kids, for the BMX, even for parkour. So you want to incorporate all of those things to sort of cater to the whole community.
So you're saying a BMX bikes would be on the same space as skateboarders?
They do use skate parks, yeah.
Oh, is that safe?
Yeah. Oh, Melville Skate Park is largely a BMX park more than a skate park.
Yeah,
so,
okay. All right. I think that's all my questions, so when you're ready, I've got a motion. Thank you. Thanks, Diana.
Thank you.
Councillor Lou, your motion's already been drafted. You've sent your drafted motion, or are you going to give it to us shortly?
I just wanted to hear the discussion around the table to see if I needed to amend it, but I think it's fine as it is. Yeah.
That's fine. Great. Thank you. Councillor Gallagher?
Questions in debate? How are we handling this?
No, this is just questions at this point.
Right. With your leave, I'll just make 2 comments. One sentence. Under this new council and new mayor, isn't it wonderful to have a community development committee back, where after 3 years' absence we can get into some of the detail about our young people and an excellent work. And also, can I just say to staff, let people with institutional knowledge back in the kitchen. Councillor McPherson's contribution before was a very good example of knowledge that I think has been missing in this council. Right, now my questions. Now it comes to, one obviously compliments on the H-Town team, because obviously the video was excellent. It's about a learning experience. I do have a worry and a concern around, if you like, going down tracks that may not be successful with this council. And one is, I think you're being really lateral, frankly, in terms of the ferry bank development. But having said that, you perhaps clarified that there may be a smaller version, so I get that. Can you tell me what consultation you've had with the previous Heritage panel or our staff with regard to the Founders Theatre side? Because that is a heritage area.
Yep, so no consultation at this stage. So basically we had the resolution that required staff to report back on the Pit Lane proposal, and we just thought it was prudent to not just commit to that one site, but actually take a more holistic look at the central city. So being very helpful,
which I always am, trust me,
Yep.
Can I ask you to go with great caution with regard to the Founders Theatre site?
Yes.
Great caution.
Yep.
With regard to the 2 other sites, I think we have to get rid of those cars by Mill Street, and that seems you're wanting feedback. That seems very warm on that. Probably a lot less warm about taking more incremental green space from other parts of the West Town. But it seems to me that the car park site could be, well, tell us, I'm happy to save this for debate, Madam Chair, or I can give feedback now. It's your call.
Well, I think we need to make the most of the time to ask presenters and staff the relevant questions at this point.
Okay, I guess now to the group, the General Manager, given that we are, obviously, and this is wanting to try and be helpful, but it picks up Councillor McPherson's excellent questions before. If we have a limited amount of, money and budget, are we better, and this is obviously to do work with H-Town, are we better to actually look at a significant refurb of one of the existing sites in terms of value for money, in terms of an envelope? I guess that's the kind of a choice I'd be looking at. We look at a new site, but it may be that economics may just purely dictate we need to do a very, very good refurb.
Okay, thank you.
It's a good point, and just going on from what Councillor McPherson brought up before about in the plan is to actually look at the options. So find out we know there's a need. Where would you locate these facilities? And then obviously the crunchy bit's going to be around what's the priorities that we can fit within some envelope, if any. And I think then looking at the costs and benefits of potential options, and as Councillor McPherson brought up, a very good question around the future proofing of facilities so that you can revamp them if trends and preferences change and that sort of thing for users. So I think all that would be weaved into it.
And I think, could I pick up the previous excellent, Councillor Taylor's excellent question around getting a better idea of, the trends, and just picking up, looking at other Western, other societies and countries overseas around trying to do some predictor of where recreation is going, particularly in terms of this particular sport, would be really useful.
Okay, moving on, and please, councillors, questions at this point, because we have had other visitors with us waiting for their opportunity as well. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. I'm more interested in the social side of it. Because I drive past the Fairfield one every day, and frankly I wouldn't take my kid there. Even though he wants to, I'm thinking, no way. And I'm not a snob, but would a central city skate park, attract more of that kind of nuisance element, or would it contain it?
Yeah, that's a very good question. The skate community that I skate with, I suppose, don't use Fairfield, so I suppose that backs up your argument. I've held a competition there, and it had the lowest turnout by far. Also from community consultation, I've heard, like you've said, Councillor McPherson, that it was heavily consulted with the public before built. But I suppose the discussions I've had is that once the design was put into place and contracted out to the worker, the park design itself had changed from what was initially discussed with the community. So functionally, it's not a good skate park. It's not fun to use, it's not easy to use, it's more for the mid to expert level users. Okay. So
deep.
Yeah, exactly.
But so I guess I'm questioning around the
traffic as well.
Yeah. Like it's the elephant in the room, isn't it? It's does it bring the undesirables to town, or is there a way of, or does it condense them in your experience? Like for example, these awesome looking parks here look really choice, but sorry, very, very.
That's right. So, I've come from a Melbourne council where I looked after skate parks there, so I know a little bit about the Australian scene. But very much skate parks are beginning to be built in built-up areas where there is high visibility and public surveillance, and that's is often a big factor in the success of the parks. There's a lot that are built, might be on an esplanade or in the central city or somewhere near where there's a lot of traffic and visual surveillance, and that's often a key to the success. A lot of the, when I talk about it, skate parks been built very differently in the past. They used to be built in places where the public used to think, let's hide them away, put them in a corner somewhere where no one can find or see them, and that was the worst thing to do. So, the more surveillance, the more visual, the better it is for the behaviour at the skate parks, but also it sort of acts as a deterrent, but also the public perception, if they can actually view the skate park, it improves the overall success of a park.
So when you're talking about traffic, and I won't take too much time, but when you're talking about traffic, you're talking about foot traffic or road traffic?
Both.
Because I'm thinking the Mill Street is all
Both.
road traffic.
Yeah, both. I mean, you obviously want to build a skate park where it's accessible, so where there's public transport close by, but also where there's access from terms of car parking and kids being dropped off. A lot of kids do get dropped off these days, but there are others that also will ride their bikes or their skateboards to a park.
Right, and just finally, table 2 here, there's some really cool verbatim comments there. Were there any other comments that weren't in support of it? What was the general?
I think there were about 2 or 3 that were against the skate park out of 727 responses.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'll be quick and to the point with a question, and that is, I'm pleased that there has been discussion around refurbishment and also technical or design obsolescence, because when I read paragraph 36, I notice that currently there is absolutely no budget for an upgrade, for renewal or maintenance, and that concerns me. So my question is to the General Manager. Surely we are charging some depreciation on the existing facilities, and yet we're not holding any funds in the budget for renewal, for refurbishment, or for design obsolescence, which looks as if it's a lot shorter period of time than the simple concrete structure, which of course you might depreciate off over 40 years. It seems to me like the design is likely to be depreciated over 15 or 20 years. Why do we not have anything in the budget to fund that refurbishment or that renewal?
Firstly, if we were to try and crystal ball gaze for design obsolescence of every building asset that we do have, it would just become a complete difficulty to do so. We depreciate our assets based on the materials and the use and the wear and tear, and a concrete structure has quite a long useful life, right? So there's that factor. When it comes to renewals, pretty much you replace the whole thing. You can maybe be able to do the odd ramp or something to that extent, but a concrete structure, it's very hard to replace bits of it. You replace all of it, so that creates difficulties as well. So it's no different to any other asset. We would have, up until 2009, 2012, been spending our depreciation on something else, because that's what we did in previous councils. Now we are generating a cash surplus. We're putting money aside, so there is, at some point, will be debt capacity for all our assets. We just need to choose which assets we use to spend that debt capacity on. And this, as Lance said, hasn't been a priority because of other spend in previous 10-year plans.
So going forward, assuming that we retain our annual surplus, we will be putting aside that portion, at least of the depreciation, whether it's over 40 years or over 20 years, we will be putting that aside in order to actually be able to spend some money on renewals or refurbishment.
By deductive reasoning, yes, but if we don't have a replacement until year 40 of a 30 infrastructure plan, it never shows up. You know what I mean? So it's just out in the never in that respect.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced that we're doing things right by not actually providing for it.
But
and surely there must be some maintenance here that needs to be done, whether it's an electric light that's on at night, or a pathway that needs to be repaired, or a shrub that needs to be replaced. And it just concerns me that there's not one single cent that's put into the budget
I mean, the extent is, but Lance manages his budgets, and if there's a replacement light bulb required or some shrubbery, that's covered out of Lance's budgets, and that will come through. Probably hasn't been allocated down to this level. But when it comes to it, we do manage that effectively now, and by deductive reasoning, if we're generating enough surplus, we've got our renewals locked and loaded for the most part, and this is probably an exception because it's such a long life asset, we will be replacing it at some point in the future, unless council actively makes a decision that they don't want to replace something.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mallett.
This one's to Richard, so your voice is nice and warm. At the last council meeting, we had a whole swag of plans which we had approved, or previous council had adopted, but were unfunded. Can you remember how many there were?
No, I can't
so
remember.
So this is CCTP, Central City Development, River Plan, Hamilton East, Frankton, Beagle College, all those sort of things.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Are we, and my understanding was barely any of those were funded.
That's correct.
And we're now looking to possibly do the same again with the skate park, which is still not, the resolution we're doing doesn't give it any funding, does it?
No.
Funding will be considered. At the same time, we're dealing with all these other plans as well.
So the advantage of Councillor Leary's one is it puts it up there with all the other items to be prioritised against. So that's, I think, the intent of what Councillor Leary was trying to achieve. You're absolutely right. And to be honest, my advocacy in all cases is to put this through the 10-year plan process, because when it comes down to it, we've got not just the community projects and the various plans, we've got to look at how we fund them, but we've also got the bread and butter infrastructure and so forth as well.
Yeah. Okay. So, so the takeaway from this is that just be a bit cautious, Diana, that anything that's a yes here can be taken away from you very soon, which is heartbreaking, I dare say. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors, for all your questions. And now we're going to move into... So there is, that popped up quickly. Sorry, Councillor Tuman.
Quick one, probably to the General Manager, is, if my recollection serves me correctly, I think there is a bylaw prohibiting skateboarding in the CBD area, is that correct?
Yes.
There is?
Yeah.
So they won't be able to skateboard to the skate rink, will they?
In certain places.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, councillors. It's time now to move to the recommendation, motion on the board. Councillor O'Leary, will you talk to your... oh, you do need a second. I thought you might... Seconded. Philip, Councillor Yong, now you may speak to your recommendation, please. Which may or may not show up on the timer on here. It won't. It'll be on my screen. Can't see it.
It is now? This technology is amazing today. Look, I think it's a great project, but I had some concerns in the report. I support Councillor McPherson in needing more information, and that's why I have put that the Skate Spaces plan comes and is considered up with the 10-year plan. We signed this off in the 10-year plan, so it does concern me that in this report it even speaks to bringing anything to the annual plan. And I keep saying this, it's becoming a regular occurrence that council resolutions seem to have been lost in the post, and that concerns me greatly given that we are in an environment where majority wins on the day. I don't think that this project should even be on the agenda, but it is, and I have no influence over that. I think that, particularly on what we've heard this morning, and my concerns, and it was raised by the Deputy Mayor when he chaired the Community Forum Subcommittee, and we had a really great presentation and discussion on the casual sort of sports and active participation. And so I really do want to see some information brought back with us around around, you know, a better city-wide application, because I don't really have a concept of how many people, like Councillor Taylor raised, how many people do actually use it. You know, you can stand outside anything on a busy day and say it's highly used, but that might be 1 day out of 7. So there's a lot of missing information there for me. Also, projects that we've found in the past that have been most successful have been done in partnership. So I do think that the H-Town do need to really turn their minds towards, if they were to be successful, and let me tell you, there is, according to what we have been doing and what I know of the LTP coming up, it's going to be very challenging financially for us. Very challenging, and there are other projects I think that would be ahead of yours, and one of those would be the river plan and the gardens plan, and there's lots of others, but they will be weighed up. But to have the best chance, that needs to be weighed up with proper information. But yes, I think there's a role to play in partnership with council if you really want to be successful. So I think you need to get your committee together and really talk about some initiatives around funding. And certainly what you've done up till now, I'm sure you can do that. So I hope that the motion is supported for all of those reasons that I've outlined. I do think it's a great project, but we have a tough time ahead of us for our 10-year plan and balancing that budget. So good luck.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary. Councillor Young as the seconder. You don't want to speak to her? No. Okay. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. I agree with nearly all of Angela's points, though I'd like to state here and now that provided we get some good proposals with good information, I'll be certainly supporting this as a high priority from my point of view, because we're a large and fast-growing city, and our facilities particularly for teenagers, haven't grown fast. It's not to say that they will only use built facilities. They'll use footpaths and garden place out here and all sorts of things if they're skateboarders. And as long as they're not affecting other people too dramatically, I don't really have a problem with that. But nevertheless, we do need to have some dedicated facilities for them, like we do for other age groups and other sectors of society. But I think that it's important that some work's done ahead of the LTP, and I think the resolution will lead to that. I don't see the need to put some extra money in the annual plan to do that, because I believe that Lance is fully capable of juggling his budgets to ensure that in-house they can, and with the budgets they currently have, they can do the study that's needed towards that. I would hope that something could come up fairly early in the piece. You only have to look at the table on attachment 2 to show that we are lagging behind other cities, even though it's only got about 8 cities in it in the country. I think if you looked at all of them, we're behind that, because look, Ngaruwa here with 6. So, you know, if that's 1 for 6,000, their average is a lot better than Hamilton's. I think we have lagged in that area, and it's one of the things that happens when you go into a lull like the last 6 or 9 years of infrastructure not being kept up to scratch, that you have big hole and you try and play catch up for several years, and it costs an arm and a leg because you didn't keep up. I've also got a lot of sympathy with Rob's points before about that we must have been salting away some we ought to have been salting away some funds in terms of budget over the last few years to replace and refurbish these. I don't think, unlike what the Deputy Mayor said before, I don't think the only solution is to refurbish existing ones. I think we need both, and it's a matter of how you fit them into the plan. So I don't think we should ever lose sight of plans like this, even if we scrub them or extend them for a few years. The fact that 6 years ago we removed them entirely from the budget was wrong. You've got to keep them on the list so you keep paying attention to that sort of thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, thank you. I obviously support the motion. I take the points of the previous speaker. I think it's very important that our reports do actually make sure that we have plenty of historical context in terms of all the previous work that was done, and the fact that, for example, Councillor McPherson reminds us that things were removed from a previous LTP. My only motive, if you like, in terms of refurbishment versus new. In an ideal world, and can I say that the diagrams on table 3, page 15, are very, very helpful, is that if in fact we do come to the crunch, we do want to actually at least move ahead, and that may in the short term involve a good refurb versus brand new. And I think what's also very important, I'm picking up the Australian Melbourne experience in terms of creating existing built environments, and then within that context, what potential and complements to HCC in terms of trying to get some external funding. What options are there in terms of with council assistance around some funding assistance, etc. I think this meeting has been really good in the sense that from this community development, they call it community services committee now, from this committee, you're getting feedback from the elected members. So this is a feedback from this individual elected members. I think to the notion of a skate park on the Founders Theatre site will give you lots of problems. So I just want to flag that. As an elected member, I'm not necessarily keen with a growing city and higher density population in the central area to take away existing green space, which is, passive. However, I'm very open to build on the Memorial V8 tarmac site, and it could be the V8 Memorial Skate Park. Very open to that because there is potentially some synergy with a facility nearby in terms of built facility, in terms of the bowling club, etc. So there's a sort of very open, dare I say it, to dynamics. And you may find, for example, because thanks to the V8's light, you've got half of it tarmac and that. I also want to compliment you on a simple good video, which actually for me, as you probably guess, is not particularly experienced and doesn't do this sport regularly. Probably neither does Councillor McPherson, if truth be known. At least I get an idea, okay? But I think what Councillor Taylor said is really relevant. We do need some of that predictive data.
Just
okay?
to let you know, you're running over time now.
Previous before. So I'll support the emotion, and I do, trust me, want to be helpful. Compliments to H-Town on the work you've done today.
Thank you. And I'm sorry you can't see the timer, so I'm going to give you a bit of a holler just before your 5 minutes to keep everybody on time. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just want to applaud you on your enthusiasm and how you've done it voluntarily, and you're just a model to a lot of the community outfits. The brick batters, I personally will support this because I want to see a little bit more. I think the report, to my mind, is a little bit thin in that it tends to ask the right people the right questions. I'd love to see it put out now, and I think this amendment will do that, put out to the general public to try and test it now with the people it is going to affect other than just the skaters. And I was really encouraged by your answers, especially with the Melbourne experience. That was very helpful. I don't think, for example, table 1, I don't think we should ever let FOMO be part of our decision. The fact that other places have got more skate parks, very nice, interesting, but not useful to my mind. So I will support it, just quite simply because I want to see how well tested it is. And again, as a lot of people have alluded to, skating is a very quick fashion, isn't it? And do we build it in time for today or yesterday? And are we future-proofing it? So that's, again, why I'm going to support this, so we can dig a little bit deeper. So thank you. Good work. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I support the motion. And when I look at this report, I think the timing of this report seems a bit awkward. But when I look at the heading, the report name is the Hamilton Skate Park Updates. So to me, it's a really, really great updates. And thank you, Diana, for all your work. And personally, I do support this project, but I do agree with Councillor O'Leary. There are many projects, and just need to prioritize and what we need to look at. And I think I look at the price range here is 1.5 to 3 million, and I do agree with some partnership. I think it's achievable. So maybe we can bring the list on the priority list further up in the long-term plan. And Another thing, I would like to ask one question to the governance manager. On point 29 there, on 30th August, the Strategy and Policy Committee resolved, that means we have a resolution to report to the annual plan about the skate park proposal. So once we adopted this motion, that means that is gone.
No, it's not.
So we still come back
You can't make
for
a
annual plan.
resolution that contradicts a previous resolution. However, I think it could, depending on the outcome of this vote and the feeling of the group, I think there are ways to address the original resolution by bringing back a report, for example, to the annual plan, saying that it's the view of councillors that this would be investigated more thoroughly for the long-term plan. Okay. So I don't see that they are necessarily contradictory.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mallett.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the resolution. It's a great proposal, and I congratulate you on the hard work you've done, but I do caution you and everyone that there will come a day of reckoning, and the day of reckoning will be when we actually have all of these proposals laid out in front of us, and some tough decisions are going to have to be made.
Thank you. I'll just make a couple of comments too. I am going to vote in favour of the motion. I do support some of the other comments around needing to understand a little bit deeper in the layers of information, but this has been a great start for me. Thank you for your presentation. One other point I wanted to make, now it's gone out of my head, can't have been that important, but there you go. Right, so Councillor O'Leary, Councillor King, Mayor Andrew.
In support of the proposal of the skate park, I also would like to see the previous resolution, which is on the books, to come forward to the annual plan. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean that we can't reconsider it at the next plan, but this is very clear. We've already voted on a full report coming back on the proposal for the Mill Street Park at this annual plan. Okay, so that's on the books, and that still needs to happen.
Okay, and from what Leanne's saying, that can be dealt with at the time, right?
So we have, we're pouring out $1 million playgrounds for kids from the age of 2 years old to 10-year-olds, and those kids end up going somewhere once they get to 10 to 20. They need to go to the next level, and not all kids are involved in structured sport. And at this stage, largely, this sport isn't a structured sport. We probably shun it a little bit because there's a bit of a gangster image that goes with it, but these kids want to look like that. It's all part of the game. And we shouldn't turn our back on investing in this large group of children from the age of 10 to 20 because of the fact that they don't want to be locked up into a structured system. They want to do their own thing. They want to find their own personality, they want to put out their own individual image, and that's what they do. So it could be as simple as we drop a couple of destination playgrounds in favour of a skate park, and there's no reason why that can't be considered at the annual plan that's coming up. Diana, you're a visionary and a motivator. You planted the seeds, just keep watering. Don't give up. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for actually reminding me that was a comment I wanted to make, that I do strongly support us looking at that next age group up, the youth. We need to keep it in the context of what we're providing for that age band. So thank you for reminding me that what I'd forgotten, Andrew. Angela, right of reply?
I just might surprise some of you, but actually as an ex-skater, yeah, a skater. Well, actually, no, in my day I probably just was a skateboarder. I just wanted to reply to Mayor Andrew's comment around gangster, and I heard what Councillor Bunting was saying, but skater is a culture like everything else. They have their own clothing, their own music, their own vibe, their own language, their own hairstyles. It's certainly not gangster, it's skater. So I just wanted to say that. There's a big difference. These are not gang kids or prospects or anything else. It's just a different culture. It celebrates music, sport, activity, clothing, all of that really cool stuff. So not gangster.
Thank you. We've got a motion up on the board, which we're going to put all. Got no way of showing you it, so it's all in favour. Say aye. Aye. Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. I'm thinking, well, I'm in your hands. It depends on our guests because they've sat very patiently for the hot morning. I was thinking of breaking at 1:30. Is that doable? Yep. Okay, so we will break for lunch at 1:30 out of respect for the visitors who've sat so long to speak with us. Okay, thank you. On to that item now, please. I'd like to welcome Simon, Jennifer and Julian to talk to us about the Te Awa River Ride. And as you'll know, councillors, we've been invited, I can't remember the exact date, but we've been invited to have a cycle and looking forward to that up towards the new park. And Jennifer's going to sit in the background because she can't say a word. Frustrating, isn't it? Welcome. She has laryngitis. I know how that feels. I've had it. Welcome, everyone.
Well, thank you, Councillor, and it's been, I'm actually predisposed to being late normally, so it's good to be 3 hours early today and listen to the debate, especially I enjoyed the skate conversation. We're looking to do an adventure park or a leisure park out at Horatu direction, and it's really targeted at that 10 to 20-year-olds, and certainly it'd be nice to be able to incorporate a skate element to that. We're looking at wake parks and bike parks and rope courses and so on. So we've been working with Richard and his team just on that and just keeping them up to date. So and also the conversation prior to that around gyms and so on. I guess there's not many sports that are improving or increasing in participation these days, and one of them is gym membership, as Councillor Mallett pointed out. But the issue, of course, is that they do cost money, and you're probably spending $600 to maybe $2,000 on a gym membership, and a lot of those youngsters and families do struggle to afford that. And so we're talking about Te Awa, which is actually the region's biggest outdoor gym. It's around 200,000 square metres. It's probably about 1,000 odd gyms, and of course membership is free. So we just want to talk a little bit about that and give you a quick update on the project. We know you're a new council, there's some new faces at the table, and just to let you know where we want to head over the next couple of years. So I'll speak to a few and then we'll get Julian to add to that. Which one do I, the top one? Brilliant. Okay, thank you. So the Te Awa journey started about 8 years ago. It was a 3-year project, so I don't quite know what happened. But it came out of the Jobs Summit with John Key and so on, and we applied for some tourism money from the government. We missed out, but decided to go ahead anyway and kicked it off with a $3 million grant from Perry Foundation. Yeah, maybe 5 years ago. That's me in the middle, yes. You'll see a number of identities in there. So we got... yes, indeed. So Gordon is in the background. I'm not sure where his bike went that day, but we did a little ride, and it'll be good to see you all riding in a few weeks' time. So we've kicked off. We've got a great trust here. We've got Julian Williams. We've got myself, Sarah Ulmer, Mark Engel, Barry Harris, a former involvement with council, of course, Neil Richardson, and Kerry Golter helps us out as well. Our vision, you can see there, we've taken a long time to come to this vision because it's a very important exercise to determine really what you're all about. It's about the Waikato River and the tourism strategy. In fact, a lot of Hamilton City's own plans all focus around the river, and there are a number of plans, as you know, that link to the river. It links communities, so we go from Ngaruawahia through to Karapiro. So there are 4 or 5 communities within that, in addition to Hamilton. It's about culture, ecology, and I think you've heard a lot this morning about active experiences. And of course, cycling is one of those experiences, one of those few actually activities that is growing in popularity versus a lot of other sports that are much more structured. It's a bit like skating. It's one of those things you can just jump on your bike, get out there at any time, any place. So we'll just talk a bit about that. When I get this thing to work. Here we go. So I guess just a few stats, and this is a little out of date. We've done around 22 kilometres at the end of the last stage, so I'll run through those stages. We'll be up to around 28, 29 kilometres when we open the next stage, which will be about 3 or 4 months away. Around 360,000 users, so we do have counters. We do count the activity levels and have done that for 3 or 4 years now. We've built 4 sections and we've actually spent around, by the end of the next section, around $14 million getting it to where it is today. And that's a real community effort from Waikato Region, our councils, our trusts. Well Energy Trust were a big part of that. We had some nervous times for my councillor on the right with some voting around that, but that was a fantastic fillip to getting that Puketi Horatu section going. We've obviously done a lot of planting, so it's opened up a lot of access to the river, and we've got an MOU with councils. That's been very important because what we do is we get the trail built, the trust raises the money, we design it, we work with council staff, and then we vest ownership of the trail across to councils at the end of it, so that it becomes council asset. Well, it's a bit of a delay. Now the Horatu section, in fact, that was our second section. I think I've skipped one. Go back one. Yeah. Jeepers, this is a very touchy thing. Karapiro. That was our first section. We opened that in 2010. And it was a fantastic, I guess, asset, become a fantastic asset for the Cambridge and Leamington community. We've had a lot of use there by the rowers and by the community. It runs along the road and then gets out towards the domain. The second one that we built was the Horatu section, and this is where Well Trust came in. So we'd used up a lot of the $3 million that we'd got from the foundation. We got Well Energy Trust, they put in $900,000, and Trust Waikato and a number of others. We also got Waikato District Council on board for some of this stage. So that's another 7 odd kilometres that went out through there. And then Council, of course, built the Puketi section to link with that. So we now can get all the way out to the Horatu Bridge. Our third section is the Avantidrome section. So that links with the National Centre of Cycling Excellence, the velodrome. We put a bike park out there. We've also recently put a bike park at Horatu. So we have 2 bike parks, and it's interesting the conversation around skate parks, etc. Bike parks, we've spent around $250,000 on these parks, so not quite as much as a skate park, but a very similar exercise. And the one out at the velodrome, we've got a cafe there. We've recently just put in a children's playground. And it's extremely popular. We get a lot of Hamilton kids that get out there, they ride Te Awa, they'll do the bike park. The younger ones, this is probably the pre-5-year-olds, will be on the playground. So we've got some levels for all the kids, and of course there's the velodrome, etc., and the cafe. So we see kids, a lot of birthday parties, they just set up there, we've set up tables, and there's a lot of activity there just off the road there out at Cambridge. We've just recently set up a bike park at Horatu, and we're looking to develop that as part of the adventure park that I referred to earlier. So that section there was generously supported by Waipaha Council and the Ngarawahia section. So this is our most recent section. We run from Ngarawahia south, and we've got to about halfway towards Hamilton. What we're building currently is the next section that will connect these 2 sections, and that'll give us around 30 odd kilometres, and might even be 25 kilometres continuously from the Hakaramaras through to Hamilton Gardens. And it's a fantastic experience. We quite often do it. In fact, it's so busy in the weekends that we actually try to do it during the week because it's almost a hazard with all the walkers. And I would like to commend the work that council has done recently in widening certain sections of the central city, because obviously we've got some 3-metre sections either side of the city, and that works really well. And then you come into the city where it's quite busy, and you've got more people and a more narrow path, so it can become a little bit hazardous. So I think those efforts to widen the central city are very important. So I'll just hand it over to Julian, who works a lot with NZTA, with Waikato Region, with Tainui, just around some of the benefits, and I'll finish off.
Ahi maari a koutou, pai te tūtaki i a koe, Paula. Tēnā koe, hoki ki te tūmu whakaraia Richard. Tēnā koe, te kaunihira hau o Kirikiriroa, tēnā koutou. Kia ora, I'm Julian Williams. I previously worked for the tribe for 12 years or so, and recently started up my own business under Te Huia Consultancy. And but I've been on the board now for about 6 of the 8 years, and it's been a pleasure to see how it's grown. Probably gone beyond what my expectations were, so hopefully that can I can show that through in my discussion here today. Just want to know, firstly, invite you to join our Facebook page. We've got about 2,000 followers, and we get a lot of feedback on there about the benefits. Also, they raise a lot of excitement around, we can't wait until the whole, all the sections are complete so they can cycle to work and reduce some of those congestion issues we might have on our roads. But for the health benefits, I think it's pretty obvious. The main thing for us, if I talk about the health of the river, is that we wanted to have the cycleway go along the entire riverbank. It's just impossible. We have to have discussions with landowners as well as council. So we're targeting at least 80% where we can travel along the river. Some of the best things I've seen are just having our kids cycle along there, but in Ngarawahia recently saw 2 of our nannies on their motorised mobility scooters with their new wheeled bags, which is really neat to see though, so they get to go and get their groceries and travel safely along while looking at the river they grew up on. And we're also adding a few more structures along there so we can have those gyms, so that Mark can do his 50 chin-ups after his cycle ride, providing for kids to have some, just more activities rather than just cycling and walking. I think I don't really need to discuss too much more about the health benefits, just know that we all just know that walking, getting outside, especially during the summer, is good for us. But there are health benefits for our river, where the river settlement was, and for example, providing a healthier relationship between our people and the river, and focusing our faces towards the river rather than our backs. The economic benefits, firstly, apologies here from Sarah. Sadly, her mum is a bit unwell, but she did some reconnaissance work with us, with Jen, down in Queenstown to see if we build this track, what do people actually want? And there are probably less people that will travel here just to cycle the track. There are a lot more day trippers, and what they do want is to be able to cycle for a couple of hours to a spot, to find somewhere to eat, have a kai, rejuvenate, and then head back to wherever they're staying. But there's been some huge benefits to the local businesses and the community. In our discussions with Waipa, as much as we wanted to stay along the river, they asked, how do we get the track to come through our cafes and our main town centre so that they can benefit as well? And so those are the discussions we have with the councils to improve the community economic well-being as well. Our environment, sorry, just a bit of delay. Our environmental benefits and discussions with the tribe and the maraes along the riverway. We realised that a lot of people would look at the river and see that what's going into the river, but look at it as a track towards the river. What we're trying to do here is recognise that the river really is like a central nervous system to the Waikato region, including Hamilton, and us to create pathways from her to the smaller communities. Over the past 2 years, we've been consulting with communities through another project, and they're starting to attach further cycleway and recreational paths from this. And so it's created a nice backbone to the region, where we hope to see it's provided access to areas that were previously inaccessible. We've seen Ngāti Haua Mahi Trust, Waikato River Care, access areas now for riparian planting, and create jobs. And also confidence for new contractors to then pick up further contracts with regional council and other councils as well. And so the environmental benefits really are just created from the backbone of the river. And over the next 5 to 15 years, we'll be targeting working with the Waikato River Authority to target more funding towards these areas. Another thing is we're trying to do is make sure that on these hot days, our people are swimming in safe spaces, so giving safe access to the river at the same time. community benefits are quite. It's like they say you build a road. So Hakari Mata, for example, when Doc built a better track, the numbers must have been 1,000% have increased. The same with Te Awa. Hamilton was quite early in their pathway along the river, and now we're just hoping to expand that. We've seen the Tri-Māori happen now in Cambridge, where the cycleway is used for the running track, where that started once a year and now it's 4 times a year. We're starting to see more events happen in Cambridge because of the cycleway having bike days. I think there's one in March that they'll be hosting. And so the community benefits, I'm sick of seeing people drive through the Waikato and go to Rotorua. And I'm hoping this is going to open up cultural tourism as well. And Hamilton's identified at least a dozen sites along the pathway that are sacred to Waikato Tainui, Ngāti Wairere, etc., Mahanga. And so this will, and I've heard the tribes talking about it, creating cultural tourism on the back of the cycleway to access these areas. House prices increasing, which is, I think that's going to happen anyway in Hamilton. But it gives us some community pride and a livable Hamilton. I think the best thing I like about it is the cycleways are so easy to access, and they are easy. The only time I got scared about the cycleway was when I heard Sarah Olmai, our Olympic champion, say in Cambridge there was a really hard part. So if it was hard for her, it was going to be tough for us. So many community benefits as well as economic and environmental. I'm going to hand you back to Simon to finish us off.
Hold that and we will get your question to Julian put. Thanks.
I'll only be a moment or two, Gary, because I know you're hungry. But just touching on Julian's comments around tourism, yes, a lot of our tourists do head to Rotorua, as we know. We're getting a few, or more than a few, going to Hopperton now and Waitomo, but not many of them stop at in Hamilton. And so a key part of Te Awa is to attract more people to do those half-day trips, to stay. We're looking at a significant development north of Hamilton as well that will add some more tourism and so on to the region. So we see this as a huge economic driver as well as obviously a community facility. And if you look at the tourism vision that Hamilton and Waikato Tourism, they talk about the vision as being the mighty Waikato River is the lifeblood that flows throughout the region and embraces visitors, is recognised for its manakitanga and is alive with people enjoying authentic experiences, journeys and vibrant communities. So that's all. It's almost the same vision as Te Awa's in many respects. So our just a quick update on where we're heading over the next probably 2 or 3 years. We hope to wrap it up within about 10 years because a 3-year exercise, 10 years is probably plenty. But we've got 2 more stages to look at after the current one. The current one is north of Hamilton, that is connecting Ngaruawahia with Hamilton or with Horotū. To do that, we're building a bridge across the river. Some of you will know about this. It's about a $1.5 million exercise to span the bridge. This is an old picture of it, but we are looking at theming the bridge in greens and blues to represent the awa and the environment, and in fact using lighting to light it up at night. So it'll be quite an iconic feature of the trail, and we're looking to open this section probably around April of this year, and we'd love to see you all out there with a community event, April or May. It just depends on construction and so on. So that will be just south of the Ngaruawahia Golf Course. We'll cross to what is the eastern side and then head down to the Horotū Bridge. You will then cross back and you'll be back on the eastern side. So once that does open, we'll connect, as I say, Hakramatas with Hamilton Gardens, and we have a really decent stretch of cycling. And of course, it connects a number of our other facilities, the mountain bike park, the Hamilton Gardens itself, the museum. So many of our attractions are all within a couple of minutes. The next section is Hamilton to the Avantidrome. So this is what we really want to talk to you about in the long-term plan. We're budgeting, an exercise is currently being done on this with Catherine and her team, but we estimate that it could be around a $12 million exercise. What we've had recently is a huge amount of support from NZTA. So that last section that I just mentioned, they put in around $2.5 million towards that. It's probably 60% of the budget. They're already talking positively about supporting this section. So it's all around leverage. For every dollar that the city puts in, we're probably getting $4 or more from other entities, and it's not often that you are able to build facilities for the region and for the city where you get that sort of leverage. So the ROI and the return to the community is compounded because of their support by national and other trusts, etc. So the trail you see there actually is the least preferred option. We are looking to follow the river from around the Hooker Road to the velodrome, which gives us back to that 80% sort of target that we have to follow the river itself. But the balance of the trail is likely to come through the Tamahiri community and connect with that new village that the Tamahiri that Waikato district are building. They're spending somewhere around $12 to $15 million on that. So as Julian said, it's great to be on the river, but it's also great to grab that coffee and do a bit of shopping or what have you. So that's our next section. We expect to have that business case out, I guess, within 2 or 3 months, with working with Catherine and her team. So really what we're after from council, we've had a lot of support from Waipa and from Waikato District because a lot of our track has actually been laid in their districts, but that connection from Hamilton City, from Hamilton Gardens across to Tamahiri is in the Hamilton City confines, and we're hoping that we'll get some good support from council, and of course we'll be hitting up all of the other funders and corporates, etc., as we have been to date. And I guess just to summarise everything, we just do congratulate the initiatives that you've put in to date with widening the trail and some of the other cycleways that have been happening on the western side. We urge you to consider the benefits, particularly on the health. You've heard all the numbers earlier today about those communities that are struggling to get active, whether you're a farmer or a school child or a senior citizen. This is an opportunity to do that, and we have put in our first outdoor fitness park also at Horotū to just experiment with that opportunity to do a bit of fitness as well as access playgrounds and so on. The capital cost, of course, it is more expensive than other trails in New Zealand. However, the maintenance and the usability of the concrete trail has really been worth it. We've had a lot of feedback from the national cycleways. A lot of them are spending money, and in fact, the trails are closed a lot of the time because they get falls and problems with the trail. They're struggling to keep up the maintenance. This trail is better than a road. The maintenance really is all about just mowing the sides and the occasional seat or what have you. We also see opportunities to look at cultural pieces along the way, artworks and so on, and use technology. As you all know, we talked about smartphones earlier. Having an interactive journey with your smartphone that creates a really high quality tourism experience or community or educational experience. So we look forward to joining you in a couple of weeks' time or 2 or 3 weeks' time and have a ride on that northern section. So I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Henry?
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much for that presentation. I love it. I've just started riding bikes and we've used most of the trails already, and it's been wonderful. Now, coming back to the tourist, you're talking about attracting tourists. In other cities around the world, you can hire bikes in the city, and now the tricky part, of course, here in New Zealand is we have a helmet law. And now, do you know about the helmet law? I just want to make that very, very clear, because when that came in, 50% of people stopped biking. Did you know that?
I didn't know this stat, but one of my other roles is chairman of Cycling New Zealand, and we do a lot of cycling overseas, and it really is quite frustrating. I'm a fan of not having helmets personally, but the law is the law, and of course it's a New Zealand transport issue, so happy to lobby, but we're stuck with that at the moment.
Do you know the law? Do you know what
Not
it says?
the detail, no.
Okay, I can tell you.
No.
But I'm not allowed to, but I'll tell you privately. So
Thank you.
No,
Good chance to raise the issue which you've had, but move on with questions.
Just in terms of bike hire, we have been working with council at Hamilton Gardens, doing a pilot bike hire scenario, and also with Novotel in town. And we work with the velodrome as well. They've got a bike hire. So as the trail gets completed, we see a big part of that as the infrastructure around cycling hire and B&Bs. And in fact, we're just putting together our tourism. Our site is being reconstructed to become a user-friendly tourist site, as opposed to the past, which has been all about construction. So we're moving in that direction.
So do you know, just one more question, do you know from overseas, are these bike hiring places, are they sponsored by the city or by businesses or by groups like you?
I think generally private enterprise.
Okay.
So the Advantage-Rome one is privately run by the bike shop there. And it really comes down to economics.
Mm-hmm.
We're just fostering it more as a pilot to see what kind of hireage, what kind of bikes. Electric bikes, of course, are becoming really popular, and we hope to introduce electric bikes as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mallett.
Thank you, and thank you, Simon, and your team for the work you've done on this, and keep going. Thank you. Hey, a couple of things. Do you have stats on your accident rate? Do you know? Because there are issues.
We
there.
do. We have a health and safety commitment to maintain those, and we've had a couple of accidents, but nothing fatal, but a couple of hospital events. But you get that in all cycling scenarios, whether on road, obviously. Road statistics are showing that there is a decrease in bike-related stats or accidents. I know NZTA are putting a lot of effort into that area, but it is, part of the game. It's sort of like concussion in rugby, I suppose.
You're exactly right. I can't remember. Hey, and just on part of your presentation, Julian, you showed a stat up there that 64 to 84% of people said the cycleways were the reason they came to Hamilton or something. Without calling out on that one, we're constantly told that Hamilton Gardens is the big draw card, or Hobbiton's the big draw card. I'm just a bit sceptical. Yeah, go back to it. Just a bit sceptical on that stat, because we do get told that everything's the heart, the crown and the jewel, and we all take turns.
Yeah. Jen just filled us in there. That's her and Sarah put this together, but that's a combination of 4 different trails, not our trail. So it's surveys relating to. Do you know which trails, Jen? So we've got Hauraki, Queenstown, etc. So that wouldn't necessarily represent Te Awa.
Oh, that wasn't. Okay. All right. Yeah. So why? Okay. So why was it up there at all?
Hold on. I think what it is indicating is that if we move in that direction, I've got to find it, we will see more and more visitors coming. I don't necessarily think it's going to be 70% coming as a result of Te Awa. There it is there, 64 to 84% indicated the cycle trail was the only or main reason for their visit. So Hauraki, for example, that stat could be quite high. Whereas Queenstown, you'd think it's pretty low because there's a heap of things to do in Queenstown.
So that's not related to so that's just a generic of what these sorts of things can do if they're done well. And
from a survey, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I wouldn't pay too much attention to the...
And you had a question to Julian, no? Gary? That was it, was it? Oh, your question that you were
That's me
holding.
done, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bunting?
Relates to this is probably more directed at Lance. This, the cycle map we got given, which is excellent. I don't know if you've seen this. It's kind of a council map of all the cycleways. My only concern is, and I'm wondering how you guys are placed to do this, is do they join up? Like the western one, which we've spent a lot of money on, it's going to be fabulous. Te Awa is going to be absolutely brilliant, but they seem to be quite disconnected. Is there
Yes, that's a good point. Te Awa itself has a further goal to connect with other cycleways in the city and indeed in those smaller communities, Cambridge, Ngaruahia. But our primary focus has been just to get from the north to the south. I neglected to mention that last because that red piece you see there connects with the Waikato River trails. Yep. So that is the final stage, which may not all be concrete because you don't need to go that hardcore down there, but that would connect you all the way to Taupo, for example, in terms of a trail. But within the city, we'd urge council to think, about connections, particularly for school routes and for commuter routes, because it's a no-brainer, isn't it? You want to be able to get to schools safely, and we've seen in that example mentioned earlier out at Rotorua what can happen if you create those safe connections in terms of numbers of kids actually going to school.
Lance, you got any?
Catherine's the cycling girl.
Oh, cool, thank you.
Within the biking plan, we have a number of projects that are identified within there, and one of those is, I think you mean the Western Rail Trail and connecting that through to the Tiawa. So it is highlighted as a gap across the city, so it is something that is on the plans. It's just a case of when we can construct it.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was thinking under Centre Place and that tunnel would be pretty cool, but...
Yes, so there is a primary and secondary network identified within the biking plan which shows the gaps in the network that we would like to construct and link.
Great, thank you. That's all for me.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes, Simon, I was just focusing on your comment about NZTA funding, which I was encouraged by, because that's been traditionally a difficult area, both for cycling and walking, to get road funders to fund that. So was that a one-off, or is there a program that cycleway creators builders can apply to? Give us some lessons.
We've worked really hard with them for probably 3 years, and their radar for cycling's gone up. They used to have a part-time person involved in cycling. Now they've got a team of 9 working on and supporting cycleways across the country. So their aim is to reduce traffic on main highways, to create alternatives, and they basically, it's a drop in the bucket for them. They spend $2 billion connecting Auckland and say Hamilton. They can throw another 20 million at a cycleway, they'll look at it. So we're working extremely hard. Sarah has some great networks, and Jen working with the local regional network, and as I say, we've had $2.5 million for that northern bit. We'd hope to see them have a larger contribution towards this velodrome piece, but I couldn't be specific on the number. But they're very involved in the project planning.
Great, thanks.
Councillor Gallagher?
The key with Excursion, the Peacocks Road and the Mystery Creek, is that sort of a more longer term aspiration? I mean, obviously your next stage is presumably much, is the achievable within a budget, but the excursion's more of a longer term in terms of funding?
Well, we've got great enthusiasm from Mystery Creek, from the field days to connect. So we do see an opportunity to do a spoke across to Mystery Creek as a key stop. But the indications from the business case to date shows that we're best to stay on the eastern side or the Tamaheri because of the community numbers and the economics. Going around the Peacocks route could cost quite a lot more, but we can still come off Pencarrow in that area and connect with the Field Days site, which would be great. And I know they're keen to see more people get out there, because the congestion, obviously, at Field Days time is not good.
Within the Peacock structure plan, where does that all fit in terms of our part in developing that cycleway, walkway along there? I wonder if
I know they've
staff can answer.
planned to do a lot of cycleways within Peacocks, but I guess the ideal world would be a loop across back along Peacocks, so you've got a sort of a community amenity, and the same goes for the northern Ngarohia section. But at the end of the day, we've got to choose one side of the river to get that first connection in, and then the opportunity to come across and back around Peacocks as that area develops certainly remains a possibility.
And for our own staff, as we talk and develop the Peacocks structure plan and the housing accord and all of that, what I want to hear is some kind of, where we're at in terms of our LTP and our vision for opening that up for our own staff. And then just finally, obviously, I congratulate you, as many have, on your well-deserved Queen's Honour, but also being very mindful of the huge family legacy for which we thank you. What an amazing, you and your team, what an amazing project this is, for which we're all profoundly grateful.
Thank you. Mayor King?
I was just going to mention the bridge connecting Peacocks, which hopefully is going to go in the next few years off the end of Wairera Drive. And whether, if part of that was a cycleway, the widths of the footpaths and things like that. It would probably be good feedback from you to our General Manager, Chris Allen, on that type of thing. If you're going to take a link into Peacocks and around Peacocks and back out, well, that could be one of the major ways in and out, so, which would connect.
Well, there's no cheaper time to build a cycleway at the same time as the bridge, certainly. And I guess you're obligated to have some footpath there anyway, so it's a question of then a little bit more width to accommodate those cyclists.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question myself, just around, you've given us this pie chart, which can't be quite right in terms of the colour coding, but it's got the quantums on it, because it's got Hamilton at 900,000 and it's got a bigger chunk than Waipa with its 2 million there, but anyway, in the colours.
Yep.
Two questions about that. When I was at a function late last year, you had another pie chart that showed, and because I'm just trying to scratch my mind as exactly what was left, there was a very small wedge left to complete this whole connection from Ngāruawāhia through to Cambridge, right? Which is, and we're the piggy in the middle, we're the bit in the middle. So, but out of all the funding, you'd got more than 90% of the funding you needed, and a small amount was needed to complete this work in the middle. Can you remember that pie chart? I'm sorry, because I know I talked to Jennifer at the time.
Yes, that chart was depicting the Ngāruawāhia section itself, not the entire. I think that pie chart that Jen put up on at our 60th was focusing on that Ngāruawāhia section. We were announcing the bridge. Yeah. So yes, it was only a fraction which we've now got the funding for. Yeah. This refers to the full trail, and it is a little out of date. And it also, I think, and Jen will correct me, it ignores the construction of the Puketi section. I know, so the 900k does include the Puketi section that Hamilton City has invested in. So it would only ignore non-Te Awa related cycling and any upgrading of the, which I notice is currently happening. But you can see that the smaller councils have really got behind it.
And so does that amount include the more recent amount that Waipa pledged to it, that they said doesn't actually have to be spent in Waipa, can in fact be spent in the city if it resulted in that connectivity that we're all seeking?
Yes, it does. Yeah, because they put in only 500k in that very first section, but we've increased that to 2 million now.
Okay. Yeah. So do we know what the cost is? Just how long's the piece of string? If we were to go ahead and do the city bit, which includes some of the discussions you're having in Hammond Park and other areas, how much would that be now? What to get us connected, Ngāruawāhia to Cambridge?
Well, we think it's in the ballpark of 12 odd million. 12 million? But that work's still being done, and it could be 10, it could be 14, but and it does depend a little on the route. Mm-hmm. As I say, NZTA, we're hoping to put a really big chunk in, and we'll be hitting up the trusts, and of course Waipa will be part of that, and Waikato, mainly Waikato, it crosses some of their territory. And and that's around and that gives us a river access, and we've been talking to landowners. We've got 3 main ones, including St Peter's, 4 main ones, and that'll give us probably about 8 kilometres of direct river access from Hooker Road right through to the velodrome.
I very much hope I'll be able to see the day when it is fully connected. I know slightly the answer to this, but just to say that allows that other councillors might know. Waikato Regional Council's contribution is?
Region, actually. Yep, actually nothing. Yeah, I mentioned them earlier as a supporter, but financially we haven't been successful at this point.
And I suppose it's a bit naughty of me, Council, but it was only just to put it out there to have that articulated for our future conversations around regional funding, which I was an advocate before in my previous role. Okay, thank you very much for coming along, and good luck with this work. And I wholeheartedly agree with the rest of Council in commending you for your leadership across this and giving us one of the best facilities across New Zealand.
Thank you. And just on the region, of course, I think it was 6 or 7 million that they put into the velodrome project. which is paying a lot of dividends, community and elsewhere. But I think probably it's almost time we can hit them up again for this. And I know Jen's got plans to do that.
Look forward to it.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you. I'd be happy to move that the report be received. Councillor Gallagher will second that. Is there anybody who wants to talk to it in particular? I mean, this is an iterative conversation, so it's going to go forward. I'll put them...
Very quick. So no time's moving on. I just am very keen, and the Mayor raised the issue with the opportunities around the new Wairiri crossing, and I'm really keen in our LTP, and we talk about the housing accord and we talk about peacocks, that we really maximise the joined-up thinking, and I realise so. These are, dare I say it, the huge opportunities and building blocks. And it may be, for example, if we look at the river trail and peacocks, initially you may not get the full concrete. There might be a bit of gravel. There's a whole series of steps. But when opportunity presents itself, but believe you me, that crossing, the Wairiri Road Bridge, gives us great opportunities, in my view.
Just to add from a staff point of view, it's already on the cards, that discussion, so we're already considering cycle crossing as part of that bridge. It's always been part of that discussion, and also we've been having discussions with the property owners around the river as well in terms of cycleways, and it's already reflected in the structure plan as well. So
thank you again all for coming in. We appreciate it because you've had to wait quite a while, and but thank you for being here personally. I'm going to put the motion. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. And we are now adjourned until 2 for lunch break. Unpopular as that might be with some, but we yeah, that'll show him for being late.
Let's go straight on the annual plan.
So we're on to item 11, which is Hamilton City Council's submission to the proposed Waikato Regional Plan. This shouldn't take very long because it's basically a fairly small change that you're proposing, right? And we had a fairly at-length conversation about the content of it prior. So do you want to highlight what's...
Thank you.
You will have read it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillors.
Look, through you, just ask that the report be taken as read, and essentially just to remind you all that myself, Paul and other colleagues from Council gave you a presentation about Healthy Rivers. I suppose it was a quasi-briefing in December where we'd sought direction from you in terms of A, making a submission which you verbally confirmed, B, the general parameters of that submission which you confirmed to us, which are generally outlined in paragraph 16 in terms of the summary of submission that cover, from staff's perspective, the salient points that you wanted to see addressed in the submission. And finally, also that there was a verbal confirmation that based on the staff recommendation that we're all in this process, that we follow the relief sought in our submission right through the plan change process. So just to that last point, I'd like to draw your attention, if I may, Madam Chair, an additional recommendation that is not in the report that I would ask elected members to consider, and that would be a new recommendation C, so that after the wording that the Community and Services Committee, it would insert resolves to continue to pursue the relief sought in Council's submission throughout all stages of the plan change process. The reason why I'm asking for that is that it's signalling a commitment that we will see through and protect the very good things that we've already got in the plan change for the city, and that we will ensure that they are delivered throughout the whole process. It could be a multi-year process, and it's just flagging that to elected members, and that's the. So other than that, I'm happy to take any questions from elected members.
Okay, thank you. I've lost my questions in front. So Councillor Pascoe first, but just in saying that, I agree with you. We've had a chance to read it. We had a lot of input. So if we can just stick our questions or commentary to those things that have changed from that point in time would be great. But away you go, Rob.
I'll keep my questions. I have got a number of questions, but I think they might duplicate what has already been discussed. But in terms of our opposition in part, does it mean that if the our submissions and our opposition is not accepted, that we continue to pursue the opposition until we get a position that is one that that is acceptable to Council?
That's what I'm signalling through this process, so that in shorthand what would happen is if you agree to the content of the submission, it will be lodged with the Regional Council. The Regional Council are then obliged to consider the submission and summarise it and publish the relief that we're seeking in a public document, along with all the other submitters on the plan change. We then in turn have the ability to make a further submission on what other parties have said about Healthy Rivers. So we would generally confine any further submissions we've got to people who are trying to unwind what we want. Okay, so if someone opposes the relief that we're seeking, which is mainly about protecting our interests around our municipal infrastructure, then my instruction to staff would be to submit against people trying to undermine our policy position. What happens then is those all of the submissions, everything that's being sought out in the public domain, is then reported formally by the regional council in a public hearing. Now, the earliest that public hearing would be is probably the back end of this year. That might change, and then what would happen is myself and other staff would appear on behalf of council to continue to seek the changes that are foreshadowed in this detailed submission today.
So it's a little bit like the district plan
it's
process.
Exactly the same
And
process.
so we can hold out right to the end in terms of anything that we still oppose in the submission that the regional council might have ignored or...
Look, I think the regional the submissions that we have made here, in my mind, are beneficial to the regional council. They help them with regard to urban discharge issues for healthy rivers. I think they're not in the same vein as some of the other sectors that are really climbing into healthy rivers. I think we'll have a high degree of success in getting a lot of this relief being accepted by the region, but we'll just have to wait and see, and we can report back to you to give you an update on how that's going.
Okay, and last question is around paragraph 22 on risks. If the plan change processes were protracted, council may incur additional costs. Could the reverse occur, that if other parties gain approval for activities presently presented in the plan, that might leave the Hamilton City Council with much lower compliance costs?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure if I follow your question. Do you
Well,
mind
you say in paragraph 22, and it suggests that if the plan change process were protracted, that's, I presume, our objections to it.
So it's not so much our objections, it's not solely our objections and how successful we are in getting what we want from the region. There's also other parties out there that, even though the region may agree with us, there may be other parties out there that oppose that agreement, and that might protract it. I suppose what I'm signalling to elected members here is that this is a lengthy process, that this is a significant environmental management initiative on behalf of the region, and it will go for a couple of years at a minimum.
Okay.
It's very normal practice.
Party to protect your space to be an interested party, isn't it? And that's what you're trying to achieve here?
That's correct, yeah.
And just one quick one. If we haven't already opposed something and we find that there is significant interest in opposition to it, such as, the potential impact on business, can we join that opposition in a second or a third or a fourth round? I know you couldn't in the district plan.
No, our rights are limited by the scope of our submission, and the scope is defined by the content that is included in attachment 1 to this report.
So in some ways taking a silo approach, as we've done, and not having considered some of the other factors that we know from publicity are likely to be major, may have major opposition to the plan. We're excluding ourselves.
We're not getting involved in that.
Yeah. And we are potentially excluding ourselves in future from getting involved in
We
this.
are excluding ourselves from that.
Thank you.
Councillor Casson.
Really quick one. Just, I see with the PPC1 plan, it's over 80 years. My question is this realistically achievable, this plan? Because I was just reading an article from 2015 and Stuff where if we're going to do this over 80 years, it's going to cost $7.78 billion to do.
Yep.
And that's the premium standard, but even the smaller standard they want for swimming and taking food is $3.88 billion.
They're the modelled economic total costs to, I suppose, to the wider economy. That's not a direct cost solely attributable to landowners themselves impacted by it. It's about the much wider, broader effects. And the reason why that's averaged out over an 80-year period, and that was where the collaborative stakeholder group got to, because to reach those targets around around improving water quality that Healthy Rivers seeks to achieve. You could bring it on much faster, but there is a greater cost to do that, and the CSG decided that was the most equitable and fair approach to achieve those improvements in the river over a longer time span.
Cheers.
Thank you. Councillor Mallett.
Thank you. Just similar points to what James raised there. Paragraph 12, we're talking about making the river safe for people to swim and to take food from over its entire lengths. Has that horse bolted? I mean, that's just an absurdity to me. I mean, we have swimming pools. We've moved on. Yeah, sure. We can. I swim in the river now. It's the safety thing is not so much swallowing the water's not flash, but it's not going to kill you. It's the eddies and things like that. That's the danger. So, is it too late for us to suggest that no, making the thing swimmable is uneconomic, unrealistic, and there's much better ways to spend our money than that?
The objective in the vision and strategy for the Waikato River is that the water quality is restored so that it is safe. The water quality is safe to swim in or to harvest and consume food from. So that is enshrined in the legislation.
Over its entire length. So every square millimetre of the river has to be safe, and you have to be able to fish.
That's the objective.
That's the wording.
Well, that's La land stuff, isn't it? This was written by grown-ups?
Well, look, Councillor Matt, I can't comment on it. We didn't write it. It's not our document.
Right.
So is it too late to challenge that anyway?
That's a direct result of the vision and strategy. That's
vision, so it is La land.
No. It's the settlement afforded to Tainui.
Okay, well, that's just an absurdity.
That was enshrined in legislation and actually given a great deal more power than the regional council. So if the regional council fails to deliver to the expectations of Tainui under their settlement, they can impose higher standards, even for that matter, as long as they're consistent with this. So we are in a legislative context. The NPS on the one hand, and the vision is the settlement, river settlement on the other hand.
So who agreed that thing? The government?
It was a treaty settlement.
Okay, going to page 52, paragraph 15, second bullet point. I'm just concerned that the plan change may require council to spend more on wastewater and stormwater infrastructure in the future. At present, the amount is unknown. So thank you for. I mean, I appreciate you've exposed the risk, the unknownness of it. Does anyone want to? What is there any way we can protect ourselves from that, or?
Well, I mean, that's our starting point is that we think the majority of the provisions that are in there are beneficial to us in terms of our infrastructure. The risk is if those provisions are slightly unwound, and I suppose if I go back to what we talked about back in December, there's a whole range of other parties involved in this that are trying to unwind parts of Healthy Rivers, and wrongly some are fingering the blame on the municipals that because we've got point source discharges, but the evidence shows that we've actually done our job very well as an authority in terms of addressing water quality and the quality of the water that we discharge. Some of those unknowns is potentially around water and wastewater. That's why we want to protect what we've got, because if we don't and we get different standards, then they may incur an additional cost, and we just don't know the quantum of that at this point. But it's just a flag to you. That's why it's important we're involved now.
Okay. So what in our submission protects it? So if I'm getting this right, the plan change, which some parts of it we're challenging, may cause us to spend more money on that. So what's the specific? Are you looking for it? Thank you.
So if you go to, if you go to the attachment, and if you see on what I'm reading is page 65, and in that table, and it's apologise for the detailed nature of that, but it has to be structured in that way. This is a technical response. So it's starting really at those, starting at the objective levels, and then the policy levels that.
So sorry, look, you're saying the meaning of objective 3 is not absolutely clear. and some of the wording is inappropriate. That's what you're,
That's
that you think triggers that risk of the,
yeah, that's just, and it flows right through the content of that submission. So it's
Okay.
not just one particular thing, it's a number of different objectives, policies, and then rules and standards that we've made comment on that collectively we say could help our position in terms of our infrastructure.
okay, you wanted the word eventually put in. That softens it. Okay.
Well, that's just one example. And
Yeah,
just, it
yeah,
throws
okay,
right
I understand
through.
that, all right.
Any further questions?
Okay, so just to get it right in my head, so our challenge, you think that by putting the, and I'm not trying to sound disparaging, putting the words, like the word eventually in there, softens that, somewhat reduce that risk.
Well, it
Is
helps
that what you're
us,
saying?
yes,
Yeah,
it
okay.
helps us. So just so you know, for all elected members, this has been prepared with a lot of infrastructure input. So it's not just people up in the planning policy area. It's planning policies. It's the people who understand our infrastructure very deeply. It's being prepared with a lot of input across the organisation as a whole to get a very integrated response around this. It's not just coming from a theoretical perspective. It's looking at the words and the very importance of those words when we eventually might have to get to a consenting regime or to look to get new discharge consents, etc. So it's looking at it from that perspective.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I just note there is one on page 63 in that. There are two value sorry, I'll wait till you get it. It talks about overlapping values on page 63. There's a paragraph A there. Last sentence says there are two value statements recognising the importance of the same thing. Are the two things the taking is the taking one thing and the using of water the second thing?
No.
Oh.
No, there are two value statements, and they are they're overlapping. If you look at Appendix C, you can see how I've proposed to amend the value statements.
Can you give us a page number, please?
Appendix C is on page 87. So what I've in drafting this have proposed is that we include in one value statement the activities of taking and using water.
Sorry, can you, which box are you looking at?
I'm looking at the middle one, which
Okay.
is...
it's got a lot of red in it.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
So just so to be clear, the red is the changes that we're suggesting.
That's what we're suggesting.
Yeah, so the red strike through are elements of that wording that we want removed, and then the new red track changes is what we want inserted into those things.
Okay, so that's good. It's a nice, robust statement saying that water is essential for life. Yeah, yep.
And that it's also used for many other things.
Yeah,
in the
social,
catchment.
economic, cultural well-being. Yeah. So I'm sorry. So where's the overlap? That thing what I was reading before suggested there was some overlap or some
Well, down, if you look at
ambiguity.
on page 87 and the box, the third box down, the one at the bottom, you see that has a heading which I'm suggesting be deleted, which is commercial, municipal and industrial use. I've put that in the box above it.
So we felt like those two boxes had a degree of overlap, and what we've done is clarified, removed the commercial, municipal, industrial use into the middle box.
Okay. I mean, it should just, when you put the words commercial, municipal and industrial, you qualify the word use, don't you? You should just have the use of water, end of story, as opposed to the use of water for commercial, for municipal and industrial use.
Yes. But there's also used for other
and that's my
uses
point. The point is just however humans use water, who cares if it's for municipal or what? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And so you're trying to unpick that qualify, if you know what I mean by qualifying, those three words qualify the verb used, don't they?
Yeah.
They change the meaning of the verb used, yeah. And
Yes.
we want the most open understanding of the word use.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. No more questions. Someone happy to move the report be received? Councillor Tooman, seconder please. Councillor Casson. Do you want to talk to it, Councillor Tooman, or happy to put it? Yep. You don't want to talk to it either, James? No? I'll put it to the floor. We can do it. We can do it by voting. Press your little votey button.
Oh, hasn't that been working?
Your little votey button. Okay, there you go. We have technology.
Not very good technology. Oh,
The
here we go.
motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving right along to the next item, which is the community occupancy. I think Gary.
I'll move.
I moved Councillor Mallett, seconded Councillor Tooman.
Look, I've just got a quick question.
Yep.
Start. And that is, are we getting a fair amount of pushback on the 15 years, given that our two submitters this morning, our two presentations in the public forum indicated that they would have liked to have had a longer term than the 15 years? And I know that that's embodied into the current policy, so...
I think when prompted, majority of the groups would seek a longer term lease to give them that additional certainty. It is the 15 years is the maximum allowed in the community occupancy policy, and there was significant discussion on that through that process. And the reason the rationale for the 15 years was in the past, council granted leases up to 33 years at a time, and recognising that sport and rec activities change, we're ending up in situations where we may have 10 members with 20 years left on their lease.
I understand that. So you don't think the policy needs a relook at in terms? No. Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Any further questions on that, Councillor?
Just regards the next one. And I sort of was questioning the lady earlier on about that. Has any consideration, or has netball been asked for their feedback on a continuation of that lease at all? Because it strikes me as it's a pretty well shared car park and it's not getting any better.
Yes, so we did consult with netball and they were happy with the lease being offered for 15 years to BMX. The two groups work really well at the site. Yes, the car park can get very busy. But the two groups coordinate together to make sure on big events that they actually have different dates.
Right, okay, for the moment.
Well, they've been working well together for quite a long time at the site.
So I guess the question, I'm actually reasonably against the idea, but I'll get into that a bit later. But the question being that in 15 years' time, it's going to be a whole new kettle of fish. I mean, at the moment, you just about need a machine gun to get a car park there at the moment, and in those big netball days, there's cars for all over the place around the area, and it's a major congestion area. And the lady earlier on was saying that they're working well together at the moment, with that personnel change. And was it taken into consideration, the huge congestion there in those days, or how seriously was it taken when you just decided to roll over, or suggest we roll over the rent for 15 years?
Yes, I guess I know that it is heavily congested there. It is a busy space with the destination playground there as well, but I'm not aware of us actually receiving any complaints about the car parking. We do have a management plan for Minogue Park, and if that is when that is reviewed in the future, car parking would be something that we would look at.
Which is whereabouts? Where would the extra car parking be, or?
Yeah, so that would have to be a management plan consideration, yeah. So at the moment, there is no proposal to increase car parking at Minogue Park.
So when's that discussion happening?
I'll have to check our schedule for management plan.
So I'll get Lance to comment on that, because I think this goes to is there's a number of overlapping issues. We're just here today to talk about the lease, but it has those flow-on consequences about parking, which also lends to a discussion around the capacity of various amenities in the city, which is a much wider discussion. So Lance might want to make a comment on that, which will assure you that that conversation can be had in the right place. So, okay.
Yeah, I think Councillor Southgate's covered it reasonably well. I think, and it's good that you pick up on that, is just the other issues associated with, different groups using a particular location on a park. So, the management plan can pick up the parking issue, but I think there's a wider issue around capacity of sporting facilities, as we discussed this morning, and where they actually lie. Netball have a national strategy around their facilities, and it sort of chunks it down national level, regional, sub-regional, local, and they have a bunch of recommendations in there too about having a centre and then having some satellites and that sort of thing.
Right.
So that's probably part of the discussion, and I won't go into the detail, it's all quite complex, and I think other sports have got the same issues as well. So do you centralise it? Do you have a dispersed model, a bit like football clubs and that sort of stuff? But there's the discussion about the home of football and those sorts of things. So I think there's a wider discussion about, and it's what Councillor McPherson brought up this morning, about where geographically do you have your recreation and sporting facilities across the city, taking into account all those wider issues that you've identified.
Yeah.
So we've got some pieces of that jigsaw, and I can talk to you offline around the regional sports facilities plan and some work we've done around sports fields and that sort of thing. We've got some parts of the jigsaw we still need to finish, and that's about getting better information, as we talked about this morning, and then actually making sure we've got the whole of the jigsaw and put that together and see how we don't create one issue by solving another one over here. So it's actually getting that whole helicopter view.
Yeah, which is, so do we cut off our nose to spite our face in that case, by locking into 15 years, or could we make it shorter? Would it affect them adversely if we went for a 5-year lease, for example, while we investigated that sort of thing? Or because we do that, we're locked into that 15 years, we can't do anything until then?
We have got mechanisms in the leases to vary them and to carry out certain things that council might need to do, whether it's anything in Chris's area around, a roading project comes up, or there's a utility network piece of infrastructure that's needed. Those are just a couple of examples, but there's a bunch of clauses in there that give some council some safeguard around having that conversation, working that through in a reasonable way with the parties involved, so that they've got some surety, but we have as well, just so that we future-proof if circumstances change.
So we've got a Health and Safety Act clause, because a hugely congested car park with a lot of kids running around all week.
Yeah, they've got obligations, obviously, and and we have to work through traffic management. But I hear what you're saying. I think the capacity of netball, in my view, is probably pretty much maxed out. It just might be that they do it on different nights and that sort of thing. But it's about where we go next. If netball's growing, significantly, where's the next satellite centre or courts? And that's something that. Like the Rotatuna sports fields across the road from the new school. There's going to be netball in the indoor recreation centre, but also potentially outdoor courts as well. So we work that through in management plans.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mallett.
Thank you. Would there be any reason why either of these two tenants or groups would have been expected to have a longer-term renewal lease, or have they haven't surrendered any perpetual rights or anything? Have they? So these guys were just on our former iteration of a community lease that had, and so they were rolled on to the new one, which we approved last term. So these guys have no expectation. They haven't forgone anything in order to. Okay.
No, so their leases are subject to the term in the policy, and their existing leases had expired, so that's why they came up for new lease applications.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we've taken the paper read. We had a few questions. There are no more questions. It's been moved and it's been seconded. So I propose that we go to the voting. You didn't want to speak to it, Gary, did you? No. Okay, it's slow.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you to staff. That takes us on to the next item, which is this Hamilton City Council Sustainability Stocktake. And, well, they have a bit of an introduction to this, a bit of context setting, but we'll take the actual document as read. and you can derive your questions and comments from that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Councillor. The sustainability stocktake, this stocktake is our second stocktake to Council. We started this journey late in 2015, where we decided to do a stocktake to understand all the actions that currently Council were doing as part of our operational processes and our decision making that support sustainability. So moving away from the concept a little bit that sustainability is a specific project or task, to actually moving towards the concept that sustainability needs to be embedded in the way we approach our business and deliver. So at the end of 2015 we did our first stocktake where we went out to the everyone in the business and said, tell us what you do in a whole range of areas, and then we have just repeated the exercise again, which is the report that you have in front of you. In the interim between 2000 and now, we started developing a set of sustainable principles, and they are at the beginning of the report if you want to see those. That was something that we worked in conjunction with some advisors, which were the past, we had a sustainability panel that helped Council with sustainability, and we worked with some of those members to come up with those sustainability principles. They were adopted by Council in the 19th of July last year, and so the report this time round is structured to reflect those sustainability principles. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe, you first.
Thank you. I assume in paragraph 4 the date is wrong there. It should be 2016. Or have I been asleep for 40 years?
No, my apologies.
Okay, so that's 16, is it? By receiving this report, are we actually the sustainability stocktake in the sense that we're approving all of the things that we support in this report, or are we relying on previous support for each of these items?
So the things that are in the report are as a business currently. So these would have been activities that have already been approved through our normal work programs and through our previous LTP and through the annual budget process. So we're not asking you to approve any new initiatives.
Okay.
This is very much just a report back to Council to currently doing.
In terms of an update. Okay, just one further question on one that appears to be something that we're looking at, a new format, and that's under business cases on page 34, which is sustainability principle number 1. It says that we're currently reviewing that. I assume it will come back to Council, or are we accepting now that it's going to be reviewed and we can question it, or will the business case, amended business case template, come back to Council for approval?
Yeah, it wouldn't be our view that the business case template would come back to Council.
Okay, so is there a risk if we review it that there is a change in the model and that we may be watering down? I understand we use the BBC, which is the Better Business model, which is the one that's endorsed by central government. Is there a risk if we do review that, do add a sustainability section in, that we might water down the robustness of the existing BBC plan that we, business case template or format that we currently use?
My understanding is that that will not be the case. We are still approaching that with the same way we have it. However, what we're trying to do is incorporate additional requirements, and in this case it's about making sure we have a section that references our sustainability principles so that they are considered when our staff are developing business cases.
Okay, thank you.
The GMs might want to clarify that. No?
Yeah, we'll sort of follow up on that one actually. I guess to your point, Councillor Pascoe, I think it's a good question, because actually if we, for example, consider sustainability criteria when assessing one option over another, then sort of by default that implies that we have downweighted some other kind of criteria.
Yeah, that would be my concern.
Yeah. So I'm not across all the detail of that. I'll check on that and I'll come back to you if that's okay.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Henry?
Yeah, I mean, interesting report, and being a new council, it's a lot to read and to take in. And I loved a few of the different items that you. But my question is now this is all, this is what you're doing. Where in that place can we put in? Because some of the stuff I really would love change, because we're talking about sustainability. This is about long term, looking at our environment, and talk a lot about environment and wastewater and all that kind of stuff. And I just think we're not up to scratch. We're so way behind in some things. So when can we address that, like the glyphosate in our, that we're using everywhere, which is called Roundup. When can we address that and talk about it?
That's coming up it's on our schedule of councillor updates, the monthly ones I referred to before, like we had last week. Look, I can't tell you whether it's, I think next month might be full, but it's the month after, if I recall correctly, but I can get back to you offline and check that.
Okay.
So that's in respect to glyphosate in particular, but I think Councillor Henry's question is a little broader than that. Is that as an example, and when might other sustainability actions be discussed or with potentially to incorporate them or whatever? That's where you were going with that?
Yeah. There's more than there was just an example of the glyphosate. So there's more that I've got listed here.
I would suggest that it's probably the same forum rather than, and you, sorry, I misunderstood your question, so apologies for that. So I would see the councillor update session as where a discussion could be had by elected members around this. You've got a piece of information, there's a set of principles, and I think what you're saying is that you'd like to have a further discussion about where does council go on this, and how much do we actually go further, and then what other things that we would be doing around that, and obviously based around those principles. So I think that discussion with some structure around it at one of those the update sessions where you can have a free and frank discussion around that, and obviously, I suspect there'll be different views around the table on what direction we take, and then we can actually go to a report that could go to a formal committee where councillors would resolve to do X, Y and Z or not.
Okay, thank you.
In time for the LTP.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gallagher. No, sorry, Councillor Mallett.
Thank you.
Apologies.
The word embedding, what's that mean? Because I don't know, why do we embed this, but other things we just accept or adopt? Embedding doesn't mean irrevocable, does it?
It doesn't. In terms of the principles, we're going to ensure that they are considered by our staff when they are performing their operations or when they bring things to councillors for decision making. So rather than being a separate activity, we're trying to make sure it is part of our standard business process. That's what we mean by the concept embedding. Therefore, we've included it. Currently, we're working with the Asset Management Working Group on the asset management plans, and in there's a section that has been reformatted so it reflects the principles now on sustainability. So when they're preparing their asset management plans, there are specific questions there that prompt them to think about some of the principles. Same concept in the business cases, our council reports.
So what would be an example of a cultural sustainability policy?
So if I can clarify, we aren't, the sustainability principles are in respect of environmental sustainability, essentially. We're not...
Sustainability principle number 1. Council includes environmental, economic, social and cultural considerations in its decision-making criteria.
Correct. So what we're trying to say is that we take a weighted approach to that, that it's not a one-size-fits-all.
You don't say that here.
What we're saying is that we're taking into consideration those various factors.
Well, this is the policy we're being asked, these are the principles we're being asked to embed. If the policies aren't what's written down on the paper.
Sorry, I've kind of lost. I'm not sure what you're asking now.
I'm asking an example of a cultural sustainability policy.
So, it's not cultural sustainability as such. What we're saying is that when we are making a decision or that we consider the social impact, the environmental impact of our decisions. It's not talking about cultural sustainability as such, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So there's a balance to be applied depending on the particular activity, is what you're saying.
Okay.
Whatever activity it is, it will weigh up all of those factors.
Okay, I might be the only one who doesn't quite see it, but the word balance has been mentioned 2 or 3 times. These things seem to be massively weighted towards environmental sustainability, which no one has ever been able to define, or economic or social, but I see very little in here that suggests that we should be sticking to our financial strategy, our debt levels, our ratings, all that sort of stuff.
So this isn't a paper around. We're not trying to, I guess, confuse that issue with talking about economic sustainability and cultural sustainability. Talking specifically about environmental sustainability, which is essentially in the context.
Well, in
of
Sean,
this,
sustainability principle number 1 needs to say all we're worried about is environment, because it's written here in black and white: economic, social, and cultural.
Yeah. So environmental is one of those considerations. So we're trying to put that in context. So whereas previously, let's say, we might not have considered environment as part of that decision-making criteria, we're essentially trying to say that that is one of the considerations that we make.
So what do we do when environmental runs slap bang up against economic sustainability?
Exactly. We
in a car crash.
Well,
train wreck.
Well, this is exactly the balance that we're trying to find. This is exactly
and
what
so
we're talking about, considering those things together.
where's the equation or the process whereby those things? Because bearing in mind these are going to be embedded.
Yep.
So if I can just also just mention for councillors, especially the newer ones like myself, these principles have already been established by council by previous decision. What is being commented on or discussed today are the actions around it. It's a report back on the actions. As far as I understand, this report wasn't intended to review the principles. Yeah? Have I got that right?
Correct.
Okay. So does that mean you're not going to answer the questions?
Well, the questions have to be around the actions.
Okay, so what do you do when an environmental sustainability issue runs up against an economic sustainability issue?
So
how do we weight that?
Yeah, it depends on the context. So if it was in a council report, for example, what we would do is similar to the way that we produce when we present risks and we show that a particular decision might carry with it a certain amount of risk. What we would also do is include in that potential environmental impacts so that councillors could consider that. So in that context,
how does that differ from the situation we'd have if we didn't have any sustainability principles?
So most of the reports you see now don't show that as a consideration.
They all drive at a level of service, and the cost of the level of service will be this. And we make a decision on what level of service we're prepared to, or we're driving toward, and what we're prepared to spend. Like, you know, what we're prepared to spend.
Yep.
Okay,
implicit in everything we do.
Yep.
Sorry, Paula. Implicit of everything we do is sustainability in all aspects. Except what we've done here is taken off down a. I mean, when people start talking about global warming, I look for the bone in their nose. It's a primitive, unrealistic pipe.
Okay, so I think the staff have endeavoured to give you their best answer, and you may feel uncomfortable with that, but I think we do need to move on. It is a weighted judgment, you know, on a case-by-case basis, depending on what aspect of action you're looking at. I don't think we can advance this debate any further, but you can have the debate offline. And I'm just going to move on to the next question.
Okay, so
have you got any further
page
questions?
38. Page 38, we're talking about sustainability principle number 4. And we're talking about encouraging alternative emission-free transport, cycling, walking. Encourage those things. The risk the concern I have is that we don't actually encourage walking and cycling. We discourage other forms of transport.
Principle 4 is a list of suggestions that have come of how council can support central government initiatives. In terms of encouraging alternative forms of transport like walking and cycling, you know, council has a commitment to the bike plan, and we have spent significant funds and have significant success in that area. Council has supports initiatives like the Cycle to Work Day and month, so those sorts of activities. And in this report, if you actually look under Principle 5, you'll see some of those initiatives listed.
So it includes things like in the district plan, how we use our planning rules to encourage density so that people travel less distance and those kinds of things as well. So there's a number of levers that council has.
Okay. On the next page, 39, under transport, kind of 2/3 the way down, there's something called a Transport Operations Centre business case. Can you remind me what that is?
Yes, as part of our commitment to regional transport network, we work with the regional council on the bus service, and they're looking at a business case for a new transport centre. The chair might be able to help me with that one. You might have some. Yep.
Nothing to do with
Just part of our operational.
Yeah, well, it's nothing to do with that.
It's nothing to do with the transport centre. It's to do with how we work with our state highway partners and visible partners, our traffic signal system, and how we efficiently move people around the network, and our synchronising of those camera technology, so where we can see incidents and report on incidents. So that's the business case we're working on. It's an operational issue about how we get the existing network. So how do we maximise the use of the existing transport network?
Okay. Is there any timeline on that, or what is the time? There will be a timeline. What is
We'll be working through that with the Access Hamilton task force that we've got set up as well. But the timeline for that is ready. Annual plans and 10-year plans. We do some of it already. The business case is how do we get better at it to get more use out of our network.
Okay, thank you. Then on page 43, under energy, we're going to put, sorry, I might be wrong, we are going to, or I can't quite understand, I'm not sure what, a solar photovoltaic installation has been set up, I beg your pardon. Has anyone assessed that it's working, that it's saving money or it's costing money? Does anyone know how that's going? 43, and it's sustainability 7, and it's the bottom thing in the box headlined energy.
I don't know, but I can find out and get back to you.
So
the answer to your question, whether it's saving money and that sort of thing, I would expect that it would have been installed for that.
And it may have been a small enough project that it didn't come to us. I can't remember it.
I think it is quite small.
Yeah, okay. But something like that, we don't do these things because it's a snazzy project. We do them because there's some value, hopefully. And I assume the value will be a regular supply of electricity that's cheaper than what we've got at the moment. So I'd be interested to know that those put on, or else, and this is the point, or else you wouldn't do it, would we?
No.
We're not doing it just to wave a flag that we've got, what do you call them? Solar panels on the roof. We're doing it because
it's cheaper.
It's well cheaper and more reliable, and it's not just about money. Yep. Okay, so hopefully that's the process that's been gone through on these things.
Okay. Anything further, or shall we progress with the questions?
I mean, this is an old one I've brought up a number of times. Page 44, very about protecting. Oh, sorry, I've written down protecting footpaths. It's about trees on footpaths. I have yet to be convinced that trees on footpaths are that we have a system or a method yet of ensuring that the trees that are on our footpaths are not causing future damage, or are not all going to cause damage to the footpaths and to our underground infrastructure. And actually there's a new thing come into play now, and that's the post office driving its trucks down the footpath, and half a dozen wheelie bins out there. So I would just like some confidence that it is real, that the species of tree we're going to have, and I won't see the results for another 30 years, I guess. But
We'll still be on the council.
yeah. So I just wonder, Chris or someone, can anyone give me some confidence that sustainability, we're wrecking our infrastructure, we're wrecking our footpaths, and I just wonder if there's a cost benefit in there.
Yeah, so look, we have talked about this a number of times in council, and we can't change what was planted 30 years ago, and that's what's causing a lot of the damage. But I can tell you that we are working closely with Lance's team to look better at tree selection, tree containment, with a view to minimising the damage. An example of that is Anglesey Street outside the car yard there, where the trees were contained. So they were taken out because they were causing problems, but the new ones shouldn't be. So I guess it's a balance too between aesthetics and the road. People like trees, they like living in streets with trees, but we do recognise it, and we are working very closely to minimise the risk of that.
Okay, thank you. And page 45, underwater, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the fourth kind of paragraph says all treated water that enters the river from the wastewater network is to standard water treatment. Is that a referral to our consent or whatever, is it? That's not very well written. Pardon?
That means that we meet our compliance conditions,
Yeah.
which are very stringent conditions, but we meet the conditions of the
Okay. And maybe asking you, or you guys, I'm not sure, to what extent, in terms of water, which is the one I think most of us would have some feel for, would sustainability principles require us to be over and above our consents? Because I've always been of the opinion that we work to our consent conditions. Anything above that, superfluous is probably the wrong. It's going better, because the consent is there for a reason, because that's the level at which we're allowed to put stuff back into our river. Did the sustainability principles suggest we're going to go over that?
I think when we developed the principles, we were very cognizant of the role of Hamilton City Council relative to other bodies, so particularly, say, Waikato Regional Council. We've framed that principle as we're an integral part to regional efforts to restore and protect the water quality of the waterways. We do that by giving effect to essentially the consents that Waikato Regional Council grants us. So it is, in effect, saying that we will perform to those standards.
Because that's logical. I mean, accepting that the legal consent is the sustainable consent. Yeah, okay. Whether or not you agree with the standards being set by them, but that's by the law. We have to follow that. Okay, thank you. And my last one is, what are we going to do with tyres?
Put them on the wheels?
That's an excellent question, Gary, but I think we need to put that to another time, because there's a lot around that. And that might be one of those discussion points at one of the alternate council.
Oh, sorry, I do have one more. My apologies. Page 49. What is the Honeybee Project?
The Honeybee Project.
Page 49. It's the last.
You told me about this. This is the honeys being sold at the zoo. Yeah. No. Gardens. Sorry, gardens.
They're beehives.
Yeah, beehives.
So it says the zoo, Hamilton Gardens, and the Arboretum.
So the beehives and the honey from the gardens is sold merchandising area in the information centre.
Okay. So
brilliant.
With all due respect, that's a nice thing to do, but how does that become a sustainability thing?
Because bees help pollinate things, and so they grow. So. locally as well. We're actually making money out of the honey. So, yeah.
Just back to the slate.
Okay, so we better move on. The next on the list is Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, given that we've had a significant turnover of elected members, this report makes no reference to the sustainability panel led by Jeanette Fitzsimons and I think Dr. Cartwright. Why is that? If I read the covering document, and I've even read the report, I'm not even aware that that panel existed, was appointed by council, and so that's question one. Then question two, can you tell me how this relates to their work, please?
So the panel, doesn't exist as such anymore, and so the members of the panel, particularly Wayne Cartwright, was helpful in developing the principles initially. So the work that they've done is reflected in the principles. The stock take is very much a staff-led initiative to report on what council is doing.
For the benefit of new members, can you explain what the sustainability panel did? Because my criticism, if I can say, and this came up in the previous report earlier on, it's really important in a corporate report with context, in my view, respectfully.
So the sustainability panel was established as one of the initiatives from the Sustainable Hamilton Strategy, which was sort of going back, I think, 2 to 3 years, and sort of forgive me for not being too specific there. So the establishment of the panel was set up to review the strategy itself and to provide advice generally to council. So once they had presented their report, which was essentially a critique of the Sustainable Hamilton Strategy, their function, they'd essentially fulfilled their primary function. We retained a relationship with the members of the panel who did give advice on things like the principles, and they were very, very helpful in doing so. But I guess the advisory panel as an entity doesn't exist now.
And respectfully, I think it would have been helpful if that had been in the report, because it's important information. But secondly, just as in the financial area, we have an audit and risk committee, and we've talked under the new governance system about task forces. Do you see the merit or otherwise for some external peer review of this kind of document, and some external view that will hold council to account? In a sense, and I'm perhaps using the Audit and Risk Committee where you do have external appointees to what is essentially a task force. It's a joint couple of elected members, couple of externals.
I think it would depends a little bit on the context, Councillor Gallagher. I think we're helpful to have independent experts is actually in what we choose to do next. So how we develop, if we're going to choose to do new initiatives or things like that, I think it would be useful to get some external input into what we perhaps could or should do. But equally, I agree that I think it would also be useful to have some external input into looking at what we have done, providing advice. Yes, I think that would be.
I think the report is good. It's bullet pointed, and it's quite. When you read it as a whole, it's quite interesting, all the stuff we have done. But I'll be arguing perhaps later on in terms of a resolution that given the LTP process, we should be looking at some external review that's not a mayoral panel that's afraid to speak out. It's a proper panel that can speak out, say what it likes in public, but I think could be useful. So I might perhaps shadow a motion coming up.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. Look, just following the Deputy Mayor there, at what stage would you be looking at bringing in either that panel or another panel to review the list we've got, which, because of these type of issues, I wouldn't imagine, remain static for all that long?
Look, I think where I'd see them adding the most value is actually what we see as the next stage is actually developing some quantitative measures of what we do. I think it would be quite useful to have some external experts give us some advice on that. So that was another point, relates to another point I was going to say. Wouldn't you agree that in many areas the wording, and e.g. on page 38 with the lots of encouragings that Councillor Mallett talked about, that we actually need some measurements and targets and things like
realise it's pretty totally woolly?
Yes, I do.
So would it be good then to have reconvene that panel or a panel to give us some advice ahead of the LTP?
Yep, so whether it's a panel or what sort of form that takes, sure, but I agree with the general principle, with the general concept, Councillor Dave, that getting some external advice on helping us put some measurements together would be very helpful.
So just if it's helpful, when we were having a discussion around this agenda item, Councillor Young was involved in this as well, we did have a conversation, how do you report and how do you keep a track of on-trend, things, whether they're improving or going the other way, whether things are successful or not successful, given that some of these actions are complete, some are underway, and some aren't actually things that we're doing, but things that we might be enabling. There's a whole raft of things. And we did talk, I know I asked about red, orange, green kind of something. I mean, how does this look when it comes to us again? So I think that's where you're going too. So we need to land, and you're talking that maybe it's an external group, so it's Martin, but I think we need to land on maybe asking staff to do some work about what that sort of reporting against this baseline would look like next time.
Absolutely, but I think there's a timing issue because I think we need to do that ahead of an LTP, because if there's any implications for the LTP, potentially, then because we're not doing well in a particular area or whatever it is, we should know that ahead of the LTP so we can factor something in and choose whether it's a priority or not.
Would you like to comment on how that might be achieved, Lance? I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I think it will expedite this conversation and we can then see if there's any resolution.
Sorry, I can through you.
That's fine.
So Julie and I have sort of done a bit of work on measures, and we got to a point where we essentially reached the conclusion that we felt we needed to get some external advice. So we've done some of the work, and I think from a timing point of view, it would be realistic to have that in place prior to the conversations part of the LTP.
Right, well, I've got a couple other questions, and that's sort of one that follows out of that and the point that Gary raised, the solar PV cells set up at Hamilton Zoo. I'm aware that every electricity company that allows you to export into their system or be linked to that, I'm not sure whether we are or not, but everyone that does a measurement and gives you reports themselves, so there is that sort of information around. Having them myself, so I would think that was really important, because if it was doing well and saving us money and had a good business case for potentially out of it, then we would stick them on top of here and everywhere else we could, because it would be valuable in a cost sense to us as well as an environmental sense. The point of doing some of the stuff like that is to what you're going to learn from it, I would hope.
Yeah, I mean, and to sort of Councillor Gary's point, benefit to doing that sort of exercise. Obviously, there's an upfront cost to installing photovoltaic panels. So the economics of it are really about what the life of those panels are relative to the amount of savings and we get from electricity. So, yeah, it's I think what we will bring back some data on that.
Yeah, we had that happen before when we were looking at LED lighting for the street lighting, and we could see the trend, where the trend was going and the prices going and things like that. So that's what we really need in the electricity generation area, I'd hope.
Yeah, can I just make another comment on that, if I may, Councillor? With respect to solar, it's important to remember that 80% of New Zealand's electricity is generated by renewable sources anyway. So when we replace, 1 unit of energy from the mains with a unit of solar energy, just in terms of the environmental case, it's mostly replacing hydro, geothermal, or wind. So it's not it's the case for solar in New Zealand isn't the same as the strength of the case in USA or Australia or other places.
Yeah, that can depend on your attitude towards damming and flooding arable land, which I know was the case in a series of dams we built in the South Island.
Yeah, so I guess I'm talking about existing hydro sources.
Yeah. I do understand your point. Just in relation to the transport items listed on page 33, you've got to address carbon dioxide and greater focus on alternative transport options, which is a sort of a really woolly statement in my opinion. But to me, one of the major things you would want to measure would be, and look at, is does it avoid the need for costly extra roads or extra to be built because you've got people using alternative transport forms, and how there have been measurements done of that. I don't know how precise they've been, but I'd like to see some information on that. You know, is it worth building a big cycleway from a suburb to the city because it's you're going to get a measurable number of cars off the road, or avoid us having to build a basement road for 20 years further out into the future, or whatever like that. That would say a target in that area probably should have been there at the start, and I certainly missed it myself. The last question I had was also on that page 33 up the top about climate change. The new President of the United States doesn't believe in climate change. Should we be readdressing that target? You don't have to answer.
I think we'll leave that one, Councillor Dave.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Coming back to what I asked before, just one more thing. So do I have to wait for specifics to be discussed when we come back to the update? Because there's some things I think we could, I don't know, fast forward. Can I say that already? I don't know. I don't understand this foreshadowing, whatever. To fast forward, so we come actually exactly the same as Councillor McPherson said, come back with some specifics, and just keep talking round and round the circle.
You've got a motion coming.
Okay. Yeah, be specific. Yeah, I wasn't specific. Yeah. Okay.
I think we need to know what they are.
Yeah.
You probably need to put a motion to that effect. So.
Yeah. Should I say that now or what?
Well, yeah, you can do.
Okay.
Martin's indicated he had a motion. Do you want to see if it's something that...
I don't think we're on the same boat.
With interrupting, if I may, I would be interested in the viewpoint from the CE and Deputy around the process by which we receive some form of external advice. I'm fairly open-minded as to how that's to be done. I mean,
the M might correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the way we've set up the governance structure is for specific matters like this. We set up a task force, which can have external people plus elected members on it, and then that would have a specific terms of reference and length of life and clarity about what it's going to do and what it's going to report back on and when.
And I mean, it seems to me, if I think this area, and dare I say it here, I think we've got a good governance structure. I think this area and possibly, I believe, heritage are two areas that possibly need some work. Getting appropriate externals, and I use the Audit and Risk Committee, which Rob and Gary, I believe, are on, which is a very good example of a, I guess it does exactly that, it just runs the fine-tooth comb, and all I'm looking for is the appropriate, whether it's an external consultant, whether it's a panel, sustainability, I'm not sure, that at least has that external view. You know, we can do a report internally, and I think we're doing some good, but I think it's quite good to have an external group, and particularly in terms of our LTP. But I'm, Madam Chair, and also to the Deputy Chief Executive, I'm very open-minded personally as to how what that might take. What I'm stressing is I do think there's a role for some kind of time-defined external audit, and I think it's particularly relevant in terms of our LTP. And I personally think that it was actually the panel, once it got back on track, it was the report sat in the building for a while. Once it got back, I think it did have a really useful, constructive role, but there may be some different form, personally.
Okay, so look, there's a couple of things getting mixed up in this conversation now, and I think we have to be careful. We're not talking about governance structure here at this moment.
No.
And Mayor King's not here either.
Yeah. So and I'm very cautious. I don't want to create, if you like, a new committee on the hoof. Let me assure you that what I guess I'm inviting the Deputy Chief Executive and the view, or the Chair, in view of the discussion today, is a bit more thinking as to how we might to run an appropriate audit, which is not just internal across our sustainability principles.
I think the topic of audit and reporting back is absolutely on point, so that's where we should focus it.
Yep.
If there's a resolution that you want to put forward to that respect, if there was, you're welcome. I know that Ziggy is keen to explore putting something forward.
Well,
I will ask Lance to make a comment on what he sees. He may not be able to answer that entirely just today. That's the point.
I was just going to suggest that maybe a report comes back from Sean and Julie on what might be an appropriate or form to actually really capture the essence of what elected members have said today. And I'm getting the messaging, just as you said, around that people want essentially, rather than just a annual sort of bunch of outputs or actions which are mentioned under those sustainability principles, is really probably a bit of a scorecard, traffic light system. But I think part of the discussion, as Councillor Henry talked about, was is what is the actual KPIs that we're looking at, and I think there need to be a discussion around what's the priorities, because you could have a list as long as your arm, and it'll be key to actually see what we're going to concentrate on. I think Councillor McPherson brought up a good point about to see how we are doing, and then that can influence the Council's consideration of various matters during the LTP, which will have budgetary implications, I suspect. So Sean, did you want to comment any further?
I think that's inappropriate.
So just to try and advance that, because I'm aware of time and we're starting to have a bit of churn going around on this, if I were to move that in addition to receive the report, staff investigate, the wording might not be quite right, so bear with me. Staff investigate a reporting mechanism to assess progress of key actions and report back to the next committee, or what? You give me a point of time.
I'll have to ask these guys what they can do.
I think it would have to be at least two sessions away.
All right, so May. Report back to May.
Yes.
The May meeting. Does that sort of come close to meeting your expectations? Thinking around this? That's what I'm planning.
Yes, and what I'm asking, without inventing, a task force on the hoof, I don't want to do that. It's that you give some consideration as to how we, if you like, have a checklist and have an appropriate audit. And there may be, dare I say, in the cat on that one, if I can use that term.
So I'm going to put a motion along to that effect, Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah,
very
I'm
general
happy to
words,
second.
but
Yeah.
we know the intent.
Yeah.
The intent is captured in the minutes. Now, I'm aware that sitting also there is Councillor Henry with potentially something she would like to move, so I'll go to you.
Okay. For me, it's just, I would love to have a report from the council on the use of Roundup or glyphosate, and looking at alternatives, as even the World Health Organization acknowledges that it's carcinogenic. So I think can we have a report on the Roundup? Some report?
So I wonder if that's being a bit... I know you feel strongly about this and you have the right to bring it, and but I wonder if that's a bit preemptive, given that Lance has already indicated we're going to have a more in-depth discussion. I guess if you're not satisfied with the way that goes, then you've got the opportunity to put on an agenda.
But wouldn't it be great if we already had some report at least on it, so how much we use, to specifics, so then we have something to hold on to when we discuss it, instead of just general blah blah.
And that is coming.
Henry, or should I? Because we have a policy, Councillor Henry, and why can't she look at that then? I mean, that's our spray, herbicide, verge, whatever it is. It's probably up for renewal soon, or review soon. Give that to her.
Yeah, so it is coming. The first look at it is coming, and we can wrap all that.
Policy though,
Yeah,
she wants
that's
a
right.
mechanism to change and look at things. That's through the policy.
So
And I'm suggesting we have that conversation first. You're suggesting.
Yeah, and we'll circulate that information prior to the discussion.
Okay, thank you. So let's get on with the business at hand. I've moved this, which is a very generalised approach to try and pick up what everyone has said. I would like a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. so it's received, and I'm just asking that the staff go back and investigate all of those matters that we've been discussing. In speaking to it, I'll just say that I have kept it fairly broad and general because there's been a lot of thought. Reporting mechanism. Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm proposing. Not preempting what it looks like at this stage. Okay.
A doey, not a hooey?
Well, I'd have to disagree with that. It's my motion, I must say, but it's mainly to understand what it looks like first. And that we haven't even landed on that. We're not all agreed, so we need to see that first. Do you want to speak to it? Because I think I've said enough on it.
Councillor McPherson, I'm open-minded that I think all I want to do is in that the word is to come back, give us some options. I mean, one of the options is you can re-establish a panel. Another option is you could have a task force, or you may have some peer.
Okay, I'm happy to include the word. I'm happy to include the word options to make some progress there.
Give us change the word options.
To provide options. Provide options. Got it?
So the word investigate is gone, and it provide options
for a reporting.
Yeah. And in that, I'm seeking your professional view, Mr. Chief. I mean, I'm obviously through the Chief Executive who I employ. I'm seeking your professional perspective as to how we might be effective in that.
All right.
Options shouldn't be on reporting mechanisms.
Yeah, we're just getting grammar right.
So take A out and put an S on the end of mechanism.
I'm totally confused with this whole thing.
What we're trying
Yeah,
to
I don't know what we're trying to achieve here.
So you can speak to it, but I tell you what the intention is.
It doesn't drive me crazy. This is,
I've heard quite clearly that there's a number of people around this room who feel that the stock take is great, but it doesn't provide any way to have ongoing reporting or measurement on a number of key actions. That's what I've clearly heard. I've put up a motion that's quite general to the effect that staff will look at that, and a number of people are agreed. I've moved it. Martin Gallagher's seconded it. You may speak to it if you like. And Martin, you can finish speaking to it, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, look, the only intent of this, as you were, for example, we had the sustainability panel, which I think did a really good body of work. They were a group of volunteers. They didn't get paid. That may not be the only mechanism by which you have some kind of external audit. It may be, in the end, our staff team talk very closely to a group of Sustainability Waikato or other external groups, or go to a particular respected external person, individual, and contract that person in. I use the Audit and Risk Committee, as I understand it, as a good example where you do have a couple of externals that come in and provide a slide with a couple of our colleagues in the area of finances and audit. So I'm fairly broad. As I said, I just want to explore, I guess, just being held in a process of accountability, and certainly wanting to engage with people out there who have great concern in this area. And I think, I don't know if I can really add to that. I haven't been particularly eloquent, but and what I want to stress, I don't want to sort of preempt what our Deputy CE and our GM may come back to us. I don't want to preempt what our management executive team may come back to us. You've got the tenor that we are looking for ongoing quality control that may involve some external processes.
Through you, Chair, the only thing I was going to suggest was that the point B probably needed to be specific to principles or sustainability actions.
Yeah.
Yes. I was referring to this report, so that's my...
Okay. We know what it means.
It's in the minutes. Okay, anybody else like to talk? Yep. Well, you can put it in there, a few words. Councillor Henry.
Well, look, I'll agree with that, but what I wanted to just say is I assume I had heard about that sustainability report that's there, sitting there somewhere in the archives. Can I have a copy of that, please? Cool. Thank you so
Look, I'm
much.
sure the
Lovely.
staff would be happy to spend some time with you on this as well.
Okay, cool. Can I just point out, councillors, that's on the OneDrive, that document, Councillor Henry? That OneDrive, that's right, that OneDrive.
Okay, everyone, so I think we've had enough discussion around this for sure. So I'm going to put the motion all in. Oh, we're going to do it on the machine. We're going to vote on this thing. Off. Okay. Have you voted, everyone? Well, you can vote against it. It's, you know, that's fine. Has it done? Have we done it? I've done it. We can't all agree on everything.
The motion is carried, 8-4, 2 against.
Okay, thank you. And that brings us. Do we want to have a 5-minute stretch? Is this going to be a long one? It's going to be long. Okay, thank you. We're on to our second to last item, and if you're all comfortable, we'll just push on. Are you all comfortable to push on? Two. Two. Oh, 3, your report.
Oh, yeah.
3. But we'll move on to the item about the gardens. I know, it's useful, isn't it? Welcome. Thank you for waiting so long, and
Push the button.
push the little button.
Is that working? Oh, good.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and councillors. So Peter and I are here this afternoon to talk about, or just to provide an update on the progress of the Hamilton Gardens development project. So I'm just going to provide a little bit of context because I think it's the first time that we've reported to new council, and then Peter will take us through some milestones achieved to date and how the project is tracking overall. So this project has arisen out of the Hamilton Gardens strategic plan, which was developed in 2014, and one of the objectives in that plan was to deliver 12 new themed gardens over 10 years, so from 2014. This project delivers on as structure, the car park and an upgrade of the information centre and a playground. It does deliver on 5 new themed gardens. So those are the Tudor Garden, which was opened in 2015, and then 4 new gardens which are still in development: the Mansfield Garden, Picturesque Garden, Concept Garden, and Surrealist Garden. I think that's, yes, covered them off, good. So those are all currently in development and at certain stages, and you'll get to see some pictures of that today. So the budget for this project is 7.2 million, funded by a targeted rate. So that's a targeted rate that was established in 2014 over a 4-year period, and then 2/3 externally funded through a range of sponsorship, funding agencies, and donations. And we're really pleased to report today that. So that's a real milestone for the project. It means that the project is now fully funded. We still have 18 months of delivery, so it will still require us to apply very stringent project management in terms of delivering within budget and on time. I do just want to draw your attention to paragraph report because I omitted a figure in that, and yeah, and there is a handout. I think, is that come round? Yep. So I did not include 2016-17. So I've updated with a bit of a table there. Also, since writing the report, we have met with the contract manager. One of the complexities of this project is that because the external funding is, some of it is tagged, we have to regularly with the contract manager and work out where the tagged funding, what elements of the project that goes to when. So you'll see there is also a different figure there for the targeted rate that we're allocating
to 17-18 than is in the report. But that's just a breakdown of the targeted rate, expected income and how we're allocating it by year. So there's a reserve set up for the targeted rate. So there's around 600,000 collected every year. There's a little bit of interest and growth accounted for in those figures, so it's slightly different than the original figure that we had in the project budget, and then we've allocated it as you see in that table. So happy to take any questions on the budget, and we're also happy to, or we can move through to Peter talking about some of the milestones. Let's go, Peter. Cool.
We're pretty well on program with the full development program. We are struggling a bit with building costs escalating faster than anticipated, and the fact that we're building unusual things like caves and means that a lot of contractors aren't willing to take the risk of spending a lot of time quoting for that stuff, dealing with different subcontractors, and when there's a buoyant construction market, they can easily quote for other projects, so it's getting contractors interested in quoting. But we're generally making good progress. One change that was proposed by the Governance Committee was the location of the jetty. We went through a consent process, consulted with Tānui, Waikato Explorer and other people, and also did profiles of the river, and really it was a lot more practical to build a jetty on the existing site than below the Renaissance Pavilion where we previously had it. So that was just a change in location. It'll still function in the same way. In the picture there is the concept garden. The structure of that is substantially completed. It just needs a bit more growth, and it's hoped to open that early next year. We've already completed the car park extension. The playground has been opened. It's very nearly completed. We're just waiting for the festival to be over to put a couple of more things in, and by then the toilet block should also be finished. I don't know what's in the next picture. It's who's controlling it? Okay. Another project underway is the Mansfield Garden. The facade there you see is being built by Foster Construction and 14 subcontractors, and they're doing a lot of the work free, so it's hard to get them back to finish the job. But otherwise that garden is going well, and there's quite a lot more to happen this year. It's hope to open that in spring next year. And that's a picture of the playground, the slide and whatever else. The information centre will be the next feature to open, probably about October, the extended information centre. We're just working on plans for that now. The Sorelis Garden work is mainly happening off-site on those big topiary figures. We were there last week watching arms of these figures move, but they'll be, in about 3 weeks' time, they'll be placed in the garden, and that'll just need time for the ivy to grow. The picturesque garden, we've got a contract that's just come in, rescoping that, revaluing that to make sure it can fit within the budget, just making some changes to that. So overall, we've changed the design a bit, revalued to make things fit within the budget, and deferred some sculptural features that can be added later. So while we've reached the targeted rate, we're working with the Hamilton Gardens Development Trust to try and raise money for those other sculptural features, because they will really finish the gardens off. I think I've covered most of those projects. But apart from answering any questions, if any time any councillors want to see the site and the development underway, we have to keep it closed for reasons, but we'd welcome the opportunity to show you around what's happening.
Thank you very much. And there's been some wonderful press just lately on the gardens, especially with the moving sculptures and things. Great. Councillor Mallett.
Thank you, Paula. I'm right in saying that Vibrant Hamilton Trust money, which I think is 850,000, that's choosing my words carefully, that's council's money, which is administered by the Hamilton Vibrant Trust, and the Hamilton Vibrant Trust says these funds are able to be used for the appropriate Hamilton City Council projects. Is that right? In a rough way? Okay. Yes. Yeah. So that's not external funding. In effect, another council project could be not being funded because it's going to the gardens?
It's unallocated funding, so it still goes through an application process. So
Yeah, that's right.
So any council project can be put forward for funding from that once.
And I understand.
So Councillor Mallett's right. The Vibrant Hamilton is a CCO of Hamilton City Council that administers the trust fund and hands out, as you described, hands out money.
And I understand that is the same trust which Momentum Trust have suggested will be giving a lot of money, where the status of that is at the moment. This is only an early projection, a lot of money for the $25 million that the Momentum were going to give to the founders, I think. I'm pretty sure that was the case. At one stage, there was a lot of money from White. You may not know that. Yeah.
I do. I'm actually a Vibrant Hamilton Trust member.
Oh, you are, yeah, that's right, yeah.
And so is the Mayor. So that hasn't been discussed by the Trust in any detail. No decision's been made. There's a discussion around Vibrant Hamilton Trust about where its monies are used in the future, and that could be one of the projects, but no decision's been made yet.
Okay. So Momentum Trust may be hoping that some money comes from Vibrant Trust. That hasn't been nailed down yet, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Secondly, thank you for this graph. This thing. So that's to say that we've the actual targeted rate produce 609, 613, 600 will produce 615 and 617 in those particular years. We're actually receiving the money well ahead of spending it.
Tagged. Some of the funding that we receive from external funders, we need to expend within usually around 12 months, unless there's an agreement to extend over a period of time. So the targeted rates allow us some flexibility in terms of being able to expend other money first.
So just to be clear, so I understand what you're saying. So are giving us money, not the ratepayers or the Hamilton Vibrant Trust. Some of them say, "Yep, we'll give you X amount of dollars, but you have to." Because they want the money, they want to know the project's getting done. Yes, okay, so you typically spend their money first, so
That's
to speak.
correct. And some of them are tagged to a certain part.
Yes. Okay, okay. So then the gardens should be in, I don't know, accounting guys aren't here. The gardens should be generating a little bit of interest income then.
That's included in there, which is why you'll see the total of that amount is slightly higher than the so it's 437. So I have accounted for it in that breakdown. It's not exact. It was the simplest way to kind of represent it. But
all right, no, that's cool. Just conceptually, that's right. Cool, thank you. And the paragraph 30, I may have just answered that with the discussion here. The second sentence says this variant. Okay, there's a variance, which is the 206,000.
Yeah.
This variance is due to the 10-year plan budget being set prior to the detailed project planning and earlier receipt of external funding. I'm not quite sure what that means.
So when we set the budget over 4 years, we hadn't yet defined the project scope for each year, because a lot of it was dependent on we would receive in each year. So we split it amongst the 3 years based on what we thought it could potentially be. As the funding's come in, we've been able to bring the project or certain project elements forward, which means that the expenditure has been higher in the first 3 years of the project, and it will be lower next year. So there'll be a $106,000 variance against the LTP next year, capital.
That's a negative variance, is it? That's an overspend.
That'll be a favourable. No, a favourable variance.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. I'm going to drill into the jetty. Is there a first of all, who's on the governance group? I don't know how I'm asking. Who's on the project governance group?
So it was myself, Mayor, Councillor Forsyth and John Dobson from the Hamilton Gardens Development Trust.
And so who's on there now?
We haven't met since we haven't had a formal meeting since the election.
So if you haven't had a formal meeting, how have you the decision to vary a council resolution.
Decision was made prior to the local government election.
So that this decision was made with that project governance group that included Councillor Forsyth and Mayor Hardy, John Dobson.
Yes, and it's been reported in a variance report to the Finance Committee. Helen might be able to refresh my memory on that.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I mean it's a minor change. We saw it as a value management kind of change. So the overall scope hasn't changed. There's been no change to budget or time frame.
So okay, so sorry, Helen. Overall scope is what do you mean by overall scope? Because excuse me, we received significant funding from externals as well as lottery. We went out with the glossy brochure, the amazing image of the Italian, the entry. This is not just a jetty to more boats up. This is around another entry into the gardens. That to me is the scope, the image that we all loved. Is that the same?
It's not the same because of the to the location of the jetty, but there is still an upgrade to the jetty, and so we saw that as meeting the key objectives of the project.
So does it look anything like the image that we went out in our funding document and said to funders, we're going to do this?
We're working through the design of that at the moment, and we do communication with our funders at all, through our milestone and update reports.
Is there any specific funding out of all of this that is actually tagged to that jetty, to that original scope?
No, and it was
design?
actually excluded from the lotteries application precisely because we didn't have a resource consent. It would have to go through a resource consent.
But it was included in the other wining and dining or whatever, however the external funding subcommittee did it, of the external funders. That image was well used, wasn't it?
Yes, there were, Chairman, reasons for changing it. We found that there was very shallow river there, although it's narrow, so the jetty had to go right down to the river. Taunui had a problem with the jetty site at the Renaissance Pavilion, and just general discussions with the boat operator, it worked a lot better where the existing jetty is. So the proposal is to completely virtually remake the jetty in that new location. It's just not in the same location.
So where's the new location?
It's where the existing jetty is.
Okay, but it's not going to look anything like what we saw and what we planned on.
Well, it had Venetian posts because it was outside a Renaissance garden. We thought perhaps in the new location, rather than Venetian posts, it could have posts with Maori designs on top of them. It might be more appropriate.
So is there still going to be an entry into the gardens that way?
It won't be through the pavilion, but there's still a practical entry, yes.
Okay. So you haven't done the work on what the upgrade will look like?
Yes, I can send you a picture of what it...
Okay. And so was there, other than, and I understand the issues that Waikato Tainui raised in that location, but was there anything else other than this? I mean, is this a budget constraint? Is this a decision that this council needs to look at closely and make? Or are you happy with the budget that's remaining for that particular project?
Yes, yeah, it was a practical decision, and Taunui's opinion.
Just around access, because access becomes limited to that whole kind of riverbank site when you have because the gardens are closed at night. So that was just thought through a bit more in terms of people still being able to access a jetty kind of after hours, really, if needed.
So it's more than a do-up. It's doing a do-up. We're holding true to the scope of the plan.
Yes.
I do have a motion, Madam Chair, because I'm really concerned about this significant change from the document that we had, and that, we on, but yeah, I might just sit on it for a moment. Thanks.
Okay, I'll come back to you on that then. Councillor Bunting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, congratulations. It's great. It's really exciting. It's a really, really exciting model. I just want to talk to the model or ask a question on the model itself, actually. I noticed that the people we've tapped over the years, apart from the ratepayer and the council, are pretty much the local trusts. And I'm looking at paragraph 27. It says that the third funding from the council is required for leveraging external funding. Have we applied our charm on big corporates like your Vodafones and the likes, or is it all, are we just focusing on local trusts? I mean, how successful are we likely to be? Because I remember in the early discussions we were talking about corporate funding, big corporate funding, but it strikes me that we've just got local trusts involved in some very generous.
Yeah, quite a lot of work has gone into some of those big corporates,
right?
Not with a lot of success. There are other sponsors in addition to this list, individuals.
Yep, yeah. But are we getting any buy from the big corporates? Because we've touted this model a fair bit, you know, around the place.
So some, and we've recently had a change in staff. So, but the next part of our strategy was to really, work on that side of things and start focusing on more corporate and sponsorship. So that we were fairly new to external funding, and it does take time to build up those relationships and strategies, so that is something we are starting to work on.
Okay,
yep.
Thank you.
There are, I think, about 4 corporates that we're sort of working on at the moment, so it's still a work in progress.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Thanks. Look, I'm extremely supportive of the project and what it's going to deliver. I'm less supportive of the funding means, the revenue means. I've raised before my issues with the local funds and small grant organisations we're applying to, taking money away from the voluntary sector in Hamilton. I'm particularly concerned in the point that Gary's raised about the Vibrant Hamilton Trust. When you see $850,000 each year, are you planning to apply to that for the next years as well while the project's going on? Was that the plan?
No, the target's been reached. Sorry. Does that just go off by itself? Target has been reached.
So
we won't be applying to Vibrant Hamilton Trust for this particular project.
Yeah. Madam Chair, through you to the Deputy Chief Executive, I want to know where we can raise our concerns about the whole future of the Vibrant Hamilton Trust and how it's being used as sort of an unofficial and not publicly accountable sort of fund by the City Council. It's a CCO applying to ourselves for money. It's not the issue for the gardens, really. It's the issue for anything that we're applying for, and if it's Founders Theatres also involved here, I would like to know where inquiry like that should be directed, because I think it's we might as well have it in-house and deal with that at committee. At least it's more accountable and there's public agendas and things like that.
Certainly, we'll get Lance to comment on that. Wouldn't it be through the Finance Committee that you'd have that discussion?
No, I was just talking to Mayor Andrew. Obviously, we're trustees appointed by the council to represent the council's interests on there. So to council around that, around basically the options around the Vibrant Hamilton Trust going forward, and I think you've alluded to, you know, there's been a series of views in the council chamber today, so that report will cover that and cover a number of options going forward.
Just a point of clarification. I think the CCO's report through finance, but is that?
Oh. Yeah, we'll be coming to the appropriate committee.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. So there'll be a report to the committees of the whole anyway. So to council through finance, through Gary's committee. As I said, around the options.
Lance?
Well, I can tell you that the first finance committee is going to have the annual reports of all of the CCOs. Which is
probably the one after after next day.
It wasn't planned to do what you're considering. I mean, but your concern is there's a trust deed, and what you're asking, I think, is, or perhaps what you're asking is, are we being faithful to the trust deed? And that would be
So I can say if I...
Is the trustee appropriate
Yeah,
too?
well, that's enough, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the whole discussion for council to
Yeah,
have.
that's fine. I'm not going to take it any further here. I
Yeah,
just want to know. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we've established there's another event, another forum for that. So moving on with questions, Councillor Henry.
Okay, just one quick question. I mean, you're already with the Friends of the Garden. You've got a lot of voluntary work there happening. I just wonder whether there is some thinking or some scope in the Hamilton Gardens to encourage the wider community to help as well, like the Arbor Day at Waiwhakareke, something like that, where there's more people could help in some kind of project with manual help and to cut down the costs?
Yeah, we have quite a lot of help. We also have students 1 day a week, so there's actually quite a lot of voluntary help at the moment. It is limited a bit by health and safety legislation.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions? We are just taking this, we're receiving this for information. Oh no, we're not. There's a B. There is a B. So receive the report and B. Acknowledge the significant contribution made by the funding agencies. Do I have a mover? Councillor Bunting, Councillor Mallett. Do you want to talk to it, Councillor Bunting?
Yeah, just briefly. Again, I'd like to reiterate my congratulations. I think this model is, yes, you're right, Councillor McPherson, there's the odds and ends that it's raised some questions about. But this is an award-winning model that we've been recognised in LGN circles, LGNZ circles for, and I would love to see this model just picked up and moved to other, like the zoo, etc. It gives us a lot more strength as a community, really, and gives the community a lot more say. So it's very, very exciting. Personally, I would love to see a lot more work done in the corporate sector, as you've encouragingly hinted at is going to happen, and a lot less demand of the rates, because I think that's a card we can only play a certain amount of times. And I'm also really excited about the fact that not only is the model great, and it's proven to be a really interesting way of raising funds, but the gardens itself provides a great piece of leverage for our other amenities. So I'm really excited about the idea developing the crowd that goes to the gardens, sending them off to the zoo, sending them off down the cycleway, sending them off out to Clauden's, etc., and increasing overnight stays. So, really well done, really exciting, and yeah, I'm looking forward to supporting it in the future.
Councillor, thank you. Councillor Gallagher?
I just obviously echo the points that Councillor Bunting has said, and the actual model in terms of the external funding, in terms of its implications for the river plan and the zoo, the Lake Waiwhakareke, we've certainly seen that very exciting project in terms of the Performing Arts Centre. As you know, I've always been very effusive in the ways of the previous mayor, and I think that she has, I think this is a testament to her leadership. I think the way in which her and the external funding group with Margaret Forsyth and Go Let Me Be Fair started to go out and do a lot of targeted work. So we've got the targeted rate, but also if you look through that list, that's an incredibly impressive list with huge, obviously, lottery significant projects fund as well. But certainly it's an example of what can be achieved with a lot of spade work, which obviously I acknowledge Lance and his team. And I think we, dare I say it, we should have a collective pat on the back, but thank those people so sincerely for their wonderful, wonderful contribution. And obviously it's a kind of, dare I say it, a really good model moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very exciting. Just a comment, although it's going to go nowhere, but it's a shame, isn't it, that you can't get right up back to the Renaissance Garden, and it will look quite different in some respects. So I do take on board what Councillor O'Leary had said, what you had sold, if you like, and what you can deliver will both be quality results, I'm sure, but not quite the same. So I noted that too, but I had already had a discussion with staff as to why, and I understand the reasons, but you can understand how some people would have a sort of shame moment about that. Yeah, so for councillors who are less familiar with the background, the information will be circulated to you so that you understand it. Thank you, everyone. So it's been moved and seconded. I'll put it to the, we'll press the buttons. I forget we can now. We're voting the little votey button. Brilliant.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thanks. We're nearly there, everybody. We've got a straightforward item. Yep, I was going to say, pardon? Mover. Is it to do with the road closure for the additional South African Cricket Day? It's a no-brainer, really, isn't it? So, does anybody want to talk to it? It's been moved by Councillor Mallett. It's been seconded by Councillor Young. Anybody would like to talk to it? Hang on, I've just got to get this discussion button up now. Okay, first of all, we have Councillor Kay.
We had the one day here on the weekend. Did we close any roads for that one? We did? We didn't need any sort of motion or anything to do that, or any report?
Yeah, you did, but it was done at a previous time, right? As part of the event planning? Robin?
So normally we sort of requests for any road closure for any event. Doesn't have to be just Hamilton City. So normally they are dealt with under the traffic regs, and as long as we've done the 42-day notice, then that process goes through. Because in this instance we didn't have that time, that lead-in time, we take the Local Government Act, which requires us to bring it to you.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. It was a timing issue, really, wasn't it? Okay, Mayor King.
I understand that New Zealand Cricket want us to close this road, but I struggle with the reason why it's closed. We don't close the road that goes right past our rugby stadium when we have a full house most of the time. Or certainly.
Hang on. Let Mayor Andrew finish, and then we can.
I'm talking about the road that comes through the front, where. And I actually stood there and had a look at what would happen after the game with 10,000 people coming out at the last one day, the game before the day game, and there was no congestion on that road at all, and the roundabout hardly had anybody on it, and I just thought, we're closing this road, which in fact the reason I stood and looked is because there was a stand-up argument between security and the public trying to get out of that road in that area. I actually filmed it all on my film, actually, on my camera. It nearly came to us, and the road was closed, but there was no build-up of traffic on the roundabout, and there was no reason why the road couldn't have been open and let the traffic out. And that's what made me start thinking about why we're closing this road. It's 10,000 people in there, it's not 20,000 like we have in our rugby stadium. I'm just struggling with why we have to close that road.
So in the case of the rugby stadium and events held there, they do a risk assessment, and depending on the numbers that they have a number of different road closures that they put in place, which includes a closure of Mill Street generally after the event, because the lead up to the event has such a long lead in time. They don't get such huge numbers of pedestrians coming in one hit, but certainly after the event, when you've got that mass exit, they do have closures that they put in place, and that is based on the ticket sales, and so they have set numbers for that. In regard to the stadium, I probably will look to someone else from the stadium H3 to talk to that, because they are applying to us as a road controlling authority for permission to do this, to operate their event safely. So I'm agreeing that it is good for safety, but it's their assessment in the first case that they want to have that closure put in place.
Yes, through the Chair, if I could just add to that, the International Cricket and NZ Cricket actually require us, according to their safety protocols, to close or request that we close that. I think Mayor Andrew has a good point, because we ask ourselves quite often, is it really valid and is it really necessary? But as a part of their condition of staging the event at our ground, just like they do for a number of other grounds, they require the road closure. There's also the issue of which they're quite concerned about, just being able to manage security issues. There's the issue of parking for
team and official vehicles and so forth. So there's a whole lot of things, but I think Mayor Andrews' point is well taken.
Through you, Mayor, if we frame, we probably can't do very much to change that right now. We do want this cricket game in Hamilton. Well,
No, we're not questioning whether we close it for this game. I'm questioning why we're closing it game after game when there's 10,000 people in there, and the game, the same stadium equally opens up the other side of the stadium, and we don't close that one.
okay, so I'm suggesting we have a look at that.
So what's the difference between the two? Yeah.
Okay, so it's probably something we can't really progress in a meaningful way here today, but I agree with you, Andrew, it's worth a look.
There's no better time to raise it, because if it doesn't get raised when we've got the opportunity, normally, as they say, this doesn't come to us. But this time it does come, and I just wonder whether we can question a little bit more deeply with New Zealand cricket in the future why this has to happen.
Don't disagree with you.
Because there is no reason when you stand outside and watch the people coming out why it should be closed.
So don't disagree with you, but where's the process? Sean, what would we do to...
Yes, through the chair, look, we will absolutely take it up with NZ Cricket and review that, but certainly for the case of 1 March, it's certainly not. We won't be able to achieve anything meaningful on the issue by then, but I would. International rules dictate, especially on security issues and so forth, so they are quite careful on that.
Okay, so we'll advance
we
that
will take it
conversation. Are you happy with that, Mayor Andrew?
No, I understand when the World Cup was on, there was a real security risk, and it was taken very seriously, and there was some police and all sorts of security measures in place at the time, and you can understand that then, in case you got a ram raid or something. But for these games here, I don't see any extra police on site. I don't see any talk of a security risk anymore, but we're still closing the road.
I don't think we're disagreeing with you, Mayor Andrew. We're just talking about the timing of being able to do anything in the short term versus the more medium term. I think, Sean, you were agreeing that this is a matter that can be looked at, but today, if that game is to go ahead, we need to crack on and make the decision to close the road today for that game, right? That's what I'm hearing. Sean's right. Has anybody got any additional questions? Because I believe we'll pick that up. Mayor Andrew, we must. Okay, any other questions?
Just a simple one for Sean. Is it we're not going to close the road, no game, right?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So in that respect, we'll find a place to have that further conversation. It's been moved, it's been seconded. We're just going to put it to the vote with the little votey button again. There we go. It's a big pause, like The Chase. You know that program on TV?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Yeah. Okay, we're on to the last report, which is the General Manager's report, which will largely be taken as read unless there's any salient points to add to. Thank you.
No, I'll take it as read. As we expected, this is a complex project. Just thought it prudent with a couple of the matters in the report that we hold off on going ahead with the project until we've done the detailed seismic assessment. We wouldn't want to upgrading the swimming facility part of it if the building structure has some issues. I'm not saying it has, we haven't received the report yet. Probably just after what happened with the library, this, and obviously Founders was a little bit different, but just we get everything in the right sequence so that we get this project completed, and we've looked under every rock and made sure that we're doing it sequentially in the right way. And as I said in there, we'll report back once we have information back to Council, just so that we can give you a full report on where we're at and what the timing of closure and that sort of thing will be, and what the costs will be as well. So I'll leave it there, Madam Chair. Happy to answer any questions as best as I can.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting?
One question, thanks, Lance. On our Appreciation Week, or what do we call that, there was a really serious issue with the floor, and it was becoming quite a safety issue, and we were talking about closing it down to get that fixed. How close to lethal is that floor now?
Anywhere where we've got issues like that, we're putting matting down.
Okay.
We were there was some temporary matting.
Yeah.
So I've said,
yes, there was. Yeah.
So the team is just making sure that if there's anywhere where there's slip risks and things like that, they're putting that matting down. We can do that reasonably cost effectively in the meantime. It doesn't look particularly great, but that just gets us through that. But we just want to make sure once we close it and do it, we do it properly.
Right.
Just so that we're not sort of having to have multiple closures and that sort of thing.
I understand. So we've had no slip overs at this stage?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Great. Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
The seismic assessment, is it a desktop one or is it actually drilling holes in the wall?
The latter of what you say, yeah, a detailed seismic assessment. Yeah.
So how confidence we have in that building? Am I looking at a new water world, right?
No. Well, I don't know until I get the report, so.
Okay, all right.
So my question just relates to the timing of that. When will that be complete? So move on to the next stage.
So we should get the detailed seismic assessment next month. Then obviously our engineers and everyone will have to have a look at that and see what's in there, and then factor anything into the project plan. If it comes back and says it's all hunky-dory and it's the right standards and that sort of thing, then we just need to, we have got one other issue just around the fire engineering standards and meeting building code. We just need to make sure that we're factored in what the implications of that are into the project, and if there's any changes, then we'll bring it back to council with a full report.
Okay.
Sorry, that seismic assessment's due quite soon, so quite conceivably, if it isn't flash, we could have a closed water world and a closed library at the same time. No, it's just serious about it.
Possibly, but I don't know until I get the report. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the key is we have to have the safety of the public as at heart here, isn't it? But from my point of view, the timing is important because we can't. We want to get underway for other reasons, as Mark points out, and we want to get it underway. So the sooner we know this, the sooner we get the results, the sooner we make our plan, all the better for the public and their safety, I think. All right, somebody move the report be received, please. Councillor Bunting, Councillor Young. Oh, sorry, did I miss you? Sorry.
Just a more global view. So obviously some issue came up which suggested it needed some seismic assessment. Is that right? How did that decision get made? I get my question is, Lance, and it's not really relating to that. It's just all of our buildings. At what stage is it practical and economic? Because you can't go in and test all your buildings all the time, but is it when we do a refit on a building, we then, okay, if you're going to do the refit, you might as well do a seismic assessment. You know, this is sort of an asset management planning type question.
Yeah.
Across the whole organisation.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if in your discussions with Paul Gower that we are going to have we've got a prioritisation process of carrying out detailed seismic assessments, and obviously we look at some of the ones where the previous desktop assessments haven't been overly high, then we'll prioritise those first, and we'll actually move through those. Obviously there's budget involved, so we'll prioritise where we do those and that sort of thing. So this is part of that, and Waterworld ended up being in that high category priority area. So it's one of several buildings that's having DSAs done on it.
So it was a building that happened that was having some work done on it, and it was a building also that happened to have a previous desktop assessment that suggested it was a bit dodgy. So someone made a decision, okay, it's practical for us to go and do a more invasive assessment then. Is that the process?
Sort of. It's a bit more complex than that. With this whole project's quite complex because there's a number of components and an interesting sort of building and facility that's 50 years old. So,
is it that old?
40 odd years old.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. So so it's quite old as far as a pool complex goes, and it is New Zealand's largest pool complex. So it's huge with what it offers. Going through that as the team from engineering consultants have actually worked through it, and even Chris's team have been giving some peer review around pipe work and things like that, is actually just making sure that we've had a damn good sniff and a poke at everything as we go through it. So and just make sure that then we've got the full picture, and including the DSA, because and do something and then we're coming back to council three or four times saying, oh, there's this and then there's
We'll
this.
spend millions of dollars on it and then decide the thing has to be tipped over anyway. Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying that's the case.
No, sorry.
But I'd rather come back with the whole story, the full story, rather than, part of a story and then you hear another story and that sort of thing.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It has been moved and it's been seconded. I don't think we need more conversation on it. Electronic voting, please.
The motion is.
Thank you. And that brings us to the close of the meeting. Thank you very much for all your good questions.